The Arabian Peninsula occupies one of the most ancient and geologically stable landmasses on Earth. Its vast expanse stretching from the Red Sea to the Persian Gulf, defined by deserts, mountains and coasts that have shaped human existence since the dawn of prehistory. Archaeological investigations reveal that this land, often perceived as barren, was once a mosaic of ecological zones capable of sustaining early human habitation long before recorded civilization emerged. Excavations at sites such as Shuwaimis and Jubba in northern Arabia display petroglyphs and rock art dating back more than 10,000 years, depicting scenes of hunting, cattle herding, and ritual activity that illustrate a thriving population long before the formation of organized states. These traces belong to communities that lived through climatic oscillations, when the Arabian deserts alternated between fertile savannas and arid expanses. The shifting environment forced early inhabitants into cycles of adaptation that would later define the flexibility and resilience characteristic of Arabian societies throughout history. Paleoclimatic data recovered from lake beds and caves across the peninsula indicate that between roughly 8,000 and 4,000 BCE, periods of increased rainfall transformed large portions of Arabia into green corridors where rivers flowed and vegetation supported herds of wild animals. Human groups from Africa and the Levant traversed these corridors, bringing with them technologies of stone tool making and patterns of social organization visible in the archaeological record. The discovery of obsidian blades, arrowheads, and microlithic implements across these regions demonstrates long-distance trade and contact networks that linked Arabia to neighbouring territories well before written history began. Burial sites found in the Rub al-Khali and near Tamar contain skeletal remains accompanied by grave goods, suggesting complex spiritual beliefs and social differentiation already present in these early communities. Over time, as climatic aridity returned and the grasslands receded, populations concentrated around oases and coastal regions where water remained accessible. These environmental pressures led to the emergence of semi-nomadic lifestyles, the ancestors of the Bedouin traditions that would later dominate the cultural landscape of Arabia. By the 4th millennium BCE, the Arabian Peninsula had become a crossroads linking Africa, Mesopotamia, and the Indian Ocean world. Archaeological layers in the eastern coastal settlements of Dilmun, corresponding roughly to modern Bahrain and the adjacent Arabian coast, show evidence of maritime trade connecting Sumer with the resources of Arabia. Copper from Oman, incense from Dhofar, and pearls from the Gulf were exchanged for Mesopotamian textiles, grains, and crafted goods. The ancient trade routes that crisscrossed the peninsula began forming at this stage, some following the inland deserts while others hugged the coastlines. These routes established Arabia not as an isolated hinterland, but as an integral component of early Bronze Age commercial and cultural networks. Excavations at Hafit and Nar in modern-day Oman reveal tombs and settlement structures that attest to prosperous communities engaged in regional exchange. The distinctive beehive-shaped tombs of these cultures illustrate a unique architectural tradition, reflecting both local adaptation and external influence from Mesopotamian and Indus Valley civilizations. The Arabian Peninsula's geographical diversity created distinct regional identities long before unified political structures arose. In the south, the fertile highlands of Yemen and the valleys watered by monsoon rains supported dense agricultural communities capable of constructing irrigation systems that transformed the landscape. Terracing techniques, stone dams and canals enabled sustained cultivation of wheat, barley, and especially the aromatic resins that would later make South Arabia famous throughout the ancient world. In contrast, the northern and central regions remained dominated by nomadic and semi-nomadic tribes, whose livelihoods depended on herding and limited agriculture in oases such as Khaybar and Dumat al-Jandal. The interplay between sedentary and nomadic populations created early patterns of exchange and tension that would persist throughout Arabian history. Nomads supplied livestock, hides, and mobility across the desert, settled communities provided agricultural goods and manufactured products. This interdependence produced complex systems of alliance, tribute, and seasonal migration that allowed survival in an environment often hostile to permanence. Linguistic and genetic research has begun to clarify the deep origins of the peoples who came to be known collectively as Arabs. The Semitic language family, to which Arabic belongs, likely developed in the region stretching from southern Mesopotamia to northern Arabia during the late 4th and 3rd millennia BCE. From this linguistic cradle, Semitic-speaking groups dispersed in multiple directions, giving rise to Akkadian in Mesopotamia, Canaanite and Aramaic in the Levant, and the Old South Arabian languages in Yemen and Hadramaut. Inscriptions found in the southern Arabian scripts demonstrate an early and sophisticated written tradition, distinct from, but related to the northern alphabets that would later produce Arabic script. These inscriptions, appearing by the early 1st millennium BCE, document royal decrees, trade transactions, and religious dedications, indicating a literate and bureaucratic culture flourishing long before the rise of Islam. The continuity of language and cultural motifs across millennia supports the view that Arabian identity was not the sudden creation of a single historical moment, but the product of enduring cultural evolution shaped by environmental adaptation, trade, and shared ancestry. The Arabian Peninsula's position at the junction of continents made it both a transmitter and a recipient of ideas, technologies, and beliefs. Maritime routes along the Red Sea and the Indian Ocean facilitated contact with Egypt, East Africa, and South Asia, while northern caravan paths linked Arabia with Mesopotamia and the Levant. This connectivity is visible in material culture. Egyptian faience beads appear in southern Arabian tombs, Mesopotamian cylinder seals reach the oases of central Arabia, and Indus Valley pottery fragments are found along the Gulf Coast. These exchanges extended beyond material goods to include the transmission of religious concepts and social institutions. Deities associated with fertility, water, and celestial bodies appear under various names across the peninsula, revealing a shared cosmological framework adapted to local conditions. Sacred stones, or betils, served as focal points of worship in many Arabian sanctuaries, a practice that persisted into the historical period and continued to shape later religious expressions. The economy of prehistoric Arabia relied on resource specialization that exploited the region's diverse landscapes. In the mountainous southwest, frankincense and myrrh production became the foundation of early trade networks. These resins, derived from trees native to Dhofar and the Hadramaut, were harvested, dried, and transported by caravan across the peninsula to ports serving Egypt and the Mediterranean world. Archaeological surveys in the region have uncovered remains of storage facilities, altars, and way stations associated with this trade, demonstrating the early integration of South Arabia into global economic systems. In the north and central regions, pastoralism remained dominant, supported by limited agriculture near oases. The domestication of the camel, which occurred gradually between the 2nd and 1st millennia BCE, revolutionized mobility and commerce by allowing sustained travel through previously impassable desert zones. Rock art depicting camel caravans provides tangible evidence of this transformative development, showing long trains of animals laden with goods crossing the barren landscapes that would become the arteries of Arabian commerce. Political organization in prehistoric Arabia developed gradually through kinship networks that evolved into tribal structures. The tribe functioned as both economic and social institution, uniting families through shared ancestry and mutual protection. Leadership often rested with elders or chieftains chosen for wisdom, generosity, and capacity to mediate disputes. Oral traditions, reinforced by poetry and ritual, preserved collective memory and defined group identity. This system provided stability in a region where centralized authority was difficult to sustain due to geography and mobility. Over time, certain tribes consolidated control over key trade routes and oases, forming proto-states that would later evolve into the kingdoms of ancient Arabia. The balance between independence and cooperation among tribes fostered a flexible political culture capable of adapting to shifting environmental and economic conditions. This capacity for self-organisation within small kin-based units would later influence the administrative and military systems of the early Islamic state. Archaeological and textual evidence from neighbouring civilizations frequently references the Arabian Peninsula, illustrating its importance in the broader ancient world. Mesopotamian records from the Akkadian and Assyrian empires mention lands to the south known as Meluha, Magan, and Dilmun, names associated with regions of Arabia involved in trade. Egyptian sources from the Middle and New Kingdom periods describe expeditions to Punt and the incense-producing lands of the south, emphasizing Arabia's role as a supplier of luxury goods, essential for temple rituals and royal ceremonies. These references demonstrate that long before Arabia produced written chronicles of its own, its people were recognized participants in the exchange systems that sustained ancient civilizations. The materials exported from Arabia, aromatic resins, metals, stones, and animals, carried not only economic value but also religious and symbolic significance, linking the deserts of Arabia to the sanctuaries of Thebes, Ur, and Jerusalem. As the Bronze Age gave way to the Iron Age, shifts in trade patterns and political power transformed the Arabian landscape. The collapse of major empires in Mesopotamia and the Levant around 1200 BCE disrupted existing exchange networks, compelling Arabian merchants to develop new routes and markets. The incense trade expanded westward toward the Mediterranean, giving rise to the prosperous South Arabian kingdoms, whose monumental architecture and inscriptions testify to their wealth and organization. These developments mark the transition from prehistoric communities to historical states. Yet, the continuity of cultural practices, from tribal organization to the worship of local deities, ensured that the new political formations remained deeply rooted in ancient traditions. The resilience of these social structures allowed Arabian civilization to endure through periods of environmental and political change that reshaped the surrounding regions. The evolution of social complexity in Arabia cannot be separated from its geography, which imposed both limitations and opportunities. The great deserts that isolate the peninsula also protected its inhabitants from foreign domination, allowing indigenous institutions to develop without direct imperial control. The same deserts served as conduits for trade and communication, connecting distant regions through caravan routes maintained by tribal alliances. Oases functioned as nodes in this network, providing rest, water, and exchange points where ideas mingled as freely as goods. The interplay between isolation and connection produced a society simultaneously conservative and dynamic, preserving ancient customs while absorbing external influences. This duality would remain a defining feature of Arabian history, visible in every subsequent phase from the rise of the southern kingdoms to the emergence of Islam. Material remains from prehistoric Arabia continue to expand scholarly understanding of early Arabian life. Excavations in Al-Maghar near the Central Highlands have revealed artifacts suggesting one of the earliest known instances of horse or equid domestication, challenging conventional assumptions about animal husbandry in the region. Stone carvings depicting bridled horses and harnesses point to sophisticated knowledge of animal management and perhaps to the use of mounted transport earlier than previously believed. Such discoveries illustrate the technological and cultural innovations emerging from Arabia itself, rather than solely imported from surrounding civilizations. Similarly, excavations at Tag and Taymeh have uncovered urban settlements with fortifications, wells, and pottery styles demonstrating sustained occupation and local craftsmanship. These sites bridge the gap between the prehistoric and historical periods, revealing how indigenous development laid the groundwork for later urban and political structures. The spiritual life of prehistoric Arabians revolved around natural phenomena and localized deities associated with survival in a harsh environment. Mountains, springs, and celestial bodies were venerated as manifestations of divine power. Offerings of animals, food, and incense have been found in small shrines, carved into rock faces or built near wells, attesting to the sacred significance of water and fertility. The continuity of these practices is evident in later Arabian religions, where sacred stones and pilgrimage rituals retained their importance. Such persistence of form and meaning across millennia suggests a deep cultural memory binding prehistoric and historic Arabia into a single continuum of belief and practice. The reverence for the natural world embedded in these early traditions would later merge with monotheistic conceptions, providing cultural foundations for the spiritual transformations that would arise from this land. Throughout these millennia of development, Arabia remained a land defined by mobility, adaptation, and exchange, rather than monumental architecture or centralized empires. Its history before written chronicles unfolds through material traces and environmental patterns that reveal human ingenuity confronting extreme conditions. The gradual domestication of the camel, the mastery of desert navigation, and the establishment of oases as hubs of interaction represent achievements as significant as the pyramids or ziggurats of neighbouring lands. The people who inhabited this vast peninsula forged social and economic systems perfectly attuned to their surroundings, ensuring survival and continuity through cycles of drought, trade expansion, and cultural change. Their story, preserved in the silent testimony of stone, pottery, and oral memory, forms the essential prelude to the emergence of the civilizations that would later define Arabia's place in world history. The transition from prehistoric Arabia to the Age of Kingdoms marks not a rupture, but a transformation of scale and complexity. The same networks of trade and kinship that sustained small communities became the arteries through which cities and states emerged. The skills honed by generations of pastoralists and traders equipped the early South Arabian polities to dominate commerce between the Mediterranean and India. The adaptability and resilience developed over thousands of years enabled northern tribes to navigate the shifting alliances and empires of the Near East. As the ancient world entered a new era of iron, writing, and empire, the Arabian Peninsula stood prepared to exert influence far beyond its borders, drawing upon a heritage of endurance and exchange that had matured through uncounted generations beneath the desert sun. The rise of the South Arabian kingdoms marks one of the most sophisticated and enduring phases of pre-Islamic civilization within the Arabian Peninsula, a period in which the arid highlands and valleys of modern Yemen and its surroundings became centres of architectural innovation, trade, and political organisation. Archaeological and epigraphic evidence indicates that by the early 1st millennium BCE, a constellation of prosperous states had emerged across the southwestern corner of Arabia. Among these, Saba, Main, Qataban, and Hadramaut stand as the principal powers whose achievements define the character of ancient South Arabian civilization. Their existence depended upon a delicate balance of environmental adaptation, engineering skill, and control over trade in aromatics that linked their mountain terraces to the great empires of the ancient world. Each kingdom maintained distinctive cultural traditions and political systems, yet all participated in a shared linguistic and artistic milieu expressed through the old South Arabian scripts carved into stone and metal. Recording royal decrees, commercial contracts, and religious dedications in a written tradition that flourished independently of Northern Semitic alphabets. The geographical setting of these kingdoms shaped every aspect of their development. The Western Highlands, rising sharply from the coastal Tehama Plain, capture the moisture of the Indian Ocean monsoon, creating fertile valleys where terraced agriculture could support dense populations. The engineering skill required to manage this environment produced one of the earliest and most extensive irrigation systems known to antiquity. Stone dams, sluices, and canals harnessed seasonal rains and distributed water across terraced fields that clung to the mountain slopes. Among these feats, the Great Dam of Marib stands as the most celebrated. Constructed and rebuilt multiple times over more than a millennium, it transformed the arid plains surrounding the Sabaean capital into a flourishing agricultural zone capable of supporting tens of thousands of inhabitants. The dam's sophisticated hydraulic design employed sediment traps, sluice gates, and spillways that reflected deep understanding of hydrology and structural engineering, illustrating how environmental mastery underpinned the political and economic stability of South Arabian civilization. Archaeological surveys show that maintenance of such massive infrastructure required coordinated labour and centralised authority, suggesting that the rise of monarchy in Saba was closely tied to the management of water resources. Saba's origins trace to the convergence of agricultural wealth and trade control. Located at the intersection of highland and desert routes, Marib became the hub through which incense caravans passed on their way north toward the Mediterranean markets. The Sabaeans organised this commerce through a combination of state oversight and tribal participation, maintaining stations, storage facilities, and customs posts along the caravan roads that traversed the Arabian interior. The economic foundation rested primarily on the export of frankincense and myrrh, the resinous product of boswellia and comifera trees cultivated in the Dhofar and Hadramaut regions. These substances held immense value in the ritual economies of Egypt, Mesopotamia, and the Mediterranean, where they were burned in temples, embalming rites, and domestic worship. Saba's ability to monopolise this trade conferred wealth that financed monumental architecture and sustained a class of scribes, artisans and merchants whose inscriptions illuminate the organisation of the state. The royal title, Mukarib, used by early Sabaean rulers, signifies a leader who unites tribes and presides over confederations rather than ruling by hereditary divine right. This structure suggests that the Sabaean polity evolved from tribal alliances consolidated under leaders capable of coordinating large-scale irrigation and trade operations. Religious life in Saba centred on a pantheon of deities representing natural forces and cosmic order. Chief among them was Al-Maka, often described as the god of the moon and protector of kingship, whose symbol, a crescent with a disc, appears throughout Sabaean art. His temples, such as the Awam sanctuary near Marib, display immense stone pillars arranged in ceremonial courtyards that reflect both ritual and astronomical significance. The careful alignment of these structures with celestial bodies indicates the integration of astronomy into religious practice, a feature shared with other ancient civilizations, but here expressed through distinct local forms. The temple inscriptions detail offerings, vows, and dedications made by kings, priests, and merchants seeking divine favour for their enterprises. Rituals associated with Al-Maka emphasized purification, sacrifice, and communal festivals that reinforced loyalty to the state and its leader. The prosperity of Saba was thus not merely economic or political, but deeply intertwined with religious ideology that presented the maintenance of irrigation systems and trade networks as acts of piety sustaining the divine order of the world. To the north and east of Saba lay Ma'in, whose people, known as the Manaeans, developed a culture equally devoted to trade, but organised around a network of city-states rather than a single dominant capital. Inscriptions from the Manaean towns of Karn al-Barakish and Yathil reveal an intricate system of merchant associations that operated caravans across vast distances. The Manaeans established trading colonies as far north as Dedan in modern Saudi Arabia, where archaeological remains show temples and inscriptions written in the Manaean dialect. Their language and script closely resembled Sabaean, but displayed regional variations reflecting independent identity. The economic life of Ma'in depended on managing the incense routes that connected the southern producers with markets in Petra, Gaza, and Damascus. These routes required not only commercial skill, but also diplomatic coordination with the desert tribes who controlled access to wells and passageways. The Manaean inscriptions record treaties, toll agreements, and religious dedications made at way stations along these paths, providing a unique window into the logistics of long-distance trade in antiquity. Through their activities, the Manaeans contributed to integrating Arabia into the broader economic system of the ancient Near East, serving as intermediaries between the southern kingdoms and the Levantine world. Qataban, located to the east of Saba in the region centred around Timna, represented another major power distinguished by its political organisation and religious traditions. The Qatabanians developed a strong sense of legal order, codified in inscriptions that record laws concerning property, contracts and social obligations. Their principal deity, Am, appears frequently in dedications accompanied by epithets emphasising justice and protection. This divine association with law and order suggests that Qatabanian rulers cultivated legitimacy through moral governance as well as economic success. The city of Timna, enclosed by formidable walls and supplied by advanced irrigation works, stood at the crossroads of caravan routes linking the incense-growing areas of the east with the markets of the west. Excavations at Timna have uncovered monumental gates, temples and domestic structures that reflect both wealth and urban planning. The city's prosperity drew from its control of trade tariffs and its role as a meeting point for merchants from Saba, Ma'in and Hadramaut. Unlike the relative stability of Saba, Qataban's political history was marked by frequent shifts in power, reflecting competition among regional elites and the challenges of maintaining cohesion in a landscape divided by mountain ranges and valleys. Nevertheless, the kingdom endured for centuries, contributing to the shared artistic and architectural vocabulary of South Arabia, characterized by finely carved stone facades, geometric reliefs, and inscriptions detailing civic and religious achievements. Farther east lay Hadramaut, a kingdom whose territory extended from the interior valleys to the coast along the Arabian Sea. Its capital, Shabwa, flourished as both administrative and religious centre, surrounded by fertile lands watered by seasonal floods. The kingdom's name itself became synonymous with the production of the finest quality incense, giving rise to an economy deeply integrated into international trade networks. Hadramaut's rulers maintained close relations with Saba and Qataban, but also pursued maritime connections with East Africa and India. The discovery of South Arabian inscriptions on the island of Socotra and along the Somali coast attests to these overseas ventures. Ships laden with incense, spices and exotic goods sailed from Hadrami ports such as Karna, carrying Arabian products to the Red Sea and beyond. The kingdom's pantheon included the deity Sin, associated with the moon and navigation, whose temples were often situated near harbours. The religious and economic spheres thus merged seamlessly, as divine favour was sought for both agricultural fertility and safe passage across the seas. Hadramaut's inscriptions, written in its own dialect of the South Arabian script, reveal a society deeply conscious of lineage, property and religious duty, recording donations to temples, restoration of irrigation works, and dedications for successful trade expeditions. The interaction among these four major kingdoms produced a dynamic political landscape characterized by alliances, rivalries, and cycles of dominance. Saba's early supremacy appears to have extended over much of South Arabia during the first millennium BCE, with its rulers occasionally claiming titles that imply overlordship over neighbouring territories. However, the emergence of Ma'in, Qataban and Hadramaut as independent powers gradually fragmented the region into a balance of competing states. This political pluralism fostered innovation and competition, leading to flourishing cultural and economic activity. Inscriptions often record treaties of mutual defence or cooperation in maintaining caravan routes and irrigation systems, revealing pragmatic diplomacy rooted in shared interests rather than ideological hostility. Warfare, when it occurred, aimed primarily at securing trade routes or disputed territories rather than total destruction. This pattern of conflict and cooperation created a resilient network of states capable of sustaining prosperity despite regional instability and environmental challenges. the South Arabian kingdoms maintained extensive contact with foreign powers through both trade and diplomacy. Assyrian inscriptions from the reign of Sargon II and subsequent rulers mention campaigns and tribute from Arab lands, including Saba, indicating that the fame of these southern kingdoms had reached the imperial centres of Mesopotamia. Later, during the Persian and Hellenistic periods, South Arabian goods continued to flow through established routes into the Mediterranean world. The classical geographers, Herodotus, Strabo, and Pliny the Elder, described Arabia Felix, the fortunate Arabia, as a land of immense wealth, derived from incense and spices. Although their accounts often blend fact with speculation, they reflect the enduring perception of South Arabia as a distant but vital source of luxury commodities. Archaeological evidence confirms the accuracy of many such reports, revealing Roman amphorae, coins, and imported goods within South Arabian sites, demonstrating reciprocal exchange. The Roman Empire's efforts to bypass Arabian intermediaries through direct Red Sea trade with India met with limited success, underscoring the strategic importance of the Arabian merchants who controlled the flow of goods through their overland and maritime networks. The prosperity of these kingdoms also fostered artistic and intellectual achievements that distinguish South Arabian civilization within the broader context of ancient Near Eastern culture. Sculptures carved from alabaster depict human figures with stylized features and inlaid eyes, reflecting both local aesthetic preferences and influences from foreign art forms encountered through trade. Architectural reliefs and decorative friezes exhibit geometric precision and craftsmanship, consistent with the engineering skill evident in irrigation and construction projects. The development of a literate bureaucracy capable of maintaining records, drafting contracts, and inscribing monuments indicates advanced education and administrative organization. Temple archives, though fragmentary, suggest that scribes operated under standardized conventions governing orthography and formulaic expression. The survival of thousands of inscriptions provides modern scholars with unparalleled insight into the languages, laws, and social institutions of pre-Islamic Arabia, revealing a complexity often overlooked in traditional historical narratives that focus on the northern deserts. Religious syncretism became increasingly evident as the South Arabian kingdoms expanded their commercial horizons. Deities of neighbouring regions were adopted or assimilated into local pantheons, and temples often displayed dedications to multiple gods, representing different communities within the city. This inclusiveness reflected the cosmopolitan nature of the trading centres, where merchants from diverse backgrounds interacted daily. The emphasis on lunar deities across Saba, Kataban, and Hadramaut may reflect both astronomical observation and the practical importance of lunar cycles for navigation and agriculture. Ritual calendars aligned festivals with celestial events, integrating religious life with economic and environmental rhythms. Pilgrimage between major sanctuaries fostered cultural unity across political boundaries, reinforcing shared identity among South Arabians even as their kingdoms competed for influence. The eventual decline of these kingdoms resulted from a combination of internal and external factors rather than a single catastrophic event. Over centuries, shifts in trade routes reduced the profitability of the incense trade as maritime commerce, along the Red Sea and Indian Ocean, provided alternative pathways for goods. Maintenance of the massive irrigation systems required constant labour and coordination. Neglect due to political fragmentation led to gradual environmental degradation. In the later centuries BCE, the expansion of the Himyarite kingdom from the southern highlands began to absorb and unify the territories of Saba, Kataban, and Hadramaut. The Himyarites inherited much of the administrative and cultural legacy of their predecessors, while introducing new political structures that emphasized centralization and military strength. Yet even as older kingdoms declined, their cultural achievements endured in architecture, language, and religious practice, forming the foundation upon which later Arabian states and ultimately Islamic civilization would build. The legacy of Saba, Main, Kataban, and Hadramaut lies not only in their monumental remains, but also in their enduring influence on Arabian identity. Their mastery of environment, commerce, and governance demonstrated that complex civilization could flourish, even in landscapes of scarcity. Their written records established a tradition of literacy that persisted through transformations of language and script. Their art and architecture embodied a synthesis of practicality and symbolism that reflected the balance between survival and spirituality characteristic of Arabian culture. When later generations looked back upon these kingdoms, whether through oral memory or borrowed legends, they saw in them models of prosperity, wisdom, and divine favour grounded in human ingenuity. The echoes of their achievements continue to resonate through subsequent centuries, shaping the political and cultural patterns that would define Arabia's role in world history. As the age of these southern kingdoms matured and faded, new centres of power began to emerge along the northern frontiers and desert trade routes, drawing upon the precedents set by their southern predecessors while developing distinct forms of political and cultural expression that would eventually connect the entire peninsula into a shared historical trajectory. The rise of the northern Arabian kingdoms marked a profound shift in the balance of the peninsula's historical geography, as the desert frontiers that had long separated Arabia from the empires of the Levant and Mesopotamia transformed into corridors of trade, diplomacy, and cultural exchange. The northern reaches of Arabia, stretching from the oases of Taymat and Dumat al-Jandal to the basalt plateaus of the Hara and onward toward Petra, became inhabited by peoples whose livelihoods depended on mobility and commerce across inhospitable expanses. Among these societies emerged the Nabateans, a confederation of traders and pastoralists who mastered the art of desert navigation and established one of the most prosperous kingdoms of the pre-Islamic era. Their story, however, does not begin in isolation. It forms part of a broader continuum that includes the early Aramean tribes, the Edomites, and the numerous caravan communities that inhabited the fringes of empire from the Assyrian to the Roman age. Northern Arabia, more than any other region of the peninsula, exemplified the fluid boundary between settled and nomadic life, between the autonomy of the desert and the influences of the great powers that bordered it. Archaeological discoveries from Tayma provide the earliest substantial evidence of complex urban life in northern Arabia. Excavations have uncovered monumental walls, palatial structures, and inscriptions in both Aramaic and South Arabian scripts, testifying to a cosmopolitan centre active from at least the 1st millennium BCE. Tayma's position along the route connecting the Red Sea with Mesopotamia made it a crucial waypoint for caravans transporting incense, spices, and precious stones from the southern kingdoms. The city's wealth drew the attention of the neighbouring empires, as recorded in the annals of the Babylonian king Nabonidus, who famously abandoned Babylon to reside in Tayma for several years during the 6th century BCE. His presence indicates not only the city's prosperity, but also its strategic role as a hub linking Arabia with Mesopotamian commerce and politics. The archaeological record suggests that Tayma's society blended sedentary urban governance with nomadic networks that supplied goods and security for caravans. Temples dedicated to deities of both northern and southern origin reveal the fusion of religious traditions that characterized this crossroads of the ancient world. The deserts north of Tayma supported a constellation of smaller oases, Khaybar, Dadan, and Dumat al-Jandal, each serving as vital rest stations for the flow of goods between the interior and the Levant. Dadan, known to the Greeks and Romans as Dedan, evolved into the capital of the Lehyanite kingdom, one of the earliest organized states of North Arabia. The Leonites, whose inscriptions appear in a distinct script related to the South Arabian alphabets, governed a prosperous region between the 6th and 2nd centuries BCE. Their power rested on the control of caravan traffic and the taxation of merchants who passed through their territory. Monumental tombs carved into the sandstone cliffs of Al-Ula testify to the kingdom's wealth and artistic accomplishment. These rock-cut facades, with their geometric ornamentation and bilingual inscriptions, foreshadow the later architectural achievements of the Nabateans, suggesting a shared tradition of stone carving and monumental expression that spread across northern Arabia. The continuity of trade, religion, and language across these oases created the conditions under which the Nabatean Confederation would later rise to prominence. The origins of the Nabateans remain the subject of ongoing scholarly debate, though most evidence indicates that they emerged as a nomadic Arab people who gradually transitioned to a settled and commercial existence during the late 1st millennium BCE. Their name, attested in Greek and Aramaic sources, may derive from a root meaning to draw water, reflecting their expertise in the management of desert wells and cisterns. This skill proved fundamental to their success, for the arid plateau between the Red Sea and the Dead Sea offered few natural water sources. The Nabateans engineered a system of rock-hewn cisterns, channels, and dams that collected and stored rainfall, enabling them to control caravan routes and sustain permanent settlements in environments that appeared otherwise uninhabitable. Their capital, Petra, concealed within towering sandstone gorges, exemplified this mastery of landscape. The city's position allowed it to dominate trade routes from the Arabian interior to the Mediterranean ports, while remaining naturally defensible. Archaeological surveys reveal that Petra's earliest occupation layers coincide with the growth of long-distance trade between South Arabia and the Hellenistic world, situating the Nabateans within the continuum of the incense trade that had enriched the Sabaeans and their successors. Economic ambition drove the transformation of the Nabateans from tribal traders into a formidable kingdom. By the 3rd century BCE, they controlled the principal caravan routes that linked the Red Sea ports of Luqom and Ayla with Damascus, Gaza, and Bosra. The commodities they handled, frankincense, myrrh, bitumen, copper, and spices, formed the lifeblood of Mediterranean luxury economies. Greek and Roman writers marvelled at the prosperity of these desert merchants who could levy tolls and dictate prices through their control of supply. Strabo, describing their capital, noted both the splendour of Petra and the disciplined simplicity of Nabatean society, governed by a king but moderated by councils and communal institutions. This dual character of wealth and austerity reflected the persistence of Bedouin values even amid urban prosperity. The Nabateans maintained strong tribal cohesion, and their political structure emphasized consensus and shared responsibility among leading families. Their script, derived from Aramaic, evolved into a distinctive cursive form that would later influence the development of the Arabic alphabet, providing a linguistic link between the pre-Islamic and Islamic worlds. The architectural legacy of the Nabateans reveals the synthesis of indigenous and foreign influences that define their civilization. The monumental tombs and temples of Petra, carved directly into the rose-coloured cliffs, display a fusion of Hellenistic, Egyptian, and Mesopotamian motifs reinterpreted through local traditions. Facades such as those of Al-Khazneh and Ad-Dir combine Greek columns with Near Eastern symbolism, demonstrating both artistic cosmopolitanism and technical mastery. These structures serve not only as burial places for elites, but also as statements of power and piety, linking the authority of the rulers to divine protection. The sanctuaries of Dushara, the principal Nabatean deity often represented as an aniconic stone block, and of Al-Uzza and Alat, goddesses associated with fertility and protection, illustrate the continuity of Arabian religious forms adapted to urban contexts. Pilgrims from across the region visited these sanctuaries during festivals that coincided with the arrival of trading caravans, merging commerce and devotion into a single rhythm of economic and spiritual life. Inscriptions left by visiting merchants confirm that Petra functioned as both marketplace and sacred centre, a dual role that reinforced its prominence across the ancient Near East. The political and military expansion of the Nabateans accompanied their commercial success. Their ability to organise large caravans, protect them from desert raiders, and mediate disputes among tribes required centralised coordination and disciplined administration. During the reign of King Aretas III in the 1st century BCE, the Nabatean kingdom extended its influence over Damascus and much of southern Syria, confronting both the Hasmonean rulers of Judea and the expanding Roman Republic. The struggle for control of trade routes through the Levant drew the Nabateans into the complex diplomacy of the Mediterranean world. Despite periodic conflict, they maintained independence through pragmatic alliances and skillful negotiation. Their knowledge of terrain and control of water sources gave them strategic advantages against more heavily armed opponents unfamiliar with the desert environment. The construction of frontier outposts and fortifications across their territory reflects a systematic approach to defence and administration, ensuring that the flow of commerce remained under their supervision. Their coinage, bearing images of kings and deities inscribed in both Nabatean and Greek letters, demonstrates participation in the monetary economy of the Hellenistic and Roman worlds, while asserting distinct cultural identity. Religion continued to play a central role in legitimizing Nabatean authority and unifying their diverse population. The worship of Dushara, whose name means Lord of the Mountain, centered on high places and open-air altars rather than enclosed temples, reflecting older Arabian traditions of sacred geography. Processional stairways carved into cliffs led to altars where priests performed sacrifices and libations under the open sky. The integration of celestial symbolism with mountain worship connected the kingdom's political power to cosmic order. Inscriptions record dedications to other deities such as Manat, Hubal, and the Egyptian Isis, indicating both local syncretism and the cosmopolitan character of Petra's population. These religious practices continued even after the kingdom came under Roman influence, illustrating the endurance of Arabian cultural identity amid imperial assimilation. The artistic representation of deities remained largely abstract, with aniconic stones or stylized reliefs replacing anthropomorphic images, a characteristic that would persist in later Arabian spirituality and influence the aniconism of early Islam. The Roman annexation of Nabatea in 106 CE marked the end of political independence but not of cultural vitality. The transformation of the kingdom into the Roman province of Arabia Petraea introduced new administrative systems, while preserving much of the local population's autonomy. Petra and other Nabatean cities such as Bostra and Madain Saleh became integrated into the vast network of Roman trade and communication, benefiting from improved roads and garrisons that ensured security along caravan routes. The continuity of prosperity is evident in the architectural remains of later centuries, where Roman amphitheatres, colonnaded streets and baths coexist with traditional Nabatean sanctuaries. The gradual adoption of Greek and Latin inscriptions alongside Nabatean script reflects bilingualism and cultural fusion. Yet, beneath these layers of imperial influence, the social fabric retained its Arabian core. Tribal organisation persisted, and the desert hinterlands continued to be governed through customary law and kinship alliances. Even as the empire extended its reach, the desert remained a realm of autonomy, where Bedouin tribes upheld traditions of hospitality, poetry and honour that would later form the moral foundation of Arabian culture. Parallel to the Nabateans, other northern Arabian polities contributed to the complex mosaic of the region. The Palmyrenes, inhabiting an oasis further north in the Syrian desert, shared similar origins as caravan merchants who rose to prominence through trade. Palmyra's Aramaic inscriptions and architecture reveal close interaction with Nabatean and Arab traditions. Further east, in the steppe lands bordering Mesopotamia, the Ghassanids and the Lakhmids would later emerge as client kingdoms of Byzantium and Persia, continuing the pattern of Arab mediation between empires. These successor states inherited much from Nabatean political organisation and cultural synthesis, demonstrating the long-term impact of the desert kingdoms on the evolution of Arab identity. The linguistic and artistic exchanges that took place across these frontiers gradually shaped a common cultural continuum that bridged the distinctions between northern and southern Arabia. Through trade, diplomacy and intermarriage, the peoples of the peninsula forged connections that transcended regional boundaries, laying the groundwork for the cultural unification that would occur centuries later. The economic mechanisms that sustained Nabatean and Northern Arabian prosperity depended on careful management of environmental resources. Water remained the central determinant of settlement and power. The network of cisterns, aqueducts, and reservoirs extending from Petra to the remote way stations exemplifies the technological ingenuity required to survive in the desert. Agricultural terraces surrounding the major cities produced grain, olives, and grapes, supplementing imported goods and stabilizing the urban population. The Nabateans also developed specialized industries such as the extraction of bitumen from the Dead Sea, used in waterproofing and embalming, and the mining of copper and iron in the nearby mountains. These resources, combined with the profits of trade, sustained a complex economy that balanced subsistence and luxury production. Administrative records and inscriptions reveal systems of taxation and legal contracts governing trade partnerships, reflecting a sophisticated commercial culture comparable to that of contemporary Mediterranean societies. This blend of nomadic adaptability and urban organization became a hallmark of Arabian civilization, demonstrating how desert environments could foster innovation rather than limit it. Culturally, the Nabateans played a crucial role in bridging the linguistic and artistic traditions of the ancient Near East. Their adoption and modification of the Aramaic script into a uniquely cursive form laid the foundation for the later development of the Arabic script that would become the medium of an entire civilization. Inscriptions from Petra and surrounding sites trace the gradual transformation of letter shapes and orthographic conventions, illustrating how a regional writing system evolved into a vehicle for a global language. Similarly, their art and architecture influenced later Islamic aesthetics through the use of geometric abstraction, vegetal motifs, and integration of structure with natural landscape. The emphasis on symmetry, proportion, and the interplay of light and shadow in Nabatean architecture anticipated principles that would later characterize the great monuments of the Islamic world. Through their achievements, the Nabateans transmitted elements of Hellenistic, Persian, and indigenous Arabian culture into forms that would resonate long after their political disappearance. The decline of Nabatean power in the centuries following Roman annexation resulted from shifting trade patterns rather than military defeat. The rise of maritime routes through the Red Sea and the Persian Gulf reduced the importance of overland caravans, undermining the economic foundation of the desert cities. As commerce bypassed the traditional routes, urban populations diminished and many settlements were gradually abandoned. Earthquakes and natural disasters further accelerated this process, leaving behind the haunting remains of once flourishing cities carved into stone. Yet, even in decay, these monuments continue to inspire awe and memory. Medieval Arab geographers and poets, encountering the ruins of Petra and Madain Saleh, recognized them as relics of a bygone era of grandeur, integrating them into the broader narrative of Arabian antiquity. Their survival across millennia serves as enduring testimony to the creativity and resilience of the peoples who transformed the desert into a center of wealth and culture. The northern Arabian kingdoms, and particularly the Nabateans, thus occupy a pivotal place in the continuum of Arabian history. They connected the agricultural civilizations of the Fertile Crescent with the nomadic heartlands of the peninsula, creating economic and cultural arteries that would continue to pulse through later centuries. Their achievements in engineering, governance, and art demonstrated that the desert was not a barrier but a bridge, a medium through which ideas, goods, and peoples moved with astonishing vitality. As the power of the Nabateans faded and the shadow of Rome receded from Arabia, new forces began to shape the destiny of the region. The tribal confederations of the central deserts, drawing upon traditions of independence and hospitality, would emerge as the custodians of an enduring cultural heritage. The lessons learned from centuries of trade, diplomacy, and adaptation would prepare the Arab peoples for the transformations that awaited them, as the caravan routes that once carried incense and spices would soon carry a message that would change the course of the world history. The lifeblood of Arabia through millennia was its people of the open desert, those who lived by movement rather than walls, whose dwellings left no trace but whose customs shaped the moral and social fabric of the entire peninsula. The Bedouin, descendants of tribes who adapted to the hardships of aridity, represented both the persistence of prehistory and the foundation of later historical identity. Their world existed not in cities or carved monuments, but in patterns of kinship, memory, and honour transmitted through generations. For them, survival depended on collective loyalty, precise knowledge of the land, and a code of conduct refined through countless interactions with nature's unpredictability. While the settled kingdoms of South Arabia or the stone cities of the Nabateans rose and fell, the Bedouin remained, their way of life enduring across time, linking prehistoric herders to the communities encountered by early Islamic chroniclers. Geography determined the rhythms of Bedouin existence. The interior of Arabia offered few permanent rivers, forcing human habitation into a nomadic pattern dictated by rainfall and pasture. Each tribe held customary rights to grazing territories and wells, which they defended through lineage-based claims rather than written deeds. The seasonal migrations between summer and winter grounds structured their entire social calendar. In the north, tribes moved between the oases of Dumat al-Jandal, Taima, and Wadi Sirhan. In the central Najd, between highland plains and deep valleys. In the south, between the steppe lands and the fringes of the Rub al-Khali. Camels, sheep, and goats formed the core of their economy, providing milk, meat, hides, and transport. The domestication and breeding of the camel, perfected by Arabian herders over centuries, gave them mobility unmatched in the ancient world, transforming vast regions of desert into interconnected networks of movement and exchange. Every well, dune, and wadi carried a name remembered in oral tradition, creating a mental map that guided migrations long before the use of written cartography. Social organization revolved around kinship. The tribe functioned as both family and government, a living institution of mutual obligation and defense. Descent was traced through the male line, linking individuals to ancestral figures whose names and deeds were preserved in genealogies recited by poets and elders. These lineages were not merely records of ancestry, but frameworks of political legitimacy and moral identity. Within each tribe, smaller units, clans and households, maintained autonomy in daily affairs yet owed allegiance to a collective authority embodied in the sheikh. Leadership depended less on hereditary right than on personal qualities, generosity, courage, and capacity for arbitration. The sheikh's power rested on consent rather than coercion, for no individual could compel loyalty without the support of his peers. The decisions of elders in council determined matters of war, alliance, and migration. This participatory structure, shaped by necessity, fostered traditions of consultation and consensus that would later influence political thought in Islamic society. Hospitality formed the cornerstone of Bedouin ethics. In an environment where survival often depended on the kindness of strangers, the obligation to shelter and feed the traveller became sacred law. Every tent symbolized both refuge and reputation, for generosity enhanced honor as much as victory in battle. Visitors, whether allies or former enemies, were offered food and protection before questions of purpose were raised. To violate this code invited social condemnation more severe than defeat in combat. The rituals of serving coffee, slaughtering animals for guests, and sharing food embodied values of equality and dignity that transcended material scarcity. Poetry celebrated the host whose tent remained open to all, while satire mocked the miser who turned away the needy. These customs ensured cohesion across the scattered landscape, binding tribes through mutual respect and shared moral expectations. Long after urbanization transformed much of Arabia, the memory of such hospitality continued to define Arab identity and social behavior. Honor governed every aspect of tribal life. The concept encompassed personal virtue, family reputation, and collective standing. Courage in battle, loyalty to kin, and the defense of women's safety constituted the essential duties of manhood. Disputes over grazing rights, water, or insult could escalate into feuds lasting generations, yet even warfare followed established conventions. Revenge was both moral obligation and social mechanism, balanced by systems of compensation and mediation designed to restore equilibrium. Blood money, or diya, allowed reconciliation through negotiated payment, demonstrating the tribe's capacity for self-regulation without external authority. Poetry again served as instrument of justice and memory, recording triumphs, grievances, and acts of generosity that defined communal history. The poet acted as chronicler and advocate, wielding words with the authority of law. Through verse, tribal identity achieved permanence, preserving events that otherwise would have vanished with the shifting sands. Economically, the Bedouin depended on a combination of pastoralism, trade, and occasional raiding. Caravans linking Yemen, Syria, and Mesopotamia relied on their expertise in navigation and protection, hiring tribesmen as guides and guards. Payment came in the form of goods, animals, or shared profit, integrating the desert tribes into regional commerce. Raiding, known as Gaza, functioned as both economic supplement and social institution. It followed strict rules: attacks targeted property, not indiscriminate killing. Successful raiders gained prestige but risked retaliation. The balance between raiding and trading reflected pragmatic adaptation to scarcity rather than anarchy. Over centuries, this economy created a web of alliances connecting desert and city, nomad and merchant. Markets such as Ukaz near Taif served as meeting points where tribes exchanged goods, news, and poetry, transforming temporary gatherings into cultural institutions that united diverse peoples under shared norms of trade and language. The Bedouin relationship with nature shaped their worldview in profound ways. Living amid landscapes of stark beauty and danger, they perceived the desert as both adversary and companion. Rainfall was a gift of divine mercy, drought a test of endurance. The observation of stars guided their journeys and calendars, embedding astronomical knowledge within oral tradition. Every constellation carried stories linking human fate to the heavens. The wind, the sandstorm, and the mirage became metaphors for transience and resilience, forming the imagery of their oral literature. Yet these metaphors remained rooted in practical experience rather than abstraction. The desert taught self-reliance and humility, virtues celebrated in proverb and song. Water sources were guarded and shared through complex customs balancing necessity and morality. The well symbolized life itself, and disputes over its use carried spiritual as well as material significance. Through centuries of adaptation, the Bedouin developed ecological wisdom, techniques for grazing rotation, water conservation, and animal care that ensured sustainability in a fragile environment. Religion among the tribes before Islam reflected both inherited traditions and local adaptations. Sacred stones, trees, and wells served as objects of veneration, representing the divine presence in tangible form. Each tribe often maintained its own patron deity or shrine, visited during seasonal gatherings and rites of passage. The cycles of nature, particularly the phases of the moon, structured their ritual calendar. Offerings of animals, food, and incense sought favour for rain, fertility, and protection. Over time, regional cults such as those of Al-Uzza, Manat, and Hubal gained broader significance, linking different communities through shared worship. Pilgrimage to sanctuaries like the Kaaba in Mecca predated Islam by centuries, demonstrating the deep continuity of religious practice within Arabia. Yet for most Bedouin, piety was expressed less through institutionalized priesthood than through reverence for oath and promise. To swear by one's ancestors or by the sacred stones was to bind one's honour before the divine, merging morality and faith into a single code that governed conduct both spiritual and social. Language and oral expression formed the intellectual backbone of Bedouin culture. In the absence of written records, memory served as archive and poetry as both art and documentation. Poets composed intricate verses celebrating bravery, lamenting loss, or extolling hospitality, using metre and rhyme as mnemonic devices. These compositions were performed at tribal gatherings and markets, where skilled reciters could secure fame equal to that of warriors. The mastery of eloquence became a measure of intelligence and social prestige. The Arabic language, already developing regional dialects across the peninsula, achieved through Bedouin speech a refinement and flexibility that later scholars would regard as classical purity. Idioms born from desert life, metaphors of sand, wind, and stars, became the foundation of Arabic literature. The transmission of poetry across generations ensured the continuity of history, ethics, and aesthetic sensibility long before written Arabic emerged as a literary medium. Through this oral tradition, the Bedouin preserved the collective consciousness of Arabia, encoding values that would later find expression in the Quranic revelation. The relationship between nomadic tribes and settled communities remained symbiotic despite periodic conflict. Cities such as Yathrib, Taif, and Mecca depended on surrounding tribes for protection and caravan transport, while the Bedouin relied on urban markets for grain, metal, and manufactured goods. Marriages between tribal leaders and urban families strengthened alliances and facilitated exchange. The balance of power fluctuated according to economic conditions and leadership, but neither side could exist in isolation. The adaptability of tribal society allowed it to integrate with larger political structures without losing autonomy. When empires extended their reach into the Arabian frontiers, they often preferred to negotiate with tribal leaders rather than impose direct rule, recognizing the futility of governing a population accustomed to mobility and independence. This arrangement preserved tribal institutions even under external influence, ensuring their survival into later historical periods. Education among the Bedouin took informal forms rooted in apprenticeship and oral instruction. Children learned by observation, herding animals, identifying plants, and navigating by stars. Skills in combat, horsemanship, and poetry were acquired through participation rather than schooling. Moral education emphasized respect for elders, adherence to oath, and courage in adversity. Women played significant roles within this system, managing households during migrations, raising animals, and preserving oral heritage through song and storytelling. Their compositions of elegy and praise reflected both personal emotion and communal values, contributing to the richness of early Arabic literature. The division of labour within the tribe balanced gender roles according to necessity rather than rigid hierarchy, ensuring collective efficiency in the harsh environment. Political alliances among tribes evolved through mechanisms of protection, marriage, and mutual aid. Larger confederations formed in response to external threats or economic opportunity, creating networks that could mobilize hundreds of warriors under a single cause. Yet these alliances remained fluid, dissolving and reforming as circumstances changed. Loyalty to kin outweighed allegiance to abstract authority, producing a political culture centered on negotiation and personal relationships. This flexibility proved advantageous in times of crisis, allowing quick adaptation to shifting power dynamics. When foreign powers such as the Byzantines or Persians sought allies in Arabia, they encountered societies capable of complex diplomacy, conducted through customary law and eloquent oratory rather than written treaties. The Bedouin understood that survival required balance between independence and cooperation, a principle that would later shape the early Islamic community's approach to governance. Economically, contact with external markets introduced gradual changes. The growth of caravan trade brought wealth to certain tribes, enabling investment in camels and expansion of grazing territories. Some communities began to settle seasonally near oases, developing hybrid lifestyles that combined herding with agriculture. The production of leather, wool, and animal products supplied urban industries, while Bedouin horses and camels became prized exports for neighbouring regions. Wealth accumulation, however, did not erase the egalitarian ethos rooted in shared hardship. Generosity remained the ultimate measure of status, ensuring redistribution through social obligation rather than formal taxation. This moral economy sustained cohesion even as inequality increased, preserving the sense of communal identity that defined Bedouin life. Cultural contact across the peninsula intensified as trade expanded. Northern tribes interacted with the Nabateans and later with Roman provinces. Eastern groups engaged in commerce through the Gulf with Persian and Indian merchants. Southern tribes maintained links with Yemen and the Red Sea. These interactions introduced foreign goods, ideas and technologies, yet the core of Bedouin culture remained intact. Adaptation rather than assimilation characterized their response to change. Imported weapons, textiles, or coins were integrated into existing systems of value, interpreted through the lens of tribal custom. The continuity of oral law and shared language provided stability amid transformation. By the late pre-Islamic period, the Bedouin world had become both traditional and cosmopolitan, a network of tribes connected through trade, kinship, and poetry, yet still bound to the elemental cycles of desert life. The Bedouin concept of time differed fundamentally from that of agricultural or urban societies. Seasons, not calendars, structured existence. The year divided according to migration routes, rainfall, and animal breeding cycles. Memory extended backward through genealogies rather than written chronologies. Events gained significance through their moral implications rather than their precise dates. This temporal sensibility fostered patience and endurance, virtues essential in a land where prosperity could vanish with a drought. It also cultivated an awareness of impermanence that shaped Bedouin philosophy and aesthetics. The beauty of a flower blooming briefly after rain, or the fleeting shade of a cloud over the dunes became symbols of life's transience, not as poetic abstractions, but as direct experiences woven into daily existence. As centuries passed, the tribal ethos developed into a coherent moral system that transcended individual tribes. Shared language, customs, and values created a sense of collective identity that later generations would call Arab. This identity, forged in the crucible of desert life, rested on principles of honour, generosity, courage, and eloquence, qualities admired equally by allies and adversaries. The Bedouins' independence from imperial control preserved cultural authenticity, while their participation in trade and diplomacy ensured continuous interaction with surrounding civilizations. They stood at the intersection of isolation and connection, embodying both the continuity of ancient traditions and the potential for future transformation. The patterns of social organization, economic adaptation, and moral philosophy developed within their tents would eventually form the living framework upon which the civilizations of later Arabia would build, linking the deep past of the peninsula to the dawn of the Islamic age that approached unseen beyond the horizon. In the centuries that followed the flourishing of the northern and southern kingdoms, the Arabian Peninsula entered an age defined less by monumental empire and more by the rising prominence of one city that would eventually stand at the spiritual and commercial heart of Arabia. Mecca, situated within a narrow valley surrounded by rugged hills and barren terrain, seemed at first glance an improbable centre of wealth and influence. Its environment lacked rivers, fertile fields, or defensive fortifications. Yet its very position within the web of desert routes transformed it into a place of convergence. The city's significance rested upon three interwoven foundations: its control of trade networks, its role as a neutral sanctuary where tribes could gather in peace, and its custodianship of the Kaaba, a sanctuary that embodied the sacred memory of the peninsula's ancient faiths. Through these elements, Mecca and its leading tribe, the Quraysh, forged a system of order and prosperity that connected the scattered tribes of Arabia into a shared framework of ritual, commerce, and social exchange. The origins of Mecca reached deep into the pre-Islamic past, when the region served as a meeting point for migrating tribes seeking refuge near the wells that would sustain their animals. Over generations, control of these water sources passed through alliances and rivalries until the Quraysh, a confederation of clans tracing their lineage to Fihr ibn Malik, consolidated authority over the settlement. Their rise occurred not through conquest, but through the cultivation of neutrality and diplomacy. Situated at a crossroads linking Yemen and the Levant, Mecca became the essential midpoint of the caravan routes that carried frankincense, leather and textiles northward, while returning with grain, weapons and luxury goods from Syria and Iraq. The Quraysh understood that the security of this trade required trust, and trust demanded both political skill and sacred sanction. By serving as guardians of the Kaaba, they positioned themselves not merely as merchants, but as custodians of the divine peace that protected all who entered the valley. The Kaaba itself stood at the heart of Meccan life, long before the rise of Islam. Tradition held that it was a house of ancient sanctity, its foundations laid by patriarchs of forgotten times, rebuilt and maintained by successive tribes, who revered it as a link between earth and heaven. The rectangular structure, draped in cloth and containing within it the black stone, functioned as both shrine and symbol of unity. Around it stood smaller idols and sanctuaries dedicated to deities worshipped across Arabia, Hubal, Al-Uzza, Manat and others, each representing local traditions woven into a larger religious mosaic. The sanctuary surrounding the Kaaba, known as the Harem, operated under a code of inviolability. No blood could be shed within its boundaries, no weapon raised, no animal hunted. This sacred law, respected by tribes from distant regions, made Mecca a rare zone of peace in a land often shaped by conflict. Pilgrims came not only to worship but to negotiate, trade and recite poetry, turning religious festivals into great assemblies of commerce and culture. The unity of worship thus sustained the unity of market, creating an equilibrium that bound the city's spiritual and economic life into a single system. The Quraysh skillfully managed the dual identity of Mecca as both holy sanctuary and mercantile hub. Each year, when the caravans assembled for their northern journeys, they did so under the auspices of ritual protection, ensuring that goods and travellers moved unmolested through tribal territories. The Quraysh negotiated agreements with neighbouring tribes guaranteeing safe passage, offering payments or shares of profit in return. This diplomacy required a delicate balance of strength and conciliation, for the city's prosperity depended on maintaining good relations with both settled and nomadic peoples. Through generations, the Quraysh developed a reputation for fairness and reliability that enhanced their influence far beyond their numbers. Their caravans, described in later accounts, reached as far as Gaza, Busra, and even the fringes of Mesopotamia, returning with silks, weapons, wine, and grain that sustained Mecca's population and elevated its status. The rhythm of these expeditions, northward in the summer and southward in the winter, structured the city's calendar and linked it to the wider world. Economic organisation in Mecca reflected the sophistication of Arabian trade practices long before the emergence of formal empires in the region. Wealth circulated through partnerships based on mutual trust and reputation, rather than codified law. Merchants pooled capital to fund caravans, sharing both risk and reward. Contracts were sealed by verbal agreement and oath, the word of an honourable man serving as guarantee. The distribution of profit sustained an urban class whose fortunes depended on negotiation and communication rather than manual labour. Beneath them, artisans, porters and slaves maintained the material functions of the city, while women from merchant families participated actively in trade, managing property and conducting business in their own right. The freedom and economic agency enjoyed by certain Meccan women would later be remembered in the accounts of Khadija bint Khuwaylid, a prominent trader whose life exemplified the independence made possible by Mecca's commercial system. Social hierarchy existed, yet wealth and prestige were fluid, earned through ability and character as much as lineage. Religion in Mecca during this period displayed both diversity and continuity. The Kaaba housed the idols of many tribes, symbolizing the inclusiveness that ensured the city's neutrality. Rituals of circumambulation, sacrifice, and pilgrimage bound these diverse worshippers into shared ceremonies that transcended local divisions. Offerings of animals and incense filled the air during festival seasons, accompanied by recitations of poetry praising both gods and patrons. The lunar calendar regulated these events, aligning religious observances with commercial fairs held at nearby locations such as Ukaz, Majana, and Dul Majaz. These gatherings combined the functions of market, court, and academy. Poets competed for acclaim, judges settled disputes, and merchants exchanged goods from distant lands. Through such assemblies, a common Arabic language and set of cultural values spread across the peninsula, uniting its tribes in ways that neither conquest nor empire had achieved. Mecca's role in fostering this cohesion cannot be overstated. It provided the stage upon which a collective identity was rehearsed long before it found political expression. The social fabric of Mecca reflected the complexity of its economic and religious life. The Quraysh themselves were divided into clans, Banu Hashim, Banu Umayyah, Banu Makhzum and others, each responsible for specific duties related to the management of pilgrimage and trade. Some oversaw the supply of water to pilgrims, others the maintenance of the Kaaba or the collection of tolls. This division of labour maintained equilibrium among the city's elite families while reinforcing their collective authority. Disputes were resolved through council deliberation, guided by senior elders whose prestige derived from wisdom and generosity. Beneath the aristocracy, freedmen, artisans, and dependents formed the working strata that sustained daily life. Slavery existed, as in all ancient societies, yet manumission was common, often performed as an act of piety or gratitude. The fluidity of social mobility, combined with the constant influx of travellers and traders, produced a cosmopolitan environment unusual in the heart of Arabia. Cultural life in Mecca revolved around language and performance. The markets and festivals provided platforms for the oral arts that defined pre-Islamic Arabian identity. Poets such as Imru al-Qais, Zuhair, and Labid were celebrated figures whose verses preserved the values of courage, generosity, and fidelity. Their compositions circulated across the peninsula, memorized and transmitted as moral exemplars. Eloquence was revered as divine gift, and the ability to persuade through speech conferred power equal to that of the sword. The Quraysh, masters of negotiation, cultivated this art to maintain their leadership. Public oratory served as the medium of diplomacy, and disputes among clans or tribes were often settled through the rhetorical skill of mediators rather than violence. The prominence of language in Meccan society laid the foundation for the literary and religious transformation that would later emerge from its valleys. For in a culture that prized the spoken word above all else, revelation expressed through speech would command unmatched authority. Economically, Mecca's prosperity was not limited to trade in luxury goods. The city functioned as a redistribution centre for commodities essential to desert life. Grain imported from Yemen and Syria was sold to nomadic tribes in exchange for hides, livestock, and aromatic resins. The circulation of currency, including foreign coins from Byzantium and Persia, attest to the city's integration into international markets. Money changers and brokers operated in its bazaars, while caravansaries accommodated travellers from distant regions. The absence of agriculture necessitated dependence on trade, but this dependence fostered ingenuity in finance and diplomacy. Meccan merchants maintained correspondence with partners across Arabia, using couriers and coded messages to coordinate ventures. The reputation of honesty, known as amana, became the cornerstone of commercial credibility. To be trusted was to be wealthy, for no contract could succeed without mutual confidence. This ethos of integrity and accountability gave Mecca a stability rare in a landscape defined by shifting alliances. Despite its prosperity, Mecca's society remained conscious of vulnerability. The scarcity of natural resources and the constant need to import food created anxiety that manifested in elaborate systems of social obligation. Wealthy citizens were expected to support the poor through charity, ransoming of captives and sponsorship of communal feasts. Acts of generosity were celebrated as demonstrations of nobility and piety. The concept of karam, generosity without expectation of return, mirrored the desert's ancient code of hospitality. Yet the accumulation of wealth also produced tension between clans as competition for prestige and control of trade intensified. These rivalries occasionally erupted into open conflict, but the sanctity of the haram imposed limits on violence. Even amid disputes, the Kaaba remained untouchable, its peace serving as a constant reminder of the higher order that bound the city together. The broader Arabian context during this period was marked by increasing interaction with external powers. To the north, Byzantine influence extended through client states such as the Ghassanids. To the northeast, the Persian Empire supported its Arab allies, the Lakhmids. These frontier kingdoms acted as intermediaries between the great empires and the desert tribes, transmitting goods, ideas, and occasionally warfare. Mecca's location deep within the peninsula insulated it from direct imperial control, while allowing it to profit from the exchange between these spheres. The city's merchants supplied goods to both Byzantine and Persian markets, maintaining neutrality that mirrored its religious impartiality. This independence preserved Mecca's internal balance, enabling it to thrive as an autonomous republic of commerce amid the rivalries of empires. The experience of navigating between competing powers would later equip its people with diplomatic skill crucial to the expansion of Islam beyond Arabia. Religious belief during this era reflected both continuity with older traditions and exposure to foreign influences. While the majority of Meccans followed polytheistic practices centered on the Kaaba, elements of monotheistic belief had begun to spread through contact with Jewish and Christian communities in the region. Merchants travelling to Syria and Yemen encountered synagogues, churches, and theological debates that introduced new conceptions of divine unity and moral law. Within Mecca itself, a small group known as the Hanifs rejected idolatry and sought a purer form of faith based on the worship of a single god. Their presence signalled an undercurrent of spiritual restlessness that would later find fulfillment in revelation. Yet for the majority, religion remained a practical expression of gratitude and fear, intertwined with commerce and custom. Sacrifices were offered for safe journeys, oaths sworn before idols to seal agreements, and vows fulfilled through acts of charity. The divine permeated every transaction, ensuring that economy and spirituality remained inseparable. The pilgrimage to Mecca represented the culmination of these intertwined dimensions of faith, trade, and social cohesion. Each year during the sacred months, tribes from across the peninsula converged upon the valley. They approached in peace, laying aside weapons and disputes. The rituals performed, circumambulation of the Kaaba, drinking from the Zamzam well, and sacrifices at nearby sites, reinforced shared memory and collective belonging. For many, the journey served not only as a religious obligation, but as an opportunity for renewal, a reaffirmation of identity within a wider community. The experience of unity amid diversity, of temporary peace amid endemic conflict, left a profound imprint on Arabian consciousness. It demonstrated that beneath the divisions of tribe and region lay a potential for collective harmony rooted in common ancestry and faith. The structure of pilgrimage, with its rhythms of movement, gathering and dispersal, mirrored the patterns of desert life while elevating them to a sacred plane. The centuries preceding the emergence of Islam thus witnessed the maturation of Arabian society around Mecca's axis. The city stood at the intersection of past and future, inheritor of ancient trade routes and sanctuaries, yet incubator of new forms of social organization and religious thought. Its people, shaped by the discipline of commerce and the ethics of desert hospitality, had learned to navigate the complexities of alliance, negotiation, and faith. The Quraysh, balancing piety with pragmatism, presided over a microcosm of the wider Arabian world, a mosaic of tribes, languages, and beliefs held together by shared institutions and mutual interests. Their management of pilgrimage and trade demonstrated that order could emerge from consensus rather than coercion, an achievement of social engineering as remarkable as any empire's conquest. In this balance of sacred and secular lay the groundwork for transformation, for the same caravans that carried goods to distant markets would soon carry a message destined to reshape the spiritual map of humanity, emerging from the same valley where generations had gathered to honour their gods and to preserve the fragile peace that made life possible amid the deserts of Arabia. Out of the silence of Arabia's deserts and the measured rhythm of Mecca's caravans, an event emerged that would redefine not only the peninsula but the world beyond it. The revelation of Islam began not as the proclamation of an empire, but as a solitary experience in a mountain cave, a moment of encounter that transformed the moral and spiritual landscape of humanity. To understand its origins, one must see how centuries of Arabian evolution, tribal independence, commercial sophistication, and the search for moral order prepared the ground for a message that united these elements into a coherent vision of divine unity and human responsibility. The environment that produced the Prophet Muhammad was not isolated. It was a world in transition, connected to empires and ideas yet rooted in traditions older than either. Through him, the fragmented tribes of Arabia would be drawn into a shared community of faith, law, and purpose, whose influence would extend far beyond the confines of Mecca's narrow valley. Muhammad ibn Abdullah was born around the year 570 in Mecca, into the Hashemite clan of the Quraysh. His lineage linked him to the guardians of the Kaaba and to generations of traders who had traversed the routes connecting Arabia to the wider world. Orphaned at an early age, he experienced both the fragility and resilience of human dependence, raised first by his grandfather, Abd al-Muttalib, and then by his uncle Abu Talib. From childhood, he was immersed in the life of the caravan, learning the geography of the peninsula, the customs of negotiation, and the discipline of leadership. His reputation for honesty and reliability earned him the title Al-Amin, the trustworthy, a quality that would later become central to his role as messenger. In youth, he travelled north with merchant caravans, encountering the cosmopolitan cultures of Syria and the Levant, observing the religions and moral codes of Jews, Christians, and various sects that inhabited the imperial frontiers. These experiences broadened his understanding of the world, while deepening his contemplation of its contradictions: wealth amid poverty, piety alongside injustice, and the multiplicity of gods worshipped under the same sky. The society of Mecca in Muhammad's early life embodied both prosperity and tension. The success of trade had produced wealth concentrated in a few clans, while many of the city's inhabitants lived in debt or servitude. Tribal solidarity remained strong, yet the demands of commerce had begun to erode the older ideals of equality and generosity. Orphans, widows, and slaves often suffered neglect in a system that valued profit over compassion. Religious life, too, had become fragmented. The sanctuary of the Kaaba housed idols representing diverse tribes, but the moral force of belief seemed diluted by ritual formalism and material ambition. In this setting, a small number of individuals sought deeper spiritual meaning, turning away from idolatry and reflecting on the unity of creation. Among them, Muhammad found solace in solitude and meditation, withdrawing from the noise of the markets to the quiet of the mountains surrounding Mecca. His chosen retreat was the cave of Hira, a small hollow overlooking the valley where he spent nights in contemplation, fasting, and prayer, according to a tradition known among the Hanifs, those who maintained faith in one God without belonging to established religious communities. It was during one such retreat, in the month of Ramadan, when the first revelation occurred. The event, as later preserved through tradition, was sudden and overwhelming. A presence, identified as the angel Gabriel, commanded him to recite. Trembling and uncertain, Muhammad responded that he could not, yet the command repeated, and the words flowed. Recite in the name of your Lord who created man from a clinging substance. Recite, for your Lord is most generous, who taught by the pen, taught man what he did not know. These verses, later recorded as part of the Quran, marked the beginning of revelation and the birth of Islam as a message of divine communication. The experience left him shaken, uncertain of its meaning, until reassurance came through his wife, Khadijah, whose faith and wisdom anchored him during those first days of fear and doubt. She sought counsel from her relative Waraka ibn Nawfal, a learned man familiar with previous scriptures, who confirmed that the revelation resembled those received by prophets before him. Encouraged, Muhammad continued to receive messages over the following years, each reinforcing the central truth of monotheism and the moral accountability of humanity before its creator. The content of these early revelations focused on the unity of God, the moral duty of humans, and the inevitability of judgment. They condemned idolatry, injustice, and the neglect of the poor, calling instead for compassion, honesty, and faith. The tone was urgent, lyrical, and deeply moral, resonating with those who felt disillusioned by the moral decay of their society. At first, the message spread quietly among family and close companions. Khadijah was the first to believe, followed by his cousin Ali ibn Abi Talib, his friend Abu Bakr, and his servant Zayd ibn Haritha. Together they formed the nucleus of the earliest Muslim community, gathering in secret to pray and reflect upon the words revealed. Their practice emphasized purity of intention, charity and equality before God, principles that contrasted sharply with the hierarchies of Meccan society. As the number of followers grew, the new faith began to attract attention and opposition, for its insistence on one God undermined the authority of the Quraysh, whose prestige depended on maintaining the polytheistic pilgrimage that sustained Mecca's economy. Opposition intensified as Muhammad's public preaching challenged the city's established order. His message declared that wealth should be shared, that the strong bore responsibility for the weak, and that all men would be judged not by lineage but by righteousness. Such ideas threatened the foundations of tribal privilege and commercial profit. The Quraysh leaders mocked him as a poet or magician, attempting to discredit his words as mere eloquence. Yet his recitations differed from any known poetry, their rhythm and structure defying imitation. The Quran's language, at once simple and transcendent, captivated listeners, even those who rejected its message. Attempts to suppress his followers through ridicule, social ostracism, and persecution followed. Slaves who embraced the new faith were tortured by their masters, and families divided as sons opposed fathers in matters of belief. Despite suffering, the early Muslims persevered, sustained by the conviction that their struggle was part of a divine plan unfolding beyond human understanding. When hostility in Mecca reached unbearable levels, a small group of believers sought refuge in the Christian kingdom of Aksum across the Red Sea. The king, known as the Negus, received them with kindness, listening to their recitation of Quranic verses about Mary and Jesus, and granted them protection. This episode demonstrated the universal dimension of the new faith, which acknowledged the prophets and scriptures of the earlier traditions while asserting their fulfillment in the message now revealed. The emigration, or hijra, to Abyssinia served as both a test and a lesson in tolerance, foreshadowing the larger migration that would soon define Islamic history. Back in Mecca, Muhammad continued his mission with patience and restraint, calling his people to faith through persuasion rather than force. For over a decade, he endured ridicule and hardship, yet his moral character and consistency earned him respect even among adversaries. His recitations expanded in scope, addressing not only ethical conduct but also cosmology, history, and the signs of God in nature, weaving a comprehensive worldview that united faith, reason, and moral responsibility. The turning point came when persecution escalated to violence and economic boycott. The Quraysh imposed sanctions against the Hashemite clan, isolating Muhammad and his supporters in a valley on the outskirts of Mecca. For 3 years they endured hunger and deprivation, sustained only by faith and mutual aid. The siege eventually lifted through the intercession of sympathetic Meccans, but the ordeal left deep scars. Soon after, 2 of Muhammad's closest supporters, his wife Khadija and his uncle Abu Talib, passed away within the same year, an event known as the Year of Sorrow. Bereft of protection and companionship, he sought new horizons for his message, travelling to the nearby city of Taif to seek allies among its leaders. There he was met with rejection and abuse, yet his response remained one of forgiveness and perseverance. His journey symbolized both the isolation of the Prophet and his unwavering commitment to convey the divine word regardless of personal suffering. It was during this period of hardship that an extraordinary event, the night journey, occurred according to Islamic tradition. One night, Muhammad was transported from the sacred mosque in Mecca to the farthest sanctuary, later identified with Jerusalem, and from there ascended through the heavens, encountering prophets and witnessing the signs of divine reality. This experience, known as Isra and Mi'raj, reinforced his spiritual authority and offered consolation in a time of despair. It also established the connection between the sanctities of Mecca and Jerusalem, linking the Arabian revelation to the broader Abrahamic heritage. The vision affirmed the continuity of prophecy and the unity of divine message across ages and nations, situating Islam within the lineage of earlier faiths while marking its renewal. As the message continued to face resistance in Mecca, a new opportunity arose from the north. During the annual pilgrimage, Muhammad met delegations from Yathrib, a city of mixed Arab and Jewish population torn by tribal conflict. Impressed by his reputation for fairness, they invited him to mediate their disputes and lead them in establishing peace. In return, they pledged allegiance to him as prophet and leader, promising to protect him and his followers. This agreement laid the foundation for migration to Yathrib, later known as Medina, and for the establishment of the first Islamic community organized under divine law. The decision to emigrate was both practical and symbolic. It marked a shift from persecution to institution, from private faith to public governance. The event of the Hijra, dated to 622, became the starting point of the Islamic calendar, signifying the transformation of Islam from a message confined to Mecca into a movement destined to reshape Arabia. Before leaving his birthplace, Muhammad ensured that those unable to travel were cared for and that property entrusted to him was returned to its owners, a gesture reflecting his integrity even toward those who opposed him. On the night of his departure, he and his companion Abu Bakr evaded pursuit by hiding in a cave south of Mecca, where, according to tradition, divine protection concealed them from their pursuers. After days of travel through desert paths, they reached Medina, where the new community awaited them with joy and reverence. There, for the first time, the principles revealed in Mecca found concrete expression in social and political order. The constitution drafted upon his arrival established rights and responsibilities among Muslims, Jews, and allied tribes, recognizing their coexistence under a common framework of justice. This document, remarkable for its inclusivity, declared that all members of the community, regardless of tribe or religion, were part of one nation bound by mutual defense and respect. It embodied the transformation of tribal solidarity into a broader moral unity grounded in faith. The years in Medina would witness the consolidation of the Islamic message, but even in these early stages the contours of the new civilization were already visible. The Quranic revelation, continuing throughout Muhammad's life, provided guidance for every aspect of human existence: worship, law, commerce, and personal conduct. Its language combined spiritual depth with practical instruction, bridging the gap between contemplation and action. The recitation of its verses in prayer and daily life wove a shared rhythm that unified the community across differences of background and status. The emphasis on learning, charity, and justice reflected both continuity with Arabian values and the introduction of universal principles transcending tribal boundaries. The simplicity of worship, directed toward one God without intermediaries, appealed to the moral intuition of people accustomed to the vast pantheon of idols. The new faith offered dignity to the poor, equality to the marginalized, and purpose to those disillusioned by materialism. Through these beginnings, Islam emerged not as a sudden rupture, but as the culmination of Arabia's long spiritual evolution. The revelation to Muhammad drew upon the desert's traditions of reflection, the Bedouins' moral code, and Mecca's culture of trust and communication. It spoke in the language of its people, yet addressed all humanity, calling for recognition of a single creator and justice among his creation. The Prophet's life during this formative period embodied the principles he preached: patience in adversity, forgiveness of enemies, humility in leadership. His example transformed personal faith into collective transformation, uniting belief and action in a seamless whole. The movement that began in secrecy among a handful of followers would soon expand to encompass tribes, cities, and nations, carried not by force but by conviction and example. From the quiet of revelation in a cave to the foundation of a new society in Medina, the birth of Islam represented the turning of an age, when the scattered voices of Arabia found coherence in a single message that would resonate through centuries, guiding humanity toward understanding of its origin, duty, and destiny. The formation of the early Muslim community in Medina marked a decisive transformation in the life of Arabia, as faith began to shape not only personal devotion, but the structure of society itself. What began as a spiritual movement in Mecca, sustained by endurance amid persecution, evolved in Medina into a functioning polity where the principles of revelation guided governance, law, and communal relations. Yet this transformation was not free of struggle. The early years after migration were marked by poverty, political tension, and warfare that tested the unity and resolve of the new believers. The city of Medina, though fertile compared with Mecca's barren valleys, was a mosaic of clans and rivalries that required delicate balance. Its inhabitants, divided between two major Arab tribes, Aws and Khazraj, and several Jewish tribes with their own alliances, had endured generations of conflict before inviting Muhammad to serve as mediator. The task of uniting them under a common vision demanded both moral authority and political wisdom, for the fragile peace could easily unravel under the pressures of economic hardship and external hostility. Upon his arrival, Muhammad's first act was to establish bonds of brotherhood between the emigrants from Mecca, known as the Muhajirun, and the native believers of Medina, the Ansar. This alliance was more than symbolic. It provided social security in a community where many of the newcomers had left behind families, wealth, and property. The principle of mutual support redefined kinship, extending the bonds of tribe into the realm of faith. The mosque he built at the centre of Medina served not only as a place of worship, but as a meeting hall, court, and school. Constructed of palm trunks and clay, it embodied simplicity and accessibility, reflecting the egalitarian spirit of the message it housed. The call to prayer echoed across the settlement, marking time and identity, transforming the landscape through sound rather than monument. This communal rhythm anchored the believers amid uncertainty, offering them a sense of belonging that transcended tribal divisions. The economic challenges facing the new community were severe. The emigrants had abandoned their livelihoods, while Medina's agricultural resources were limited. Cooperative labour became essential for survival. The Prophet encouraged cultivation of neglected lands and the establishment of partnerships based on fairness rather than exploitation. Market regulation ensured that trade remained honest and free of manipulation, prohibiting monopolies and fraudulent practices common in Mecca. Charity was institutionalized through almsgiving, transforming generosity from personal virtue into social obligation. The poor, the orphaned, and the enslaved were no longer dependent on occasional kindness, but recognized as rightful recipients of communal support. This reorganization of economic relations created a moral economy that balanced individual enterprise with collective welfare. The system developed organically, guided by revelation addressing practical situations as they arose, integrating faith and governance into a single framework responsive to human need. Relations with the Jewish tribes of Medina required careful diplomacy. The city's constitution, drafted shortly after the Prophet's arrival, recognized them as allies entitled to religious freedom and participation in collective defense. Each group retained its faith and property while agreeing to uphold justice and mutual protection. This inclusivity reflected Islam's self-understanding as a continuation of earlier monotheistic traditions rather than a rejection of them. For a time, cooperation prevailed, particularly in matters of security, for the surrounding tribes viewed the new community with suspicion. Yet tensions eventually emerged as political interests diverged, and certain groups sought to undermine the fragile unity. Disputes over trade, alliances, and interpretation of treaties led to conflicts that tested the moral and legal foundations of the nascent state. Throughout these trials, the Prophet emphasized restraint, negotiation, and adherence to principle, seeking to resolve discord through arbitration before resorting to force. His approach demonstrated a consistent preference for persuasion over coercion, even when facing betrayal or aggression. The external threat from Mecca soon became the defining challenge of the early Muslim community. The Quraysh, alarmed by Muhammad's growing influence, feared that the new order in Medina would disrupt the trade networks upon which their prosperity depended. They sought to suppress it through economic pressure and military force. Caravans travelling near Medina became targets of both sides, turning commerce into a theatre of conflict. The first major encounter occurred at Badr in 624, when a small Muslim force intercepted a Quraysh caravan. The confrontation escalated into battle, though the Muslims were vastly outnumbered. Against expectations, they achieved a decisive victory, attributed not to military superiority but to discipline, morale, and faith. The event carried immense psychological significance. It demonstrated that the community, though small, possessed divine favour and could defend itself against formidable opponents. The victory at Badr strengthened internal cohesion and attracted new converts, while Mecca's leadership resolved to avenge the defeat, setting the stage for prolonged warfare. The following year brought the Battle of Uhud, fought on the slopes outside Medina. This time, the Quraysh army advanced with determination to destroy the new movement. The Muslims, initially successful, faltered when some archers abandoned their post to collect spoils, exposing their flank to counterattack. The reversal inflicted heavy losses, and the Prophet himself was wounded. Though the battle ended without decisive victory for either side, the moral lesson resonated deeply. Discipline and obedience were as vital as courage. Revelation following the battle emphasized patience and self-examination, framing defeat as test rather than failure. It reminded the believers that faith demanded perseverance even amid suffering, reinforcing spiritual resilience that would sustain them through future trials. The aftermath of Uhud also exposed the fragility of alliances within Medina, as some groups wavered in loyalty under pressure. The need for vigilance and unity became paramount in a community surrounded by hostile forces. The struggle reached its climax during the siege known as the Battle of the Trench in 627. Anticipating an attack from a coalition of Quraysh and allied tribes, the Prophet adopted an innovative defensive strategy proposed by a Persian companion, Salman al-Farisi. the excavation of a deep trench around the vulnerable approaches to the city. The tactic, unfamiliar to Arabian warfare, effectively neutralized the superior cavalry of the attackers. For weeks, the city endured siege and hardship, its inhabitants maintaining faith under constant threat. Harsh winds and internal discord eventually compelled the Confederates to withdraw, marking a strategic victory for Medina. The event shifted the balance of power. The Quraysh realized that military conquest of the Muslims was no longer feasible. The survival of the community against overwhelming odds confirmed its legitimacy in the eyes of many Arabs, transforming Islam from a regional movement into a recognized political force. In the aftermath, internal consolidation resumed. The Prophet sought to restore stability by addressing breaches of loyalty among groups within Medina who had collaborated with the enemy. Though punitive measures were taken, they followed established legal procedures rather than arbitrary vengeance, emphasizing justice as the foundation of governance. The community, now secure from external destruction, began to expand diplomatically. Tribes across Arabia sent envoys to establish alliances, drawn by the growing prestige of the Muslims. The shift from defensive survival to proactive engagement reflected both strategic foresight and moral authority. Yet Muhammad's vision remained centered on peace rather than conquest. The Quranic revelation during this period emphasized reconciliation, forgiveness, and the fulfillment of covenants, guiding the community toward coexistence even with former adversaries. This principle found expression in the Treaty of Hudaybiyah, concluded in 628 after the Prophet led an unarmed pilgrimage toward Mecca. The Quraysh, fearing provocation, barred entry, leading to negotiations that produced a 10-year truce, though the terms appeared unfavourable to the Muslims, requiring them to defer pilgrimage and return any Meccan fugitives. The agreement represented a diplomatic triumph. It acknowledged the Muslims as a legitimate power and established conditions for peaceful interaction. The moral restraint shown by Muhammad during the negotiations impressed observers across Arabia, demonstrating that patience could achieve what warfare could not. The period of peace that followed allowed the message of Islam to spread rapidly, as travellers and merchants encountered the community's ethical conduct firsthand. Conversion became a process of persuasion rather than coercion, as the Quran's appeal to reason and justice resonated with the values of Arabian society long attuned to the sanctity of oath and honour. Economic and social stability deepened during these years. The community developed administrative systems for taxation, distribution of charity, and arbitration of disputes. Markets flourished under the protection of fair trade regulations that forbade exploitation and usury. Education expanded through the memorization of Quranic verses and instruction in reading and writing, skills once confined to a narrow elite. The mosque continued to serve as the heart of civic life, its open courtyard accommodating deliberations on governance, foreign affairs, and welfare. Women participated actively in public life, contributing to charity, education, and the transmission of knowledge. The sense of collective purpose that bound the community transcended previous distinctions of tribe and class, transforming social hierarchy into moral equality. The solidarity forged through hardship matured into institutional strength, capable of withstanding future challenges. The truce with Mecca eventually collapsed when one of its allied tribes violated the agreement by attacking a Muslim confederate. This breach prompted the Prophet to march toward Mecca with a large, disciplined force in 630. The city that had once expelled him now faced its former exile not as a conqueror but as a reconciler. Upon entering Mecca, Muhammad declared a general amnesty, sparing his former enemies and restoring sanctity to the Kaaba by removing its idols. The act symbolized not only the triumph of monotheism but the fulfillment of reconciliation. The city submitted peacefully, and its people embraced Islam, recognizing in their former adversary a leader of justice and mercy. Mecca's integration into the Islamic community transformed Arabia's political landscape, uniting its most powerful tribes under a single creed and law. The Kaaba, once a shrine to many gods, now became the focal point of a faith affirming the oneness of God and the equality of humankind. Yet even after Mecca's submission, the struggle for survival continued in new forms. Tribal resistance persisted in the outskirts of Arabia, where alliances were unstable and loyalties shifting. Military expeditions followed to secure the peninsula and ensure the safety of pilgrims and caravans. The Prophet approached these campaigns with pragmatism, emphasizing negotiation and conversion over destruction. Envoys carried letters to regional rulers, Byzantine, Persian and Abyssinian, inviting them to recognize the message of Islam. Some responded with curiosity, others with indifference, but the correspondence itself marked the expansion of Islam's moral and diplomatic reach. Within a few years, most of Arabia acknowledged the Prophet's authority, either through allegiance or alliance. The unification of the peninsula under a single religious and political order accomplished what centuries of warfare had failed to achieve: peace rooted in shared belief rather than fragile treaties. The spiritual core of the community remained centered on faith and worship. The practices revealed in Mecca, prayer, fasting, charity, and pilgrimage, became pillars of communal life. Each act carried social as well as spiritual significance, reinforcing discipline, empathy, and collective responsibility. The month of Ramadan, with its fasting from dawn to sunset, cultivated self-restraint and awareness of others' needs. The pilgrimage to Mecca, now purified of idolatry, renewed the bonds of unity across tribes and regions. These rituals, simple yet profound, sustained cohesion through shared experience. The emphasis on sincerity rather than form distinguished the new religion from the ritualism it had replaced. Every believer, regardless of status, participated equally in worship, creating a sense of brotherhood that transcended material distinctions. The moral transformation that accompanied these practices turned faith into a living force shaping daily life, guiding conduct in trade, family and governance alike. As the Prophet's mission neared completion, the revelation continued to refine the ethical framework of the community. Verses addressed matters of inheritance, marriage, warfare, and justice, providing detailed guidance for personal and collective life. The Quran's integration of law and morality ensured that religion encompassed all aspects of existence without separating the sacred from the mundane. This holistic vision distinguished Islam from the political systems of its time, offering a model of governance grounded in moral principle rather than coercive power. The Prophet's leadership exemplified humility and service. He lived simply, sharing food with the poor and refusing privileges. His authority rested not on force but on character, inspiring loyalty through compassion and integrity. The early Muslim community, forged through hardship, embodied these values in practice, setting a precedent that would influence generations to come. The struggle for survival in Mecca and Medina thus defined the moral and institutional foundations of Islam. It transformed a persecuted minority into a united society governed by justice and faith. Through perseverance, diplomacy, and moral consistency, the early Muslims established a new order that reconciled spiritual devotion with social responsibility. Their experience demonstrated that resilience, guided by principle, could overcome division and oppression. The lessons of those formative years, trust, patience, generosity, and unity, continued to shape the consciousness of the Ummah long after the Prophet's passing. As the community looked outward toward new horizons, it carried with it the memory of its trials and the conviction that endurance in the path of truth leads not only to survival, but to renewal, ensuring that the message born in the deserts of Arabia would continue to illuminate the course of human history. The death of the Prophet Muhammad in 632 marked a moment of profound transition for the Muslim community. The loss of the messenger, whose presence had unified belief, law, and leadership, presented a challenge unlike any before. The revelation was complete, but the question of governance remained: how to preserve unity, apply divine guidance to changing realities, and defend the fragile polity that had emerged in the Arabian Peninsula. In this atmosphere of grief and uncertainty, the foundations of the Rashidun Caliphate were laid, guided by those who had been closest to the Prophet and who understood that continuity depended on both faith and reason. The word caliph, meaning successor, embodied both stewardship and humility, a reminder that leadership was not kingship but the trust to maintain what had been divinely established. The men who assumed this role, known collectively as the rightly guided caliphs, governed not through hereditary claim or coercion, but through consensus and service. Their era would become remembered as the model of just rule, combining spiritual integrity with administrative wisdom, and it would witness the astonishing expansion of Islam from the deserts of Arabia into the heartlands of two great empires. The first to assume leadership was Abu Bakr, chosen through consultation among the companions at Saqifa. His selection symbolized both pragmatism and continuity. As one of the Prophet's earlier supporters and his companion in exile, Abu Bakr commanded universal respect. His leadership, however, began amid crisis. Several tribes, interpreting the Prophet's death as the end of obligation, refused to pay the obligatory alms or sought to return to older loyalties. Some even proclaimed new prophets, invoking local authority against Medina's rule. The unity achieved during the Prophet's lifetime threatened to fragment into tribal particularism. Abu Bakr's response was decisive. He declared that faith and governance were inseparable, that the community could not survive if its moral obligations were negotiable. Mobilizing the faithful, he dispatched expeditions to reaffirm allegiance across Arabia. These campaigns, remembered as the Wars of Apostasy, were not acts of conquest, but of preservation. Through patient diplomacy and firm resolve, he restored unity within a year, re-establishing the bonds of loyalty to Medina. The success of this effort demonstrated that the new order was no longer dependent on the Prophet's personal authority, but sustained by shared conviction and law. Once stability returned, Abu Bakr turned attention outward. The Byzantine and Sasanian empires, weakened by decades of warfare against one another, controlled the lands bordering Arabia, but had little presence in its deserts. Their garrisons and governors often alienated local Arab tribes through heavy taxation and neglect. Abu Bakr recognized that expansion into these frontier zones served both defensive and moral purposes. By engaging restless tribes in a common cause, he redirected their energies from internal conflict toward a unified mission. Small, disciplined forces were organized under commanders renowned for their faith and integrity rather than lineage. Among them was Khalid ibn al-Walid, whose strategic brilliance soon became legendary. The early expeditions into Iraq and Syria, though modest in scale, achieved rapid success by combining speed, discipline, and the goodwill of populations disillusioned with imperial rule. The spread of Islam in these regions was not simply the result of military victory. It reflected a broader appeal to justice and community absent under previous administrations. The message that had unified Arabia now found receptive ground beyond its borders. Abu Bakr's reign lasted only 2 years, yet during that short time he consolidated the foundations of the caliphate and ensured smooth succession. Before his death, he nominated Umar ibn al-Khattab as his successor, a choice confirmed by consensus. Umar's leadership marked the transformation of the Muslim polity from a regional confederation into an organized empire. Known for his austerity, discipline, and administrative genius, Umar embodied the principle that authority derived from service rather than privilege. Under his guidance, the caliphate expanded with remarkable speed, encompassing territories from Egypt to Persia within a decade. Yet his greatness lay not merely in conquest, but in governance. He established institutions that regulated administration, finance, and justice, ensuring that the expanding state remained accountable to its people and faithful to its principles. The conquests under Umar followed 2 main fronts: In the west, Muslim armies advanced into Byzantine Syria and Egypt. In the east, they penetrated the Sasanian domains of Mesopotamia and Iran. The victories at Yarmouk in 636 and Al-Qadisiyah in the same year shattered the military power of both empires. Jerusalem, Alexandria, and Ctesiphon, the capitals of faiths and civilizations, came under Muslim control with surprisingly little destruction. The conduct of the conquerors astonished contemporary observers. Unlike the plundering armies typical of antiquity, the Muslim forces were instructed to respect property, honour treaties, and protect religious institutions. The Quranic injunction against compulsion in faith guided their policy toward conquered populations. Non-Muslims were allowed to retain their religion and property in exchange for a moderate tax, while Muslim soldiers received stipends from state revenues rather than unrestricted spoils. This system, known as the Diwan, organised the distribution of income and created a standing administrative framework. Umar personally supervised its compilation, ensuring that records were maintained for every soldier and dependent. This attention to equity and accountability distinguished the early caliphate from the empires it replaced. Urban administration evolved alongside military expansion. New garrison cities, Kufa and Basra in Iraq, Fustat in Egypt, were established to house troops and serve as centres of governance. These settlements, strategically located near rivers and trade routes, became laboratories of Islamic culture and administration. Their layouts reflected both practicality and communal order. Central mosques surrounded by markets, government offices, and residential quarters. The mosque served not only for prayer but as court and council chamber, embodying the unity of spiritual and civic life. Judges, known as qadis, were appointed to administer justice based on Quranic principles and precedent. Governors were required to consult local populations and were subject to recall for misconduct. Public revenue, collected through taxation of land and commerce, was distributed for defence, welfare and infrastructure. Umar's insistence on transparency and modesty extended to his own household. He accepted only a small stipend and lived in simplicity, walking the streets at night to observe the condition of his subjects. His sense of accountability became legendary, inspiring later generations to measure rulers by their humility and fairness, rather than opulence. The cultural and social effects of expansion were profound. Populations long divided by ethnicity, religion, and class now encountered a new order that promised equality before the law and moral responsibility. Arabic, the language of the Quran, gradually became the administrative medium of the new empire, linking diverse peoples through shared communication. Yet the caliphate did not impose uniformity. Local customs and languages persisted under broad tolerance, while scholars began the process of interpreting revelation in light of new realities. The integration of conquered lands brought access to ancient centres of learning, Alexandria, Jundishapur, Ctesiphon, whose libraries and scholars would later enrich Islamic civilization. The interaction between Arabian simplicity and the intellectual traditions of the Mediterranean and Persian worlds produced a synthesis that would mature in later centuries. For the moment, however, the focus remained on consolidation, justice, and moral discipline. Umar's rule ended tragically in 644 when he was assassinated by a discontented servant. His death marked the passing of an age of uncompromising austerity and opened the path to new complexities. Before his death, he appointed a council of 6 prominent companions to choose his successor, ensuring continuity through collective deliberation rather than inheritance. From their decision emerged Uthman ibn Affan, known for his generosity and devotion. Under his leadership, the caliphate continued to expand into North Africa and Central Asia, reaching dimensions unprecedented in history. Uthman's administration emphasized organization and continuity, maintaining many of Umar's policies while introducing structural reforms. Among his most enduring achievements was the standardization of the Quranic text. As Islam spread to distant lands, variations in recitation threatened confusion. Uthman commissioned a committee to compile the authoritative version based on the dialect of Quraysh, distributing copies to major cities and ordering other variants destroyed. This act preserved the unity of Scripture and ensured that future generations would recite the same revelation in its original form. The rapid growth of the empire, however, brought new challenges. Wealth from conquests flowed into Medina, altering the social balance. Regional governors wielded increasing autonomy, and tensions arose over the distribution of resources. Critics accused the administration of favoritism towards certain clans, particularly those related to the caliph's family. Political opposition, fueled by economic grievances and tribal rivalries, began to coalesce into open dissent. Uthman, though pious and generous, struggled to reconcile competing factions. The ideal of equality that had united the early believers was tested by the realities of empire. Discontent culminated in rebellion. Protesters from Egypt and Iraq marched on Medina demanding reforms. The situation spiraled beyond control, and in 656, Uthman was killed in his own home while reading the Quran. His death, the first political assassination in Islamic history, marked a profound rupture. The unity preserved through consultation now faced the spectre of civil war. Ali ibn Abi Talib, cousin and son-in-law of the Prophet, was chosen as the next caliph amid turmoil. Revered for his knowledge, piety and courage, he inherited a divided community. The murder of Uthman polarized opinion. Some demanded immediate justice against the rebels, while others urged reconciliation. Ali sought to restore stability through reason and fairness, but regional leaders, particularly in Syria under the governor Muawiyah, refused to acknowledge his authority until Uthman's killers were punished. The resulting conflict led to two major battles, at Basra and Siffin, where Muslims fought Muslims for the first time. The sorrow of these confrontations left a lasting wound in Islamic consciousness. Ali's efforts to arbitrate peace were undermined by factions who viewed compromise as weakness. Among them arose the Kharijites, a group rejecting both authority and mediation, advocating absolute purity and faith. Their extremism foreshadowed the challenges of balancing principle with pragmatism in governance. Despite internal strife, Ali's reign embodied the moral ideal of leadership rooted in justice. His sermons, letters, and judgments reflected profound insight into ethics and administration. He emphasized that authority was a trust, that rulers must serve rather than dominate, and that wealth should be distributed fairly among the people. His personal life mirrored his principles. He lived austerely, refusing privileges and devoting himself to study and counsel. Yet his vision proved difficult to implement amid rebellion and political fragmentation. In 661 he was assassinated while praying in Kufa, ending the era of the rightly guided caliphs. His death symbolized both the triumph of moral integrity and the tragedy of division. The unity forged by faith had given way to the complexities of empire, where power, wealth, and ideology intersected in ways that would shape Islamic history for centuries. The legacy of the Rashidun Caliphate extended far beyond its brief 30 years. It established the institutional, legal, and ethical foundations of Islamic civilization. The principle of shura, or consultation, affirmed collective responsibility in governance. The integration of charity, law, and worship into daily life demonstrated that religion could serve as a framework for social justice rather than mere ritual. The administrative systems of taxation, record-keeping, and welfare pioneered under Umar became models for later dynasties. The preservation of the Quran under Uthman ensured continuity of revelation, while Ali's emphasis on knowledge inspired later scholarship in law and theology. The territorial expansion achieved during their reigns laid the groundwork for centuries of cultural exchange, transforming Islam from an Arabian phenomenon into a global civilization. Yet their greatest legacy remained moral rather than imperial, the example of leaders who governed with humility, accountability, and devotion to principle. The memory of the Rashidun period endured in the collective consciousness of the Muslim world as a standard against which later rulers would be measured. Its balance of spirituality and statecraft, of simplicity and grandeur, became the ideal of Islamic governance. The caliph's modesty contrasted with the opulence of subsequent empires, reminding believers that true power resided in justice, not display. Their decisions, recorded and debated by historians and jurists, provided precedents that guided centuries of legal and political thought. The unity they achieved, though tested by internal conflict, demonstrated that a community bound by faith could transcend tribalism and ethnicity. The transformation of Arabia from scattered tribes into an organized ethical state represented one of the most remarkable transitions in history, a testament to the capacity of moral vision to shape civilization. As the era of the Rashidun gave way to dynastic rule, the ideals they embodied continued to resonate, forming the spiritual foundation upon which the vast structure of the Islamic world would rise, linking the deserts of Arabia to the cities of Damascus, Baghdad, Cairo, and beyond in an unbroken chain of memory and aspiration. The transition from the age of the Rashidun caliphs to the rule of the Umayyads marked one of the most profound turning points in the history of the Arab and Islamic world. What began as a community bound by faith and moral discipline now faced the demands of governing a vast and diverse empire stretching across continents. The death of Ali and the subsequent rise of Muawiyah ibn Abi Sufyan, governor of Syria and veteran of the early Islamic conquests, signified not merely a change in leadership but the beginning of dynastic politics within the caliphate. The centre of power shifted from Medina, the humble oasis of revelation, to Damascus, an ancient city of stone and memory that had long stood as a meeting point of civilizations. Under the Umayyads, Islam would evolve from a regional faith rooted in Arabian simplicity into a world civilization that absorbed, reinterpreted and governed the cultural wealth of the lands it ruled. Muawiyah, a member of the Quraysh and once a scribe of the Prophet, was a figure of administrative skill and political acumen. His rule brought to an end years of internal strife, establishing a measure of stability that the exhausted community desperately needed. Yet his accession also represented a departure from the consultative traditions of the Rashidun era. The caliphate, once a moral trust held by consensus, now assumed the form of hereditary succession, as Muawiyah secured allegiance for his son Yazid before his own death. This innovation provoked unease among those who viewed the office as a spiritual stewardship rather than a monarchy. Nonetheless, Muawiyah's pragmatism ensured the survival of the empire at a time when factionalism threatened to tear it apart. He maintained order through diplomacy, balancing tribal interests, rewarding loyalty, and co-opting former opponents into the administration. His government inherited the bureaucratic systems of the Byzantine and Persian empires, but infused them with the Arabic language and Islamic law, gradually replacing foreign institutions with indigenous ones. This process of adaptation laid the groundwork for a distinctly Arab state that governed through a combination of tradition, innovation, and authority. The Umayyad Empire reached its territorial zenith under the successors of Muawiyah, encompassing regions from the Atlantic coast of North Africa to the Indus River. The conquests were not random acts of aggression, but extensions of the momentum generated under the Rashidun. Skilled generals such as Tariq ibn Ziyad, Uqba ibn Nafi, and Muhammad ibn al-Qasim carried Islam's influence westward into the Maghreb and Iberia, and eastward into the Sind region of South Asia. In North Africa, Arab armies confronted Berber tribes, forging alliances through conversion and intermarriage. Across the Strait of Gibraltar in 701 Web, Tariq ibn Ziyad led his troops into the Iberian Peninsula, defeating the Visigothic kingdom and establishing the foundations of Al-Andalus. In the east, campaigns into Transoxiana and Sind extended the frontiers of Islam into Central and South Asia. These expansions introduced new populations, languages and traditions into the fold, transforming Islam into a universal religion no longer confined to its Arabian birthplace. The Arabs, once a collection of tribes scattered across the desert, had become administrators of cities, patrons of art, and architects of an empire that rivaled Rome in extent and ambition. The administrative structure of the Umayyad state reflected both the challenges and opportunities of governing such diversity. Damascus, chosen as the capital, provided access to the Mediterranean and the trade routes of Syria, Iraq, and Egypt. Its cosmopolitan character, shaped by centuries of Greco-Roman and Christian influence, infused the caliphal court with sophistication. The caliph, known as Amir al-Mu'minin, the commander of the faithful, served as both temporal ruler and guardian of religion. Provincial governors, or walis, were appointed to oversee taxation, defence, and justice in distant territories, reporting directly to Damascus. Arabic gradually replaced Greek, Persian, and Coptic as the language of administration, unifying the empire linguistically and culturally. The coinage was reformed to bear Arabic inscriptions and Quranic phrases, symbolising the integration of state and faith. The construction of roads, postal systems, and fortified garrisons facilitated communication across immense distances, allowing the caliphate to maintain cohesion despite its scale. Yet this process also accentuated tensions between the Arab ruling elite and the newly converted populations who sought equality within the Islamic order. Social hierarchy under the Umayyads was complex. The Arab conquerors, organised into tribal divisions, initially enjoyed privileged status as recipients of state stipends. Non-Arab converts, known as mawali, though equal in faith, often faced discrimination in taxation and access to office. This imbalance reflected the transitional nature of the empire as it evolved from an Arabian polity into a multicultural civilization. Over time, the pressure for reform grew, expressed through religious and political movements that challenged the legitimacy of the ruling dynasty. Among the earliest of these were the supporters of Ali, who maintained that leadership should remain within the Prophet's family. Their opposition to Umayyad rule, particularly after the tragedy of Karbala in 680, where Ali's son Hussein and his small band of followers were killed by forces loyal to Yazid, created a lasting division within the Muslim world. The memory of Karbala, preserved through mourning rituals and poetry, became a symbol of resistance against tyranny and a moral reminder of the cost of justice. It marked the emergence of Shi'ism as a distinct current within Islam, emphasizing loyalty to the Prophet's household and the ethical responsibilities of leadership. Despite internal unrest, the Umayyads presided over an era of remarkable transformation. The integration of diverse regions under a single authority stimulated economic growth on an unprecedented scale. Agricultural productivity flourished through the restoration of irrigation systems inherited from previous civilizations. Trade expanded across 3 continents, linking the Mediterranean, the Indian Ocean, and the Silk Road. Markets in Damascus, Kufa, Fustat, and Cordoba buzzed with merchants dealing in silk, spices, metalwork, and manuscripts. The movement of people and ideas fostered cultural exchange. Greek philosophy encountered Arab pragmatism, Persian administration merged with Bedouin egalitarianism, and local art forms adapted to new aesthetic ideals inspired by Islam's emphasis on unity and abstraction. The simplicity of early Arabian architecture gave way to monumental expressions of faith and power, the most striking being the Dome of the Rock in Jerusalem. Commissioned by Caliph Abd al-Malik around 691, it stood not as a mosque but as a symbol of Islam's spiritual and political ascendancy. Its octagonal design, adorned with calligraphy proclaiming the oneness of God and the finality of the Prophet's message, embodied the synthesis of religion, art, and empire that defined the Umayyad vision. Abd al-Malik's reign represented the consolidation of Umayyad authority. Faced with rebellion and rival claimants, he reasserted central control through administrative reforms that standardized governance across the empire. The Arabic language was mandated in official correspondence, uniting diverse populations through a common script and reinforcing the cultural dominance of Islam. The fiscal system was reorganized to ensure equitable taxation and regular payment of stipends. Military garrisons were strengthened along frontier zones, securing borders against Byzantine and Central Asian incursions. The Caliph also invested heavily in infrastructure, constructing mosques, bridges, and caravanserais that facilitated travel and pilgrimage. His son and successor, Al-Waliya I, continued this legacy, presiding over an age of prosperity and monumental construction. Under his patronage, the Great Mosque of Damascus rose as one of the architectural marvels of the early Islamic world, integrating the craftsmanship of Byzantine artisans with Islamic aesthetics. Its vast courtyard, mosaics depicting gardens and rivers, and towering minarets symbolized both the continuity of past civilizations and the emergence of a new cultural identity. The expansion of territory brought new responsibilities for governance and jurisprudence. The need to apply Islamic law across diverse societies led to the development of early legal thought. Scholars, known as fuqaha, began collecting and interpreting the Prophet's sayings and the practices of his companions, forming the foundation of what would later become the schools of Islamic jurisprudence. Their efforts reflected the tension between the ideals of revelation and the realities of empire, balancing moral principles with administrative necessity. The Umayyad rulers, though criticised for worldly conduct, often supported scholarship and encouraged the codification of law. The central bureaucracy in Damascus relied on educated officials capable of navigating both religious and civil matters, blending Quranic ethics with pragmatic governance. This synthesis produced a legal culture that valued justice as the expression of divine will while allowing flexibility for local conditions, a balance that would sustain Islamic governance for centuries. The Umayyad dynasty, despite its achievements, faced persistent opposition from multiple directions. Religious purists condemned its worldliness, provincial populations resented its centralization, tribal factions vied for influence. The Kharijites, descendants of the radical movement that had emerged during Ali's time, continued to challenge the legitimacy of any ruler they deemed unjust, launching uprisings that tested the empire's resilience. Meanwhile, the Mawali, non-Arab Muslims, demanded equality in taxation and participation, invoking the Quranic principle that piety, not ethnicity, determined superiority. Their grievances found political expression in the growing support for the Abbasid family, descendants of the Prophet's uncle al-Abbas, who presented themselves as reformers seeking to restore justice and inclusivity. The tensions between Arab and non-Arab Muslims, between central authority and provincial autonomy, and between dynastic rule and moral idealism created a complex web of challenges that would eventually undermine Umayyad power. Nevertheless, the Umayyad century left an indelible mark on world history. It was during their rule that the Arabs ceased to be merely conquerors and became custodians of a global civilization. They introduced Arabic as a unifying language that connected distant regions from the Atlantic to the Indus. They established the first postal system, enabling rapid communication across vast distances. They minted coins bearing Quranic inscriptions that circulated in markets from Spain to Central Asia, symbolizing both faith and sovereignty. They built cities that blended desert simplicity with imperial grandeur, where mosques, palaces, and markets coexisted in harmonious design. They fostered an economy that thrived on trade rather than tribute, integrating Africa, Europe, and Asia into a single commercial network, and they nurtured the intellectual seeds that would later bloom under their Abbasid successors, the translation of knowledge, the pursuit of science, and the refinement of art. The Umayyad experience demonstrated that Islam could govern not through isolation but through engagement, adapting the legacy of earlier civilizations to the moral framework of revelation. The decline of the Umayyads was as rapid as their rise. The dynasty's later caliphs faced mounting revolts, financial strain, and the erosion of loyalty among their subjects. The empire had grown too vast to be governed from a single centre without reform. In 750, a coalition of discontented groups rallied under the banner of the Abbasids, overthrowing the Umayyads after a decisive campaign. Damascus fell, and the last Umayyad caliph, Marwan II, was defeated and killed. Yet the dynasty did not vanish entirely. A surviving prince, Abd al-Rahman, escaped to the far western province of Al-Andalus, where he established a new Umayyad emirate in Cordoba. From this refuge, the Umayyad legacy endured, preserving the fusion of Arab culture and Mediterranean refinement that would later illuminate Europe during its darkest centuries. The Umayyad transformation of Islam from an Arabian faith into a world civilization was both material and spiritual. It demonstrated that revelation could coexist with governance, that diversity could be harnessed through unity, and that the ideals of justice and knowledge could flourish even amid the pragmatism of empire. The Arabs, once wanderers of the desert, had become the bearers of a universal message, bridging continents and cultures through a shared vision of order and purpose. The age of the Umayyads laid the infrastructural, linguistic and cultural foundations for the flowering of Islamic civilization that would follow, ensuring that the message first heard in the mountains of Mecca would echo across cities, universities and courts for centuries to come. As the sun set over Damascus and rose over Baghdad in the centuries ahead, the transformation that began under the Umayyads continued to shape the destiny of nations, binding the memory of Arabia to the unfolding story of the world. The fall of the Umayyad dynasty and the rise of the Abbasids marked a turning of the age in the history of the Arab and Islamic world. What had begun in the deserts of Arabia as a faith carried by traders, poets and warriors now entered an era defined by scholarship, administration and the flourishing of urban civilization. The Abbasid revolution, which overthrew the Umayyads in 750, was not simply the replacement of one dynasty with another. It represented a profound transformation in the structure and spirit of the Islamic Empire, shifting its centre of gravity from the Arab heartlands of Syria toward the fertile plains of Mesopotamia. Under the Abbasids, the caliphate would become an empire of intellect and culture, drawing upon the accumulated wisdom of the ancient world and fusing it with the moral and spiritual principles of Islam. Its capital, Baghdad, would rise from the banks of the Tigris to become one of the greatest cities ever built, a symbol of human ingenuity and the unity of knowledge under divine order. The roots of the Abbasid revolution lay in the growing discontent that had accumulated under the Umayyads. The empire's vastness, while a source of pride, had also produced inequality and alienation. Non-Arab Muslims, known as Mawali, resented their exclusion from the privileges enjoyed by Arab elites. Religious scholars criticized the Umayyads' focus on worldly power and wealth. Regional populations in Persia, Iraq, and Central Asia, heirs to ancient civilizations, sought a more inclusive vision of leadership. These grievances coalesced around the Abbasid family, descendants of Al-Abbas, the Prophet's uncle, who claimed both kinship and moral legitimacy. Their cause found strong support among the people of Khorasan, a region of frontier towns and diverse populations accustomed to military organization and political ambition. There, under the leadership of Abu Muslim, a brilliant and enigmatic figure, the revolution took shape. Draped in black banners symbolizing mourning for the Prophet's family and justice against oppression, the Abbasid forces advanced westward, proclaiming the restoration of rightful leadership to the house of the Prophet. The campaign unfolded with remarkable speed. The Umayyad armies, weakened by years of internal strife and loss of legitimacy, offered limited resistance. In 750, at the Battle of the Great Zab River in northern Iraq, the Abbasid forces decisively defeated the last Umayyad caliph, Marwan II. The victory ended nearly a century of Umayyad rule and inaugurated the Abbasid era. The revolutionaries entered Kufa, where Abu al-Abbas as-Saffar was proclaimed caliph. His title, meaning the generous or the one who sheds freely, symbolized both the promise of renewal and the ruthlessness sometimes required to secure it. The consolidation of Abbasid power was swift but costly. The remnants of the Umayyad family were pursued and destroyed, with only Abd al-Rahman escaping to establish the Andalusian branch of the dynasty in Cordoba. The centre of the Islamic world, however, now shifted decisively eastward. The new rulers abandoned Damascus, with its memories of Umayyad grandeur, and turned instead to Iraq, the land of ancient Mesopotamian cities, where the rivers Tigris and Euphrates had nourished civilization since the dawn of history. It was there, under the Caliph al-Mansur, that a new capital, Baghdad, would rise as the heart of the Abbasid world. Al-Mansur's vision for Baghdad was both practical and symbolic. Founded in 762, the city was designed from the outset to embody cosmic harmony and imperial order. Its plan was circular, centred on the Caliphal Palace and the Great Mosque, radiating outward through gates that connected to all regions of the empire. This geometric design reflected the integration of Persian, Byzantine and Arab urban traditions, merging aesthetic beauty with administrative efficiency. The city's location on the Tigris placed it at the crossroads of trade routes connecting the Mediterranean, India and Central Asia. Within decades, Baghdad became the largest city in the world, home to hundreds of thousands of people, merchants, scholars, artisans, and officials drawn from every province of the caliphate. The city pulsed with energy, its markets filled with goods from distant lands, Chinese silk, Indian spices, African ivory and Arabian horses. Canals carried water through gardens and courtyards, while libraries and schools rose beside mosques and palaces. The hum of conversation in Arabic, Persian, Greek and Syriac echoed through its streets, a testament to the cosmopolitan character of the new empire. The early Abbasid caliphs established an administrative system that reflected both the complexity and sophistication of their realm. The caliph stood at the apex of authority as both temporal ruler and spiritual leader, but governance depended on a hierarchy of viziers, judges, tax collectors, and provincial governors. The office of the vizier, borrowed from Persian tradition, became the cornerstone of Abbasid administration, providing continuity and expertise in the management of state affairs. Among the most famous viziers were members of the Barmakid family, originally of Buddhist origin from Balkh, who rose to prominence under the Caliph al-Mahdi and his son Harun al-Rashid. Their patronage of scholars, poets and architects symbolized the new era's synthesis of cultures. The bureaucracy operated with remarkable efficiency, maintaining detailed records of revenue, expenditures and correspondence. Postal routes extended across the empire, carrying both official decrees and private letters, linking the distant provinces of North Africa, Yemen and Central Asia to the heart of Baghdad. This administrative sophistication allowed the Abbasids to govern a population of immense diversity, while preserving a sense of unity grounded in Islamic law. The reign of Harun al-Rashid, from 786 to 809, represented the high point of Abbasid power and the beginning of what later generations would call the Golden Age of Islam. His name, immortalized in legends and literature, came to symbolize the splendor, learning, and cultural refinement of Baghdad. Under his rule, the caliphate's wealth reached extraordinary levels, enriched by trade, agriculture, and tribute from across its vast territories. The court of Harun al-Rashid became a center of art and intellect, where poets, musicians, and philosophers found patronage. The caliph's palace, the fabled House of Eternity, stood as a symbol of prosperity and grandeur, adorned with marble, mosaics, and tapestries that reflected both Arab simplicity and Persian opulence. Yet beneath the luxury lay a foundation of moral discipline and scholarship. Harun's devotion to justice was renowned. He personally oversaw cases brought before him and appointed judges of integrity to ensure fairness in law. The caliphate's legitimacy, unlike that of worldly monarchies, rested not only on military strength but on adherence to divine principles, and Harun's administration sought to embody that balance. One of the most remarkable aspects of Abbasid civilization was its commitment to knowledge. The intellectual movement that emerged under the Abbasids transformed the Muslim world into the foremost centre of global learning. The translation of ancient texts, Greek, Persian, Indian and Syriac, into Arabic became a state-supported enterprise, culminating in the establishment of the Beit al-Hikmah, or House of Wisdom in Baghdad. Founded during the reign of Al-Ma'mun, Harun's son, this institution served as library, academy and observatory. Scholars of diverse backgrounds, Muslims, Christians, Jews and Persians, worked together to translate and expand upon the works of Aristotle, Galen, Euclid and Ptolemy. The translations did not merely preserve knowledge, they generated new fields of inquiry. Mathematics, astronomy, medicine, and philosophy flourished, driven by the conviction that reason and revelation complemented one another in the search for truth. The introduction of Indian numerals, the development of algebra by al-Khwarizmi, the refinement of optics by Ibn al-Haytham, and the medical treatises of al-Razi and Ibn Sina would later influence the intellectual revival of Europe. The House of Wisdom became the bridge through which the heritage of antiquity passed into modernity. The prosperity of the Abbasid Empire rested not only on intellectual endeavour, but also on its robust economy. Baghdad's location at the nexus of trade routes facilitated the movement of goods across continents. The Caliphate's merchants operated fleets in the Indian Ocean and caravans across the Sahara, connecting the markets of China, Africa and Europe. The introduction of paper from China revolutionized record-keeping and scholarship, making books accessible to a growing literate class. Agricultural innovation expanded food production through irrigation and crop rotation, supporting urban populations. The use of standardized currency and banking practices enabled long-distance trade on an unprecedented scale. Markets such as the Souk al-Atarin and Souk al-Warakin, devoted to perfumes and books respectively, illustrated the diversity of economic life, the wealth generated by commerce-financed architecture, patronage, and public welfare, including hospitals, schools, and charities. Yet the Abbasid vision of prosperity remained moral rather than purely material. Economic activity was seen as a form of service, governed by principles of honesty, moderation, and social responsibility derived from Islamic ethics. Culturally, the Abbasid period achieved a synthesis unparalleled in its breadth. The Arabic language, refined through the Quran and classical poetry, became the medium of science and philosophy as well as literature. Writers such as Al-Jahiz explored themes of society, nature and theology with humour and precision, while historians like Al-Tabari compiled monumental chronicles tracing the story of humanity from creation to their own times. The compilation of hadith, the sayings and deeds of the Prophet, reached its canonical form through scholars such as al-Bukhari and Muslim, whose rigorous methodology ensured authenticity and consistency. Legal thought matured into distinct schools of jurisprudence, offering structured approaches to ethics and governance. Sufi mysticism also gained prominence, emphasizing inner purification and direct experience of the divine. Figures like Rabia al-Adawiyya and Junayd of Baghdad articulated a spirituality rooted in love and humility, complementing the intellectual rigor of theology. This coexistence of reason and mysticism, of law and poetry, defined the pluralism of the Abbasid age. It was a civilization confident in its faith, yet open to dialogue, capable of harmonizing diversity within unity. The political structure of the Abbasid state evolved over time. While the early caliphs maintained direct control, the vastness of the empire eventually required delegation. Regional governors gained autonomy, and new powers emerged in distant provinces. In the east, the Tahirids and Samanids governed Persia and Central Asia with relative independence, fostering local cultures under the broader umbrella of the Caliphate. In North Africa and Spain, separate dynasties acknowledged Abbasid spiritual authority, while ruling their own territories. The fragmentation of political power did not immediately signify decline. for the shared framework of religion and culture maintained cohesion across boundaries. Baghdad remained the intellectual and spiritual centre of the world, its influence radiating through trade, scholarship, and pilgrimage. The Arabic language continued to unify hearts and minds across vast distances, ensuring that even as politics diversified, civilization remained one. The reign of Al-Ma'mun, though marked by intellectual brilliance, also revealed the challenges of reconciling reason and faith within governance. His support for rationalist theology, particularly the Mu'tazilite doctrine that emphasized free will and the created nature of the Quran, led to tension with traditional scholars. The enforcement of this doctrine through an inquisition, or mihna, alienated many and exposed the limits of intellectual coercion. Yet even this controversy reflected the vibrancy of Abbasid thought, where theology, philosophy, and law engaged in open debate rather than dogmatic rigidity. The caliphs who followed sought balance between innovation and orthodoxy, ensuring that faith remained dynamic while grounded in consensus. This capacity for adaptation sustained Abbasid culture for centuries, even as political authority gradually waned. The Golden Age of Baghdad was more than an epoch of wealth and learning. It represented a vision of civilization where faith, reason, and beauty converged. The city's skyline, adorned with domes and minarets, mirrored the cosmic order described by scholars within its libraries. Its streets, filled with merchants and philosophers alike, embodied the unity of material and spiritual pursuit. The Abbasid caliphs, though rulers of immense power, saw themselves as servants of knowledge and guardians of justice. Their achievements transcended the limits of empire, leaving a legacy that shaped the intellectual and moral development of humanity. From Baghdad, the rhythms of prayer and poetry, the equations of mathematics, and the philosophies of ethics spread outward, reaching lands that would one day reawaken to this light. The Abbasid world, heir to both Arabian revelation and universal reason, stood as the bridge between the ancient and the modern, between the desert simplicity of its origins and the boundless complexity of civilization. The flowering of knowledge that followed the establishment of the Abbasid Caliphate represented one of the greatest intellectual awakenings in human history. Within the libraries, observatories, and academies of the Islamic world, a civilization that had once been defined by desert life and oral tradition became the global centre of science, philosophy, and literature. The Arab intellectual renaissance did not arise in isolation. It emerged through the fusion of diverse legacies: Greek rationalism, Persian administration, Indian mathematics, and Arabian linguistic genius, woven together under the unifying framework of Islam. The Quran's encouragement of reflection upon the natural world and its repeated invocation to seek knowledge in all things inspired generations of scholars to view learning as both a form of worship and a means of understanding divine creation. The civilization that grew around Baghdad, Cordoba, Cairo, and Damascus thus became a vast network of inquiry where every branch of human thought, medicine, astronomy, logic, poetry, and ethics was cultivated with a sense of purpose rooted in faith and curiosity alike. At the heart of this intellectual expansion lay the conviction that knowledge was a trust, a sacred responsibility bestowed upon humankind. The early caliphs, particularly Al-Ma'mun, recognized that the preservation and enhancement of wisdom from earlier civilizations would strengthen the moral and scientific foundations of their empire. The establishment of the Beit al-Hikmah, or House of Wisdom, institutionalized this pursuit. Scholars of multiple backgrounds, Arab, Persian, Greek, Syriac, Indian, and Jewish, were gathered under state patronage to collect, translate, and comment upon works of philosophy, science, and mathematics from across the known world. The translation movement that flourished in Baghdad during the 9th and 10th centuries became one of the defining projects of the age. Texts by Aristotle, Plato, Galen, Ptolemy, and Euclid were rendered into Arabic with precision and commentary. while Indian treatises on medicine and mathematics were adapted and expanded. The translators were not mere scribes, they were interpreters and innovators, engaging with their sources critically and often correcting errors or developing new theories based on observation and logic. Among the most prominent figures of this era was Hunayn ibn Ishaq, a Nestorian Christian physician and linguist, whose mastery of Greek and Arabic made him indispensable to the translation movement. His translations of Galen's medical works established a standard of terminology that would endure for centuries. Alongside him, scholars like Thabit ibn Qurra and Qusta ibn Luqa bridged the worlds of mathematics and philosophy, refining concepts inherited from antiquity and applying them to contemporary problems. Their translations and commentaries laid the groundwork for independent inquiry, as students and successors began to move beyond preservation toward innovation. The process of assimilation thus gave birth to originality. By engaging deeply with inherited knowledge, Arab and Muslim scholars developed new systems of thought that reshaped global intellectual history. In mathematics, the contributions of the Islamic world were revolutionary. Al-Khwarizmi, whose name would later give rise to the term algorithm, synthesized Indian arithmetic and Greek geometry into a coherent discipline that he called al-jabr, restoration, from which the word algebra derives. His systematic treatment of equations transformed mathematics from a tool of commerce into an abstract science, opening paths for geometry, astronomy, and engineering. The decimal system, adopted from Indian sources, spread through his works to Europe centuries later, transforming calculation and commerce across continents. The precision demanded by mathematical reasoning reflected a broader worldview that sought harmony between logic and divine order. Numbers and proportion were seen as reflections of the Creator's wisdom manifested in the structure of the universe. This integration of scientific and spiritual perspectives allowed mathematical study to flourish, not as secular pursuit, but as a form of contemplation of cosmic unity. Astronomy advanced alongside mathematics as scholars sought to understand celestial motion both for practical purposes, determining prayer times, direction of Mecca, and the lunar calendar, and for the sheer pursuit of knowledge. Observatories were constructed in Baghdad, Damascus, and later in Moraga and Cairo, equipped with instruments that refined the observations of earlier Greek astronomers. Al-Battani's measurements of the solar year improved upon Ptolemy's estimates, while Al-Zarqali in Andalusia developed the astrolabe to extraordinary precision. The astronomers of the Islamic world emphasized empirical observation, recording data with meticulous care. Their tables, known as ziyas, became standard references for centuries, used by navigators, scholars, and artisans alike. The recognition that the heavens followed consistent laws inspired philosophical reflection on the relationship between divine will and natural order, stimulating debates that would later influence European scholasticism. The careful documentation of celestial phenomena illustrated an approach that combined faith in divine creation with confidence in human reason. Medicine occupied a central position within the intellectual life of the Abbasid and later Islamic worlds. The human body, regarded as a microcosm of creation, was studied with both reverence and scientific rigour. Hospitals, known as bimaristans, were established in major cities, functioning not only as centres of healing, but as teaching institutions. Physicians trained through apprenticeship and study of comprehensive manuals that synthesized Greek, Persian, and Indian traditions. Al-Razi, known in the West as Rhazes, produced the monumental comprehensive book on medicine, which emphasized clinical observation and experimental method. Rejecting superstition, he classified diseases, described surgical procedures, and introduced differential diagnosis. His treatise on smallpox and measles remains a landmark in medical literature. Ibn Sina, or Avicenna, extended this legacy with his Canon of Medicine, a 5-volume encyclopedia that systematized medical knowledge into a logical framework. His understanding of anatomy, pharmacology, and psychology was so advanced that his work remained the primary medical reference in European universities until the 17th century. The hospitals of Baghdad and Cairo operated with structured departments, pharmacies, and record-keeping, embodying the organised spirit of Islamic civilization. Care for the sick was seen as an act of charity, blending compassion with empirical precision. Philosophy, too, reached heights of synthesis unparalleled in medieval thought. The encounter between Greek rationalism and Islamic theology generated a dynamic intellectual discourse that shaped both faith and reason. The translation of Aristotle's works introduced the methods of logic and systematic inquiry, prompting Muslim thinkers to reconcile revelation with philosophical reasoning. Al-Kindi, often called the first philosopher of the Arabs, sought to harmonize philosophy with Islam, asserting that truth was one and that reason and revelation led to the same reality. His writings on metaphysics, optics, and music demonstrated the unity of knowledge across disciplines. Al-Farabi expanded this vision, formulating a theory of the ideal state based on virtue and justice, influenced by Plato but adapted to Islamic principles. He described the philosopher prophet as the perfect ruler, combining intellectual insight with moral guidance, a concept that resonated deeply within Islamic political thought. Ibn Sina advanced these ideas further, constructing a comprehensive system that integrated logic, natural science, and metaphysics. His argument for the distinction between essence and existence anticipated later scholastic debates and influenced thinkers from Thomas Aquinas to Leibniz. For these philosophers, knowledge was not merely theoretical, but ethical. To know truth was to align oneself with divine wisdom. Theologians engaged with philosophy both critically and creatively. The emergence of kalam, or dialectical theology, reflected the effort to articulate and defend Islamic doctrine through reasoned argument. The Mu'tazilites, advocates of rational interpretation, argued for human free will and the use of logic in understanding scripture. Their opponents, represented by scholars like al-Ash'ari, emphasized divine omnipotence while preserving room for rational discourse within limits set by revelation. This interplay between reason and faith produced a vibrant intellectual pluralism that enriched Islamic thought. Even when theological disputes became heated, they were conducted within an atmosphere of inquiry that valued argumentation and textual mastery. The madrasa system, which evolved in later centuries, institutionalized this tradition, training generations of scholars in logic, law, and rhetoric. The emphasis on reasoning within faith created a culture of learning that spread far beyond the boundaries of the caliphate. Literature and the arts mirrored the intellectual dynamism of the age. Arabic, elevated by the Quran's linguistic perfection, became the language of eloquence, philosophy, and poetry. Writers explored every dimension of human experience, from the humour of daily life to the grandeur of cosmic contemplation. Al-Jahiz, the polymath of Basra, infused prose with wit and insight, addressing subjects as varied as zoology, sociology, and theology in his Book of Animals and Book of Eloquence and Exposition. His keen observation of nature and society anticipated modern, scientific and anthropological approaches. Poets like Abu Nuwas celebrated urban sophistication, love, and the pleasures of life, while others such as Al-Mutanabi gave voice to heroism and the complexity of human ambition. Their verses, rich in metaphor and rhythm, reflected the balance between intellect and emotion that characterized Arab culture. Literary salons and gatherings became integral to urban life, where scholars, poets, and musicians exchanged ideas, linking art to philosophy and science in a continuum of creativity. The philosophical underpinnings of this Renaissance were mirrored in the visual and material culture of the time. Architecture, calligraphy, and decorative arts expressed intellectual ideals through form and pattern. The arabesque, with its infinite geometric interlace, symbolized the unity and infinity of creation. Calligraphy, regarded as the highest visual art, transformed scripture into architecture, adorning mosques, palaces, and manuscripts with verses that combined aesthetic beauty with spiritual depth. The design of cities such as Baghdad, Samarra, and Cordoba reflected order and symmetry, integrating gardens, courtyards, and water channels in harmony with natural elements. The patronage of the arts by caliphs and scholars alike demonstrated the civilization's holistic vision, that beauty, knowledge, and morality were interconnected expressions of divine harmony. Even scientific instruments, astrolabes, globes, and surgical tools were crafted with elegance, embodying the unity of function and artistry. Education formed the foundation of this intellectual ecosystem. The mosque, originally a place of worship, evolved into a centre of learning where scholars lectured on law, language, and theology. Libraries expanded alongside schools, housing collections that numbered in the hundreds of thousands of volumes. Paper manufacturing spread rapidly, making books accessible to students and scholars across the Islamic world. The pursuit of knowledge was considered an act of devotion, open to all who sought it regardless of origin or wealth. Women too participated in this culture of learning, both as patrons and as scholars. Figures such as Fatima al-Fihri, founder of the Qarawiyyin University in Fez, exemplified the role of women in nurturing intellectual institutions. The interconnectedness of the Islamic world ensured that ideas travelled swiftly. Students from Andalusia studied in Baghdad, while Persian scholars lectured in Cairo, creating an intellectual commonwealth that transcended geography. The influence of this Renaissance extended beyond its own borders. The translation of Arabic works into Latin in the 12th century reintroduced Europe to the sciences and philosophies it had long forgotten. Through Andalusia, Sicily, and the Crusader states, the wisdom of the Islamic world entered Western universities, igniting the European Renaissance centuries later. Terms such as algebra, alchemy, zenith, and azimuth, echoes of Arabic origin, remain embedded in global languages as silent witnesses to this transmission of knowledge. The intellectual methods developed by Muslim scholars, empirical observation, logical analysis, and ethical application, formed the foundation of modern science and philosophy. Yet within the Islamic world itself, the pursuit of knowledge retained its spiritual dimension, understood not as conquest of nature, but as understanding of the divine order that sustained it. The Arab intellectual renaissance was not merely an era of discovery, it was a way of perceiving reality, a world-view in which learning was a moral and collective act. It arose from a civilization that valued balance between revelation and reason, between tradition and innovation. The scholars, poets, and philosophers of this age saw no contradiction between the study of the stars and the recitation of scripture, between logic and love, between the observation of the world and gratitude to its creator. Their legacy endures not only in the libraries and instruments that survive, but in the intellectual habits they cultivated: curiosity, tolerance, and humility before truth. In this synthesis of knowledge and faith, the Arabs and their collaborators built a civilization that illuminated the path of humanity, reminding future generations that wisdom is not the possession of one people or one time, but a trust shared across all who seek to understand the universe and their place within it. The arrival of the Crusaders in the Eastern Mediterranean at the end of the 11th century marked one of the most dramatic encounters between the Islamic and Christian worlds. It was an event born out of both misunderstanding and conviction, a collision of faiths that revealed the fragility and the depth of human belief. For the Arabs, who had long lived within a civilization that stretched from Spain to the Indus, the Crusades represented not only a series of wars, but an age of profound transformation. Over the course of 2 centuries, the struggle between the Latin kingdoms of the West and the Muslim powers of the East reshaped political, cultural, and intellectual life on both sides. Yet amid the battles and sieges, trade continued, diplomacy evolved, and knowledge moved across the very frontiers that armies contested. The story of the Arabs and the Crusades is therefore one not only of warfare, but of resilience and exchange, in which conflict paradoxically deepened the connections between civilizations. By the late 11th century, the unity of the Islamic world that had once flourished under the Abbasids had fragmented. The caliphs in Baghdad retained spiritual authority but little temporal power, as regional dynasties, the Seljuks in Persia and Syria, the Fatimids in Egypt, and various smaller states, competed for dominance. Internal rivalries, combined with external pressures from the Byzantines and nomadic incursions from Central Asia, created an atmosphere of instability. It was into this fractured political landscape that the armies of Western Europe marched, motivated by religious zeal and the promise of redemption. In 1095, Pope Urban II called for a crusade to reclaim Jerusalem from Muslim control, appealing to faith, penance, and the unity of Christendom. The response was overwhelming. Knights, peasants, and adventurers set out from France, Germany, and Italy, converging on Constantinople before crossing into Asia Minor. For the Arabs, the arrival of these Western forces came as both a shock and a curiosity. They were seen not as a unified Christian world, but as newcomers from distant lands, unfamiliar with the sophistication and traditions of the East. The First Crusade advanced with astonishing speed. The weakened defences of the Muslim world, divided between Seljuk princes and Fatimid rulers, failed to present a united front. Antioch fell in 1098 after a long and brutal siege, and Jerusalem followed in 1099. The capture of the Holy City was accompanied by a massacre that horrified contemporary Muslim chroniclers, who recorded the bloodshed within its sacred precincts. To the inhabitants of the Islamic world, accustomed to the relative tolerance that characterized most urban societies under Muslim rule, the ferocity of the Crusaders appeared barbaric. The Latin forces established a series of principalities: Jerusalem, Antioch, Edessa, and Tripoli, stretching along the Levantine coast. Their presence posed not merely a military threat, but a profound challenge to the political and religious order of the region. Yet the Muslim response, though initially disorganized, gradually evolved into a sustained and determined resistance that would redefine the balance of power in the Near East. The first figures to emerge as leaders of resistance were not caliphs, but local rulers who recognized the necessity of unity. Among them, the Turkish Atabeg Imad ad-Din Zengi of Mosul and Aleppo played a pivotal role. A seasoned commander and pragmatic statesman, he sought to consolidate Muslim territories under a single banner. In 1144, his forces captured Edessa, the first major Crusader stronghold to fall. The victory electrified the Muslim world, demonstrating that the invaders could be defeated. It also marked the beginning of a new phase in the struggle, one characterized by the fusion of political ambition with religious renewal. Zengi's son, Nur ad-Din, continued his father's mission with greater vision and restraint. Ruling from Damascus, he emphasized justice, education, and piety, reforming institutions and encouraging the study of law and theology. His leadership inspired a generation that would produce one of the most celebrated figures in Islamic history, Salah ad-Din Yusuf ibn Ayyub, known in the West as Saladin. Saladin, born in Tikrit in 1137, embodied the synthesis of military skill, moral integrity, and magnanimity that came to define the Muslim response to the Crusades. Initially serving under Nur ad-Din, he rose through merit rather than inheritance, eventually taking command of Egypt and uniting it with Syria. His consolidation of power was not achieved through conquest alone, but through diplomacy and careful administration. The Fatimid Caliphate in Cairo, weakened and isolated, was dissolved under his authority, restoring the unity of the Sunni world. Saladin's governance combined discipline with compassion. His courts were open to petitioners of all backgrounds, and his officials were bound by strict codes of conduct. When the time came to confront the Crusaders, he did so not merely as a general defending territory, but as a leader embodying the moral and spiritual ideals of jihad, understood as self-purification and defense of justice. The decisive moment came at the Battle of Hattin in 1187, where Saladin's forces defeated the Crusader army near the Sea of Galilee. The victory opened the road to Jerusalem, which surrendered shortly afterward. In contrast to the massacre that had accompanied the city's fall in 1099, Saladin's entry was marked by restraint and mercy. Prisoners were ransomed rather than slaughtered, churches were preserved, and the Christian population was allowed safe passage. His conduct astonished the world, establishing him as a figure of chivalry admired even by his enemies. The fall of Jerusalem triggered the Third Crusade, led by the most powerful rulers of Europe, Richard the Lionheart of England, Philip II of France, and Frederick Barbarossa of Germany. The ensuing campaigns, fought with intensity and skill on both sides, produced a series of battles and negotiations that revealed as much diplomacy as warfare. The correspondence between Saladin and Richard, marked by mutual respect, reflected an era in which honour and negotiation held value even amid conflict. The eventual truce of 1192 restored coastal territories to the Crusaders while securing Jerusalem under Muslim control, establishing a fragile but enduring peace. The interaction between Arabs and Crusaders during these 2 centuries was not confined to battlefields. The proximity of the Latin states and Muslim cities created channels of communication, trade, and cultural exchange. Merchants continued to traverse the Mediterranean, carrying goods and ideas in both directions. Italian city-states such as Venice and Genoa established commercial treaties with Muslim ports, gaining access to spices, textiles, and scientific knowledge. Arabic numerals and astronomical instruments found their way into European workshops, while European craftsmanship in armour and shipbuilding influenced Muslim artisans. In the cities of the Levant, where Muslim, Christian, and Jewish communities coexisted, multilingualism became common, and markets operated as shared spaces of interaction. Pilgrims, travellers, and diplomats wrote accounts that revealed curiosity and admiration as well as fear. The very term Frank, used by Arabs to describe the Crusaders, gradually evolved from an epithet of hostility to one of recognition, as both sides learned from each other's strengths and weaknesses. The Crusades also stimulated intellectual reflection within the Islamic world. Scholars and historians sought to interpret the invasions not only as military events, but as moral tests. Chroniclers such as Ibn al-Qalanisi, Ibn al-Athir, and later Ibn Khaldun analysed the causes of division among Muslims and emphasised the necessity of unity and justice. Theological writings redefined the concept of jihad, distinguishing between aggression and defence, and highlighting the ethical dimensions of struggle. The revival of religious scholarship and the proliferation of madrasas under the Ayyubids, and later the Mamluks, reflected a broader effort to strengthen moral and intellectual foundations in the face of external challenge. Sufism, with its emphasis on spiritual discipline, also flourished during this period, offering inner renewal as complement to outward defence. The experience of conflict rather than extinguishing culture rekindled it, leading to a renaissance of learning that would sustain Islamic civilization in the centuries that followed. Diplomacy between Muslims and Crusaders became increasingly sophisticated over time. Envoys travelled regularly between courts, exchanging gifts, prisoners, and correspondence. Treaties were negotiated with precision, often written in Arabic, Latin, and Greek. Saladin's successors maintained alliances with certain Crusader states to balance regional power, demonstrating political realism. Marriages, trade agreements, and scholarly exchanges blurred the boundaries between enemy and ally. The coexistence of war and diplomacy reflected the complexity of medieval politics, where faith and pragmatism coexisted within the same framework. For the Arabs, these interactions provided insight into European organisation and tactics, while for the Europeans, exposure to the scientific and cultural achievements of the Islamic world expanded horizons that had long been confined by geography and doctrine. The encounter, though born of conflict, became a channel of transmission for knowledge that would later reshape Europe's intellectual landscape. Economically, the Crusader presence altered patterns of trade and urban development in the eastern Mediterranean. Ports such as Acre, Tyre and Tripoli became hubs of exchange linking Europe and the Muslim world. The demand for Eastern goods, spices, silk, sugar and glassware stimulated industries in both regions. Muslim artisans adapted to new markets, refining techniques in metalwork, ceramics and textiles. The circulation of currency and credit between Italian merchants and Arab financiers contributed to the evolution of banking practices that would later dominate European commerce. The movement of pilgrims and soldiers also stimulated infrastructure, roads, hostels, and fortifications that facilitated travel and communication. Thus, even as war disrupted certain regions, it created new economic systems that endured long after the crusading armies had departed. Culturally, the Crusades deepened mutual awareness between East and West. European chroniclers such as William of Tyre described the sophistication of Muslim cities, their libraries, baths and markets, with astonishment. Arab observers, in turn, commented on the Crusaders' simplicity, courage and unfamiliar customs. Over time, perceptions evolved from contempt to curiosity. Western admiration for Arabic science, architecture and governance grew through direct contact. The Gothic arches of Europe and the mathematical precision of its cathedrals owe something to Islamic geometric design. Likewise, Arabic medical knowledge and philosophical texts entered Europe through translation in Crusader-held territories and later through Spain and Sicily. These exchanges, though unintended, became the most enduring legacy of the crusading age, transcending the temporary victories of armies and the ambitions of rulers. The end of the Crusades came gradually rather than suddenly. Successive waves of European expeditions failed to regain permanent foothold in the Levant, while the Muslim states, under leaders such as the Mamluks of Egypt, grew more organised and formidable. The capture of Acre in 1291 marked the final collapse of the Crusader presence in the Holy Land. By then, the balance of power had shifted decisively. The Islamic world, though politically diverse, remained culturally and intellectually cohesive, while Europe, transformed by its encounters with the East, entered a period of reawakening. The Arab experience of the Crusades thus encompassed both suffering and achievement. It revealed the dangers of disunity and the strength derived from moral purpose. It demonstrated that resilience, guided by knowledge and faith, could transform invasion into renewal. The memory of these centuries would remain vivid in both Islamic and Western histories, not only as a chronicle of war, but as a testament to the enduring capacity of human civilizations to learn even amid conflict. In the aftermath, the Mediterranean once again became a shared space of commerce and dialogue. The same routes that had carried soldiers now carried scholars and merchants. The exchange of goods continued alongside the exchange of ideas, linking Cairo, Damascus and Venice in a network of interdependence. Arabic books found readers in European monasteries. European gold circulated in Muslim markets. The lessons learned through confrontation matured into cooperation, however fragile and uneven. The Arabs emerged from the crusading period with renewed awareness of their identity as a civilization that balanced power with learning, faith with reason, and justice with mercy. Their legacy from this era was not conquest or defeat, but endurance, the ability to transform adversity into wisdom, preserving the light of their culture through centuries of turmoil and change, and ensuring that even the clash of empires could not extinguish the pursuit of knowledge or the belief in the ultimate unity of mankind under the same sky. The fragmentation of Abbasid political control during the later centuries of their rule did not signify the collapse of Arab civilization, but rather its transformation into a constellation of regional powers, each carrying forward a different expression of the same cultural and intellectual inheritance. As the authority of the caliphs in Baghdad waned, new centres of leadership arose across the Islamic world, some Arab, others Persian, Kurdish or Berber in origin, yet all bound together by the Arabic language, the law of Islam, and the legacy of the Prophet. Among these, the Fatimids in Egypt, the Ayyubids in Syria and the Levant, and the Umayyads and their successors in Al-Andalus stand as emblems of regional creativity within the shared framework of Islamic civilization. Their rise reflected the diversity and adaptability of the Arab world, its capacity to produce multiple forms of governance, faith, and art, without losing the underlying unity that defined its cultural spirit. The Fatimid Caliphate, established in the early 10th century, emerged from the far western edges of the Islamic world in the mountainous regions of North Africa, where Berber tribes and Arab settlers mingled. The movement that gave birth to it was Ismaili, a branch of Shi'ism that traced spiritual authority through the line of the Prophet's daughter, Fatima, and her husband Ali. Preaching a message of divine guidance through a living imam, the Fatimids combined religious vision with political strategy, gradually building a state that challenged the Sunni orthodoxy of the Abbasids. In 909, their forces captured Ifriqiya, corresponding roughly to modern Tunisia, establishing Mahdia as their first capital. From there, they launched expeditions eastward, consolidating control over the Maghreb and developing a strong naval presence in the Mediterranean. Their expansion culminated in 969 with the conquest of Egypt, a land whose ancient fertility and strategic position at the crossroads of Africa, Asia, and Europe offered the foundation for an enduring empire. Upon entering Egypt, the Fatimids founded a new city, Al-Qahira, the Victorious, which the world would come to know as Cairo. Its construction marked one of the most significant urban achievements of the medieval era. Designed to house both the caliphal palace and the institutions of learning and worship that reflected Fatimid ideals, Cairo soon rivaled Baghdad and Cordoba as a centre of culture and intellect. The mosque and University of Al-Azhar, established shortly after the city's founding, became the heart of Ismaili scholarship and philosophy. Over time, it evolved into the foremost institution of Sunni learning in the world, a testament to the enduring legacy of the Fatimids' commitment to knowledge. The Fatimid caliphs presided over a cosmopolitan society in which Muslims, Christians and Jews participated in administration, commerce and science. Their government employed meritocratic principles, often appointing talented non-Muslims to high office. This inclusivity, rare in medieval politics, contributed to economic vitality and social stability. Cairo's markets overflowed with goods from the Indian Ocean and the Mediterranean, its docks crowded with ships from Yemen, Sicily and Byzantium. The Fatimid worldview combined theological subtlety with aesthetic refinement. Their architecture reflected the integration of North African, Persian and Egyptian elements, characterized by intricate stone carving, soaring minarets, and harmonious geometry. Their artistic patronage extended to calligraphy, textiles, and metalwork, all infused with symbolic meaning. The spiritual dimension of their rule was articulated through the institution of the Dawah, or religious mission, which spread Ismaili teachings across the Islamic world, from Yemen and Persia to India and Central Asia. This network of scholars and preachers maintained correspondence and debate that transcended borders, creating an intellectual web parallel to political authority. The Fatimids' emphasis on reason and esoteric interpretation nurtured a vibrant philosophical culture that interacted with Sunni, Sufi and Jewish thought. Yet their prosperity and influence inevitably drew opposition. The Seljuks in the east and later the Crusaders in the west challenged their power, while internal dissent weakened cohesion. By the 12th century, the Fatimid state had entered decline, undermined by factionalism and economic strain. When the Kurdish general Salah ad-Din rose to prominence under the banner of the Ayyubids, the Fatimid Caliphate came to an end. Yet its intellectual and architectural legacy endured in the fabric of Cairo and the memory of Islamic pluralism. The rise of the Ayyubid dynasty in the late 12th century represented both continuity and renewal. Rooted in the military and administrative traditions of the Zengids, the Ayyubids emerged as defenders of Sunni orthodoxy and champions of unity against external threats. Their founder, Salah ad-Din, had risen through loyalty, competence, and moral authority, and his leadership embodied the synthesis of soldierly discipline and spiritual integrity. Having overthrown the Fatimids in 1171, he restored allegiance to the Abbasid Caliph in Baghdad, symbolically healing the schism that had divided the Muslim world. Yet his rule was far from reactionary. It preserved much of the Fatimid administrative structure, while redirecting its institutions toward broader Sunni inclusivity. Under the Ayyubids, Egypt and Syria entered an age of reconstruction and cultural revival. Mosques, madrasas, and hospitals multiplied, serving not only as religious centres but as hubs of education and welfare. The city of Cairo, reinvigorated as capital, became a focal point of architectural innovation. Its citadel, built under Salah ad-Din's command, dominated the skyline as both fortress and seat of government, symbolising the strength of unified leadership. Salah ad-Din's greatest achievement, however, lay in his success at restoring confidence and moral purpose to the Islamic world, after decades of crusader incursions. His victory at Hattin and his subsequent reconquest of Jerusalem had transformed him into a figure of legend not only among Muslims but throughout the world. Yet his true strength lay in moderation and vision. He understood that conquest was meaningless without justice, and that justice required education and restraint. His successors, the Ayyubid princes, though often divided among themselves, maintained the dynasty's commitment to cultural patronage. They established schools dedicated to the study of law and theology, known as madrasas, which institutionalized Sunni learning and produced generations of jurists and scholars. The Ayyubid period also witnessed the flourishing of Sufism as a popular spiritual movement. Orders such as the Qadiriyya and the Rifa'iyya spread throughout the region, emphasizing personal piety and the inner dimensions of faith. In cities like Damascus, Aleppo, and Cairo, Sufi lodges became centres of charity, music, and contemplation, softening the rigours of legalism with compassion and introspection. The Ayyubid state was characterised by a delicate balance between central authority and local autonomy. Salah ad-Din had distributed territories among his relatives to ensure loyalty, but this practice also sowed the seeds of fragmentation after his death in 1193. Rivalries among his descendants led to intermittent conflict, though the shared framework of law and culture prevented collapse. The dynasty's eventual eclipse by the Mamluks in the mid-13th century did not erase its achievements. The institutions it built and the spirit it fostered endured. The Ayyubid period represented the last phase of Arab-led leadership in Egypt and Syria before the ascendancy of Turkic and Circassian elites. Yet its influence continued to shape Islamic governance and education for centuries. Its synthesis of moral integrity, military organisation, and intellectual vitality became a model for later states across the Islamic world. While the Fatimids and Ayyubids were shaping the eastern Mediterranean, the westernmost regions of the Islamic world, Al-Andalus, the Maghreb, and North Africa, developed their own distinctive brilliance. In the Iberian Peninsula, the legacy of the Umayyads who had escaped the Abbasid revolution flourished into a civilization of extraordinary refinement. The Umayyad Emirate of Cordoba, founded in 756, matured into a caliphate under Abd al-Rahman III in 929, establishing independence both politically and culturally. Cordoba became the jewel of the Western Islamic world, a city of light and learning that dazzled contemporaries with its sophistication. Its population, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, enjoyed paved streets, running water, libraries and gardens at a time when most of Europe was emerging from its early medieval simplicity. The great mosque of Cordoba, with its forest of arches and its harmonious proportions, symbolised the fusion of Arab, Berber and Visigothic traditions. Its architecture, mathematical precision and spiritual grace embodied the ideals of unity and order that permeated Andalusian culture. Under the Umayyads of Cordoba, science, philosophy and art reached unprecedented heights. Scholars translated and expanded upon the works of their Eastern counterparts, linking Andalusia to Baghdad through networks of correspondence and travel. The philosopher Ibn Rushd, known in the West as Averroes, epitomized the intellectual spirit of Al-Andalus. His commentaries on Aristotle reconciled reason and revelation, influencing both Islamic theology and the Christian scholasticism of Thomas Aquinas. His contemporary, the Jewish philosopher Maimonides, writing in Arabic, exemplified the pluralism of Andalusian society, where Muslims, Christians and Jews shared in the pursuit of knowledge. In medicine, astronomy and poetry, Andalusia rivaled the East. The libraries of Córdoba reportedly contained hundreds of thousands of volumes, and its schools attracted students from across the Mediterranean. The Arabic language reached new heights of literary expression in Andalusian poetry, which blended the austerity of classical verse with the sensuality of local landscapes and the melancholy of exile. The muwash-shah form, characterized by its rhythmic beauty and interlaced refrains, reflected the musicality of the region's culture. The prosperity of Al-Andalus extended beyond its intellectual life to encompass economic and artistic achievement. The irrigation systems of the Guadalquivir Valley transformed agriculture, producing citrus, olives, and silk that sustained trade networks across the Mediterranean. Artisans in Córdoba, Seville, and Granada created metalwork, ceramics, and textiles of exquisite design, while musicians and poets transformed Arabic meters into songs that would later influence European troubadour traditions. The social fabric of Andalusia, though marked by differences in faith, was held together by a shared culture of urban civility and tolerance known as convivencia. This coexistence, though imperfect and sometimes strained, allowed creativity to flourish through dialogue and diversity. It demonstrated that pluralism, guided by law and respect, could produce a civilization of unmatched depth and grace. As the 11th and 12th centuries unfolded, however, internal divisions and external pressures began to erode Andalusian unity. The fragmentation of the caliphate into smaller Taifa kingdoms weakened resistance against the advancing Christian kingdoms of the north. Yet even amid decline, Andalusia produced new bursts of cultural brilliance under the Almoravids and Almohads, Berber dynasties that combined religious reform with artistic patronage. The Almohad capital of Marrakesh rivaled Córdoba in grandeur, while in Seville the great minaret of the Giralda rose as a masterpiece of Islamic architecture. The transmission of Andalusian knowledge to North Africa and Europe continued unabated, ensuring that even as political control receded, the influence of Arab civilization endured. When Granada, the last Muslim stronghold in Spain, fell in 1492, it marked the end of Muslim rule in Iberia, but not the end of its legacy. The poetry, architecture, and intellectual traditions of Al-Andalus continue to inspire generations, serving as a reminder of the heights that human coexistence and creativity could achieve. The rise of regional dynasties, the Fatimids in Egypt, the Ayyubids in Syria, and the Andalusians in the far west, illustrated the remarkable adaptability of Arab and Islamic civilization. Each drew upon the shared heritage of the Abbasids, while developing its own distinctive identity. Each combined the pursuit of faith with the cultivation of beauty and intellect. The diversity of their achievements demonstrated that the decline of centralized power need not entail cultural decay. On the contrary, decentralization fostered innovation, allowing local traditions to blend with universal ideals. Through architecture, scholarship, and governance, these dynasties preserved the essence of the Arab world's contribution to history. The belief that knowledge and justice are inseparable, that beauty and reason complement one another, and that civilization is sustained not by power alone, but by the continuous dialogue between faith and humanity. The 13th century brought to the Arab and Islamic world a storm unlike any it had faced before. Out of the plains of Central Asia rode the Mongols, a people forged in the harshness of the steppe, whose conquests would reach from China to Europe and whose campaigns would devastate the heartlands of Islamic civilization. Their advance seemed unstoppable, their armies disciplined, mobile, and ruthless. For the Arabs, who had endured centuries of internal divisions and crusader incursions, the Mongol invasions represented not just a military threat, but an existential test. Cities that had stood for centuries as symbols of learning and faith fell to fire and ruin. Yet from the wreckage, the Arab world would emerge once more, reshaping itself with resilience and absorbing even its conquerors into the moral and intellectual framework of its civilization. The encounter between the Mongols and the Arabs thus became one of the most dramatic transformations in world history, a tale of destruction met with endurance and of devastation followed by renewal. The Mongol Empire had begun as the unification of nomadic tribes under the leadership of Temujin, who in 1206 took the title of Genghis Khan, universal ruler. His campaigns against neighbouring powers in China and Central Asia established the pattern of Mongol warfare: swift cavalry assaults, disciplined coordination, and the use of terror as strategy. When his armies advanced westward into the Islamic lands of Transoxiana and Khwarezm, they encountered a world already weakened by internal discord. The Khwarezmian Empire, which stretched across Persia and Central Asia, had grown powerful but unstable under the rule of Shah Muhammad II. A diplomatic misunderstanding involving the execution of Mongol envoys provoked Genghis Khan to launch an invasion of unprecedented scale. The Mongols crossed the Amu Darya in 1219, sweeping through cities such as Bukhara, Samarkand and Urgench with devastating efficiency. Entire populations were massacred, irrigation systems destroyed, and centres of learning reduced to ashes. The ferocity of the onslaught sent shockwaves throughout the Islamic world, reaching the Arab heartlands that had long regarded themselves as the centre of civilization. In the decades following Genghis Khan's death, his empire was divided among his sons and grandsons, yet the momentum of expansion continued. One of these successors, Hulagu Khan, grandson of Genghis, was tasked by his brother, the great Khan Mungke, to extend Mongol dominion into the Middle East. His campaign, beginning in the 1250s, would bring devastation to Persia, Iraq, and Syria. Hulagu's forces captured Alamut, stronghold of the Nizari Ismailis, ending the sect's centuries-old independence. But it was his advance on Baghdad that marked the true catastrophe for the Arab world. The Abbasid Caliphate, though weakened politically, still held immense symbolic authority as the spiritual heart of Islam. Caliph al-Mustasim, confident in the city's defences and uncertain of Mongol intentions, failed to mount a coordinated resistance. In February 1258, the Mongol army surrounded Baghdad. After brief siege, the city surrendered, but the terms were ignored. The ensuing destruction remains one of the darkest episodes in world history. For days, the city was plundered and burned. Its libraries, which had housed millions of volumes, were cast into the Tigris, whose waters, according to chroniclers, ran black with ink. The Caliph himself was executed, marking the symbolic end of the Abbasid Caliphate after 5 centuries. Baghdad, once the shining jewel of Islamic learning, lay in ruins, its scholars dispersed or slain, its institutions erased in a single stroke. The fall of Baghdad sent tremors throughout the Muslim world. To contemporaries, it seemed as though divine punishment had descended for the disunity and corruption that had weakened the community. Chroniclers such as Ibn al-Athir and later Ibn Khaldun reflected upon the calamity as both historical and moral event, interpreting it as a test of faith and endurance. Yet even amid destruction, the Arab world did not collapse. The Mongols, for all their power, lacked the administrative sophistication and moral legitimacy to govern the territories they conquered. Their rule, though absolute in force, depended on the cooperation of local populations and the knowledge of administrators drawn from the very societies they had subjugated. The infrastructure of Islamic civilization, its law, language and bureaucracy, proved remarkably durable. In many regions, life resumed under new overlords, and scholars continued their work in exile or under patronage of local rulers who sought to preserve continuity. The Mongols themselves, encountering the depth of Islamic culture, began to assimilate. Within a generation, their empire would undergo profound transformation, shaped by the very civilization they had sought to destroy. The resistance to Mongol expansion took root first in Egypt and Syria under the Mamluks, a new power that arose from the remnants of the Ayyubid state. The Mamluks were a military elite composed originally of slave soldiers, predominantly of Turkic and Circassian origin, who had been trained in the arts of warfare and governance. After the death of the last Ayyubid ruler in Egypt, the Mamluks seized control in 1250, establishing a sultanate that would defend the Islamic world for more than 2 centuries. Their leader, Sultan Qutuz, and his general Baybars confronted the Mongol advance at a critical moment. In 1260, at the Battle of Ain Jalut near the plains of Galilee, the Mamluk army met the Mongols in open combat. The battle was fierce, and for the first time in their history the Mongols suffered a decisive defeat. The victory at Ain Jalut halted their westward expansion and saved the Arab world from total subjugation. It also restored a sense of purpose and confidence to the Muslim community. Chroniclers hailed the event as divine deliverance, and Baybars, who succeeded Qutuz as sultan, became a symbol of resistance and renewal. Under Baybars and his successors, the Mamluk Sultanate became the guardian of the Islamic heartlands. They reorganized the army, fortified cities, and re-established trade routes disrupted by war. Cairo emerged as the new center of Islamic power, inheriting the legacy of Baghdad and Damascus. The Mamluks reinstated a ceremonial Abbasid caliphate in Cairo, ensuring continuity of spiritual authority even after the dynasty's destruction in Baghdad. The scholars who had fled Iraq found refuge in Egypt and Syria, bringing with them the intellectual traditions of the East. Under Mamluk patronage, madrasas, hospitals and mosques flourished once again. The Sultan Hassan Mosque in Cairo and the madrasa complexes of Damascus testified to a civilization that, though wounded, retained its vitality. The Mamluks also confronted and expelled the remaining Crusader strongholds from the Levant, culminating in the capture of Acre in 1291. Within a generation of catastrophe, the Arab world had reclaimed its confidence and reasserted itself as a dynamic force in the Mediterranean and beyond. Meanwhile, within the Mongol Empire itself, the process of assimilation accelerated. Hulagu's successors, ruling the Ilkhanate in Persia and Iraq, gradually converted to Islam. The most notable among them was Ghazan Khan, who embraced the faith in 1295. His conversion marked a turning point. Islam, once the target of Mongol conquest, became the spiritual framework of Mongol governance. Under Ghazan and his minister Rashid al-Din, the Ilkhanate sponsored reconstruction and scholarship. Rashid al-Din's Jami al-Tawarikh, Compendium of Chronicles, stands as one of the most comprehensive historical works of the medieval era, blending Persian, Arab and Mongol sources into a universal history. The Mongols, now integrated into the Islamic world, became patrons of architecture, science and art. The mosques of Tabriz and Maraga, the observatories built to study the heavens, and the miniatures that illustrated manuscripts all reflected a synthesis of steppe and city, conquest and civilization. What had begun as destruction evolved into renewal, and the Arabs played a central role in guiding this transformation through their intellectual resilience and moral influence. The endurance of Arab culture amid Mongol devastation owed much to its adaptability. The Arabic language remained the lingua franca of scholarship and administration, linking distant regions from Cairo to Damascus, from Aleppo to Mecca. The institutions of Islamic law, embodied in the 4 Sunni schools of jurisprudence, provided continuity in governance and social order. Even in times of turmoil, judges and scholars upheld the principles of justice, preserving trust within communities. The Sufi brotherhoods, whose influence had grown under the Ayyubids, offered spiritual solace and cohesion. Their lodges provided refuge for travellers, food for the poor and teaching for the young. Through ritual, poetry, and devotion, they maintained the sense of unity that political fragmentation could not erase. In the villages and towns of the Arab world, the rhythms of prayer, trade, and scholarship continued, anchoring society through faith and custom, while dynasties rose and fell. The Mongol invasions also catalyzed shifts in global commerce that ultimately benefited the Islamic world. The vast empire established by the Mongols connected East and West more directly than ever before, opening trade routes across Eurasia. The Silk Road flourished under Mongol protection, allowing merchants from China, Persia, and the Arab lands to travel with unprecedented safety. Cairo and Damascus became intermediaries between the Mediterranean and the East, importing silk, spices, and porcelain, while exporting textiles, glass, and knowledge. The movement of goods was accompanied by the movement of ideas. Maps, medical texts, and astronomical instruments passed between civilizations. Even the Venetian traveller Marco Polo, whose journey through the Mongol domains introduced Europe to the wonders of the East, reflected indirectly the interconnectedness that the Arabs had helped sustain. Thus, out of destruction, emerged a new global order in which the Arab world once again occupied a central position, bridging continents through trade and intellect. Culturally, the Mamluk and post-Mongol periods witnessed a renaissance of art and architecture that testified to the resilience of the Arab spirit. The calligraphy of this era reached new heights of elegance, blending geometric precision with expressive grace. Manuscript illumination flourished, particularly in Qurans produced for sultans and scholars, whose pages glowed with gold and lapis. Architecture embodied both strength and serenity. Domes rose above bustling cities, adorned with inscriptions proclaiming faith and endurance. The public fountains, schools, and caravanserais built across Cairo, Damascus, and Jerusalem demonstrated the enduring commitment to public welfare and learning. Poetry, too, found new voice in this era of recovery. Writers such as al-Busiri, whose Burda, the poem of the mantle, celebrated the prophet with devotion and beauty, expressed both reverence and hope. The arts, far from succumbing to despair, became instruments of healing, reasserting the balance between the temporal and the eternal. The intellectual life of the Arab world after the Mongol invasions reflected both continuity and introspection. Scholars such as Ibn Taymiyyah, writing in Damascus, sought to restore moral clarity and discipline in an age of confusion. His works emphasized the direct relationship between believer and divine law, advocating reform through knowledge rather than rebellion. Meanwhile, historians like Ibn al-Furat and al-Makrizi chronicled the transformations of their time with analytical precision. The culmination of this historical consciousness appeared in the 14th century with the work of Ibn Khaldun, whose Muqaddimah introduced a philosophy of history unprecedented in scope and depth. Observing the cycles of rise and decline among dynasties, he attributed social cohesion and decline to moral and economic factors rather than mere chance. His insight into the dynamics of civilization, its dependence on solidarity, justice, and adaptation, offered a timeless reflection on the very resilience that had carried the Arabs through the Mongol storm. His work remains a cornerstone of historical thought, bridging medieval and modern understanding. By the close of the 14th century, the immediate threat of Mongol conquest had passed, and the Arab world stood transformed yet intact. Egypt and Syria under the Mamluks had become stable and prosperous, serving as centres of learning and pilgrimage. The holy cities of Mecca and Medina continued to attract believers from every corner of the Islamic world, ensuring the continuity of faith. In the east, the Mongols, who had once brought ruin, now ruled as Muslim dynasties, contributing to the same civilization they had once assailed. The Ilkhanids of Persia, the Chagatai Khans of Central Asia, and later the Timurids all patronized Arabic scholarship and Islamic art. The transformation was so complete that within a century of Baghdad's fall, the Mongol name no longer evoked terror but integration. The Arabs, by preserving their language, law, and faith, had turned conquest into conversion, loss into renewal, and fragmentation into new forms of unity. The Mongol invasions, though catastrophic in their immediate impact, revealed the extraordinary durability of Arab civilization. Cities could be razed, libraries burned, and dynasties extinguished, but the intellectual and spiritual foundations of the Arab world proved indestructible. Its scholars, artisans, and mystics were built from memory and faith, carrying forward traditions that transcended empire. The resilience of the Arabs lay not in armies or fortresses, but in their ability to transform calamity into continuity, to draw strength from belief and wisdom from adversity. When the dust of the Mongol conquests settled, the Arab world remained a living civilization, scarred yet steadfast, diminished in power yet enriched in experience. From the ashes of Baghdad rose Cairo and Damascus. From the terror of conquest emerged the humility of faith and the rebirth of learning. In enduring the Mongols, the Arabs demonstrated once again that the spirit of their civilization, born in the deserts of Arabia, could adapt to every age and survive every storm. The integration of the Arab world into the Ottoman Empire marked a new and complex chapter in its long history. For centuries, the lands of the Arabs had been the heart of Islamic civilization, home to the Caliphate, the great cities of Baghdad, Damascus, Cairo, and Mecca, and the intellectual currents that shaped the faith. By the early 16th century, however, the political centre of gravity within the Muslim world had shifted northward. The rise of the Ottoman Turks, first as frontier warriors and later as imperial rulers, introduced a new order that combined military discipline, administrative innovation, and a strong sense of legitimacy rooted in service to Islam. The Ottomans, though not Arabs, became the guardians of the Arab lands for more than 4 centuries, ruling from Istanbul over a realm that stretched from the Balkans to Yemen. Their empire absorbed the Arab provinces through conquest, diplomacy, and religious obligation, transforming them into an integral part of one of history's most enduring political systems. The relationship between the Arabs and the Ottomans was not one of mere subjugation or passive rule. It was a complex balance of continuity and change, in which local traditions merged with imperial institutions to produce a distinctive synthesis of governance and culture. The Ottoman expansion into Arab territories began in earnest during the early 16th century, when the empire under Sultan Selim I turned southward after consolidating power in Anatolia and the Balkans. The Mamluk Sultanate of Egypt and Syria, though once powerful, had grown vulnerable through internal rivalries and economic challenges. In 1516, the Ottoman and Mamluk armies met at the Battle of Marjdabik near Aleppo. The Mamluks, outmatched by Ottoman artillery and organisation, were decisively defeated. Within a year, Cairo fell, and Egypt, along with Syria, Palestine, and the Hijaz, became Ottoman provinces. The conquest was not accompanied by wholesale destruction, but by a deliberate strategy of continuity. The Ottomans recognised the prestige of the Arab lands, particularly their status as the home of Islam's holy places. Rather than impose radical changes, they sought to preserve local institutions while integrating them into their centralised framework. The transfer of power was thus as much administrative as military, ensuring that the transition strengthened the empire rather than disrupted it. Sultan Selim's conquest carried immense symbolic significance. The last Abbasid caliph, who had lived in ceremonial dignity under Mamluk protection, was brought to Istanbul. The act symbolised the transfer of the caliphal authority to the Ottoman sultans, who thereafter assumed the dual titles of sultan and caliph, claiming to be both temporal and spiritual leaders of the Muslim world. For the Arabs, this arrangement offered continuity of legitimacy under new leadership. The holy cities of Mecca and Medina, previously under the nominal authority of the Mamluks, were now incorporated into the Ottoman domain, ensuring their protection through state resources and imperial devotion. The Sharif of Mecca retained local authority under Ottoman suzerainty, a relationship that balanced religious autonomy with imperial oversight. The maintenance of pilgrimage routes, the provision of security for caravans, and the endowment of public works along the Hajj road became central responsibilities of the empire. These measures reinforced the Ottomans' image as protectors of Islam and its heartlands, securing loyalty across the Arab world. The Ottoman administration of the Arab provinces combined centralization with pragmatism. The empire was divided into provinces known as eyalets, each governed by a pasha appointed from Istanbul. These governors were responsible for taxation, justice, and military defence, but their power was balanced by the presence of local elites and the oversight of imperial inspectors. The Ottomans inherited and refined the land tenure system from their predecessors, transforming it into the Taimar system, under which land revenue was allocated to soldiers in exchange for service. This arrangement ensured both military readiness and the maintenance of rural stability. The judicial system was anchored in Islamic law, administered by qadis who operated in coordination with imperial authorities. In urban centres, municipal institutions known as waqfs, charitable endowments, continued to finance schools, mosques, hospitals, and fountains. The empire's respect for these endowments preserved the moral and social fabric of Arab society. Arabic remained the language of religion and scholarship, while Turkish dominated administration and the court. This duality reflected the empire's plural nature, where diverse peoples coexisted within a shared moral order. Economically, the Arab provinces occupied a central position within the Ottoman world. Egypt, with its fertile Nile Valley, remained the empire's breadbasket, supplying grain to Istanbul and the Mediterranean. The Red Sea ports of Jeddah and Suez connected the empire to the Indian Ocean trade, while Damascus and Aleppo served as vital commercial hubs linking Anatolia, Persia, and the Mediterranean. The Ottoman control of the Levant secured the overland routes that carried silk, spices, and precious metals. The pilgrimage routes themselves became arteries of commerce, sustaining caravan towns across the Arabian deserts. In North Africa, cities such as Tripoli, Tunis, and Algiers entered the Ottoman sphere as semi-autonomous provinces, governed by local pashas and corsair leaders who pledged allegiance to the Sultan, while pursuing independent maritime ventures. The integration of these regions into a single imperial economy brought stability to trade and revived urban prosperity. Markets thrived under the protection of Ottoman law, and guilds regulated crafts and labour in accordance with established ethics. The continuity of urban life under Ottoman administration reinforced the cultural cohesion of the Arab world even as political authority shifted northward. The Ottomans invested heavily in infrastructure and public works throughout their Arab territories. Roads, bridges, caravanserais, and aqueducts were constructed or restored to facilitate movement and trade. In Damascus, Aleppo, and Jerusalem, new mosques and madrasas rose alongside older structures, blending Ottoman architectural style with local traditions. The distinctive domes and slender minarets of Ottoman design became part of the skylines of Arab cities, testifying to the integration of imperial and regional aesthetics. Cairo, though diminished in political power, remained a centre of scholarship and craftsmanship. Its artisans continued to produce metalwork, textiles, and manuscripts renowned across the empire. The city's Al-Azhar University retained its status as the foremost institution of Islamic learning, supported by endowments and imperial patronage. The Ottomans, aware of the prestige associated with such institutions, ensured their protection and expansion. The pilgrimage to Mecca received unprecedented attention. The empire financed the restoration of the Kaaba, the construction of hostels for pilgrims, and the safeguarding of routes through Arabia. The annual dispatch of the Surrey procession from Istanbul, carrying gifts and supplies for the holy cities, symbolised the unity of the empire under the banner of Islam. Culturally and intellectually, the Arab provinces continued to play a vital role in the life of the Ottoman Empire. Scholars from Cairo, Damascus, and Jerusalem contributed to theology, jurisprudence, and science, maintaining the continuity of Islamic learning. The exchange of scholars between Arab cities and Istanbul created a network of knowledge that spanned the empire. Arabic literature flourished within traditional forms, poetry, biography and history, while absorbing influences from Persian and Turkish sources. The preservation of manuscripts and the copying of classical works ensured that the intellectual heritage of earlier centuries remained alive. Sufi orders retained their influence, spreading across urban and rural communities and serving as bridges between the people and the state. The Qadiriyya, Naqshbandiyya and Shadhiliyya orders maintained lodges that provided education, charity and social cohesion. Their leaders often acted as mediators in times of crisis, embodying the moral authority that complemented imperial governance. The combination of law, mysticism and scholarship gave the Ottoman Arab world a sense of spiritual continuity, even as political circumstances evolved. Yet the relationship between the Arabs and the Ottoman state was not without tension. The empire's centralization policies often conflicted with local autonomy, particularly in tribal and Bedouin regions. In the deserts of Arabia and the mountains of Yemen, Ottoman authority was nominal, challenged by the independence of local tribes. Periodic revolts broke out, reflecting both resistance to taxation and defence of traditional leadership. In Iraq, the Ottomans faced difficulties maintaining control over the marshlands and frontier zones, where tribal confederations wielded considerable power. Nonetheless, the empire's administrative pragmatism allowed it to accommodate local realities. Agreements with tribal leaders, the appointment of local notables to official positions, and the use of religious legitimacy helped sustain stability. The Ottomans understood that rule over the Arabs required not coercion alone but negotiation, respect, and recognition of regional diversity. The 17th and 18th centuries brought gradual change to the Arab provinces as global dynamics shifted. The discovery of new maritime routes by European powers diverted much of the spice trade away from the Red Sea, reducing Egypt's economic prominence. North Africa, though still under Ottoman suzerainty, became increasingly autonomous, with local dynasties in Algiers, Tunis and Tripoli pursuing independent policies. The rise of European naval power in the Mediterranean challenged Ottoman control and introduced new forms of competition. Yet despite these external pressures, the Arab provinces retained their cultural vitality. Cities such as Damascus and Aleppo remained renowned for their craft industries, architecture and scholarly life. Cairo continued to attract students and merchants from across the Muslim world. The resilience of Arab society lay in its local institutions, guilds, mosques and endowments, that maintained continuity through self-governance. Even as the empire aged, these structures preserved the moral and social foundations that had sustained the region for centuries. In the Arabian Peninsula, Ottoman authority waxed and waned. The rise of the Wahhabi movement in the 18th century, under the leadership of Muhammad ibn Abd al-Wahhab and his alliance with the House of Saud, represented a call for religious reform and a return to the purity of early Islam. Their expansion across Central Arabia challenged Ottoman control and threatened the security of the pilgrimage routes. The empire responded through its Egyptian viceroy, Muhammad Ali Pasha, who launched campaigns in the early 19th century to suppress the movement. His forces recaptured Mecca and Medina, restoring imperial authority, but also foreshadowing new forms of regional autonomy. Muhammad Ali's reforms, modernizing the army, centralizing administration, and encouraging industrialization, set Egypt on a distinct path that would later influence the entire Arab world. Though formally under Ottoman sovereignty, Egypt under Muhammad Ali functioned as a semi-independent state, blending Ottoman governance with European-inspired modernization. This duality reflected the broader transformation of the Arab provinces in the modern era, a world rooted in continuity, yet increasingly shaped by change. The Ottoman centuries left a profound imprint on Arab society. They preserved the unity of the Islamic world at a time when fragmentation might have led to collapse. They safeguarded the holy cities, maintained trade routes, and ensured the transmission of learning. The empire's administrative structure, though often rigid, provided stability across vast and diverse territories. The blending of Arab and Ottoman cultures enriched both, producing a shared heritage visible in language, architecture, and law. The call to prayer that echoed from minarets in Cairo, Damascus, and Istanbul united millions under the same faith, even as political boundaries shifted. The Ottoman rulers, despite their foreign origins, became part of the Arab historical continuum, their presence woven into the daily rhythms of life and governance. By the dawn of the 19th century, however, the balance between continuity and change began to tilt. The empire faced growing challenges from European expansion, technological innovation, and internal reform movements. The Arab provinces, long accustomed to being the spiritual centre of Islam, now found themselves at the crossroads of competing influences, imperial, colonial, and nationalist. Yet even in this shifting landscape, the legacy of the Ottoman centuries endured. The institutions they built, the roads they maintained, the mosques they endowed, and the laws they upheld continued to shape the Arab world long after their political power waned. Their rule demonstrated that an empire could govern through inclusion rather than annihilation, and that the preservation of faith and learning could outlast the vicissitudes of war and change. The 19th century opened upon a world in transition. The Arab lands, long situated at the crossroads of continents and cultures, found themselves facing a transformation unlike any in their history. For centuries they had been part of the Ottoman Empire, bound to an order that balanced continuity and tradition. Yet as the industrial and intellectual revolutions of Europe reshaped global power, the Arab provinces encountered a new reality. Steamships crossed the Mediterranean. Railways pierced the deserts. Newspapers carried ideas faster than caravans could travel. The encounter with modernity arrived not through choice, but necessity. It forced the Arab world to confront questions that would define its future: how to preserve identity while engaging with change, how to absorb new sciences without losing moral grounding, and how to reconcile the weight of the past with the demands of the present. This period, often called the Nahda, the Arab Awakening, marked the beginning of an era of intellectual renewal, social reform, and political consciousness that would redefine Arab civilization in the modern age. The first impulses of renewal arose within Egypt, whose strategic location and historical prestige made it the natural centre of Arab reform. The country's transformation began under Muhammad Ali Pasha, the Ottoman governor whose ambition and vision carried Egypt into the modern era. Seizing power in 1805, Muhammad Ali set out to rebuild his state on new foundations. Recognizing that survival depended on knowledge, he dispatched students to Europe to study military science, engineering, and administration. He established schools for medicine, translation, and industry, and reformed agriculture to supply the needs of a modern army. Factories, shipyards, and irrigation projects turned Egypt into the most dynamic province of the Ottoman world. Though his methods were authoritarian, his reforms created a generation of Arabs who had witnessed the power of modern science and organization. The students who studied in Paris returned not merely with technical skills, but with new ways of thinking about government, society, and the role of reason. Among them were the early pioneers of the Nahda, who sought to apply modern knowledge within the framework of Islamic and Arab values. The influence of Egypt's modernization radiated across the Arab world. In Beirut, Damascus, and Cairo, printing presses multiplied, spreading books and newspapers that reached audiences far beyond the cities. The translation movement that had once flourished under the Abbasids found new life, this time bringing works of European philosophy, science, and literature into Arabic. The printing of dictionaries, encyclopedias, and newspapers created a public sphere where ideas could circulate freely. Intellectuals such as Rifaa al-Tatawi, who had studied in France as part of Muhammad Ali's missions, became interpreters between civilizations. His writings emphasized that modern science and Islamic morality were not incompatible but complementary, each serving human advancement when guided by justice. he translated works on geography, history, and ethics, establishing a vocabulary that would allow the Arab world to engage with modern concepts while retaining its linguistic and cultural integrity. The revival of the Arabic language itself became a cornerstone of the Nahda, as writers and scholars sought to adapt its classical richness to the needs of modern expression. Through newspapers like Al-Waqaya al-Misriya and later Al-Manar, a new Arab consciousness began to form, rooted in the belief that knowledge and reform could restore vitality to the Islamic world. The encounter with Europe was not confined to ideas, it also arrived through empire. Napoleon's brief invasion of Egypt in 1798 had exposed the imbalance of power between East and West. Though his occupation was short-lived, it demonstrated the effectiveness of modern armies and bureaucracies. The French brought with them scientists, engineers, and scholars who catalogued Egypt's geography, antiquities, and society. The monumental description de l'Égypte that emerged from their work revealed to the Arab elite the scope of European curiosity and methodical inquiry. For many Arabs, the encounter was both humiliating and illuminating. It showed the vulnerability of their institutions, but also the potential for renewal through knowledge. The Ottoman Empire's attempts to modernize its own structures through the Tanzimat reforms of the mid-19th century extended this process across the Arab provinces. New legal codes, administrative councils, and educational systems were introduced, aiming to harmonize traditional Islamic principles with contemporary governance. The reforms encouraged a spirit of civic participation and legal equality, fostering a sense of shared identity among diverse communities. In cities such as Damascus, Aleppo, and Baghdad, schools and newspapers multiplied, producing an educated elite increasingly aware of global currents. The intellectual awakening of the Nahda was accompanied by a spiritual and moral re-evaluation. Reformers sought to return to the ethical foundations of Islam while embracing the tools of modernity. Thinkers such as Jamal al-Din al-Afghani and Muhammad Abduh emerged as central figures in this synthesis. Al-Afghani, a peripatetic philosopher and activist, called for unity among Muslims in the face of Western imperialism, arguing that decline had resulted not from religion but from stagnation and ignorance. His student, Muhammad Abduh, sought to reconcile reason and revelation, emphasizing that Islam encouraged inquiry, progress, and social justice. As Grand Mufti of Egypt, he introduced reforms in education and law that reflected these principles. Their ideas spread across the Arab world, inspiring movements of reform in Syria, Lebanon, and North Africa. The press, the school, and the mosque became intertwined instruments of revival. The language of renewal entered daily discourse, as terms like Nahda, awakening, Islah, reform, and Hurriya, freedom, became symbols of collective aspiration. In literature, the 19th century Arab world experienced a profound renaissance that paralleled its intellectual awakening. Poets and novelists turned their attention from classical forms of praise and elegy to themes of social reform, patriotism, and identity. Writers such as Ahmad Shawki in Egypt and Mahmoud Sami al-Barudi revived classical Arabic poetry while infusing it with modern sensibilities. In Lebanon, the Christian intellectuals Boutrous al-Bustani and Nasif al-Yaziji played key roles in standardizing modern Arabic prose and promoting education for all. Their efforts transcended religious boundaries, uniting Muslims and Christians in a shared linguistic and cultural revival. The establishment of literary societies, printing houses, and journals fostered debate on science, ethics, and politics. The novel, a new genre for Arabic literature, began to appear through translations and original works, exploring human psychology and social change. This literary vitality reflected a society awakening to its own potential, rediscovering in its language the means to engage with a rapidly changing world. The encounter with modernity also transformed urban life. In Cairo, Beirut, and Damascus, new schools, hospitals, and public buildings emerged, often designed by European architects but adapted to local traditions. The construction of railways, telegraphs and ports connected the Arab provinces more closely than ever before. The opening of the Suez Canal in 1869 symbolised the integration of the Arab world into the global economy, linking the Mediterranean and the Red Sea, Europe and Asia. Yet these developments also brought dependency, as European powers extended their economic and political influence through loans, concessions and military intervention. The penetration of foreign capital reshaped trade and agriculture, creating new elites and deepening inequalities. The tension between modernisation and autonomy became a defining feature of the Arab experience. Intellectuals and reformers debated how to adopt technology and education without succumbing to foreign domination. The struggle for balance between progress and independence, reason and faith, became the moral centre of the Arab encounter with modernity. Education became the primary instrument of renewal. Modern schools, often established by reformers and missionaries, introduced new curricula that combined traditional religious studies with science, mathematics, and foreign languages. In Egypt, government schools trained administrators and engineers. In Lebanon and Syria, American and French missions founded colleges that would later become universities. The Arab intelligentsia that emerged from these institutions played a crucial role in shaping public opinion and national consciousness. They edited newspapers, wrote treatises, and participated in reformist societies. The spread of literacy expanded the audience for debate, transforming intellectual movements into social forces. Women, too, began to enter the sphere of education and public life. Pioneers such as Huda Sha'arawi in Egypt and May Ziadeh in Lebanon advocated for women's rights and access to learning, linking personal emancipation with national progress. The inclusion of women in the discourse of reform signalled a deeper shift in Arab society, an awareness that the renewal of civilization required participation from all its members. While intellectual and social reform flourished, political consciousness also began to take shape. The weakening of Ottoman authority and the growing influence of European powers exposed the vulnerability of the Arab provinces. The 1860s saw uprisings and sectarian conflicts in Lebanon and Syria, revealing both the fragility and resilience of local societies. The Ottoman response through the creation of provincial councils and constitutional experiments encouraged Arab participation in governance. The Young Ottoman movement, advocating constitutionalism and equality, found support among Arab intellectuals who sought both reform within the empire and recognition of their cultural distinctiveness. The publication of the Ottoman Constitution in 1876, though short-lived, awakened a sense of citizenship that transcended sectarian lines. Arab newspapers from Beirut to Baghdad began to discuss concepts of liberty, representation, and national unity, translating European political thought into Arabic terms. The Nahda thus extended beyond culture into the realm of politics, planting the seeds of the nationalist movements that would later shape the 20th century. In the Western Arab world, particularly in North Africa, the encounter with modernity took a different form, often imposed through colonialism. The French invasion of Algeria in 1830 marked the beginning of direct European domination in Arab lands. The resistance of Emir Abdelkader, who combined military skill with spiritual leadership, became a symbol of Arab defiance. His struggle demonstrated that modern warfare and religious conviction could coexist, and his eventual exile turned him into a revered figure across the Arab world. Tunisia and Egypt, though formerly under Ottoman sovereignty, gradually fell under European control through economic dependence. The British occupation of Egypt in 1882 exposed the contradiction of modernisation under foreign rule. The same railways and telegraphs that symbolise progress also facilitated imperial administration. For Arab thinkers, this duality posed a moral dilemma: how to achieve renewal without surrendering sovereignty, how to learn from the West without becoming its subject. The question would define Arab political thought for generations to come. By the end of the 19th century, the Nahda had matured into a broad cultural movement, encompassing every aspect of life: education, literature, journalism, philosophy, and politics. The Arabic language had been renewed as a medium of modern expression. Universities and presses linked Beirut, Cairo, and Damascus into a single intellectual network. Reformist ideas spread through newspapers that reached every literate household. The Ottoman Empire, under the pressure of its own reforms, oscillated between authoritarianism and constitutionalism, seeking to modernize while maintaining unity. Arab intellectuals participated in these debates, often framing their arguments in terms of both Islamic renewal and cultural identity. The concept of the Ummah, the community of believers, expanded to include notions of national belonging and collective destiny. The early seeds of Arab nationalism were sown in this environment, nourished by pride in language, memory of civilization, and the desire for justice and freedom. The awakening was not a break from the past, but a rediscovery of its possibilities, a conviction that the spirit that had once animated the Abbasids and Andalusians could, with adaptation, illuminate the modern age. The Arab encounter with modernity thus unfolded as a dialogue between inheritance and innovation. It was not a passive acceptance of foreign influence, but an active process of reinterpretation. The Nehda intellectuals saw in modern science and governance tools to strengthen society, not to replace its moral foundations. They viewed Islam not as obstacle, but as source of vitality, capable of guiding progress through ethics and purpose. The result was a civilization in motion, seeking equilibrium between tradition and transformation. From Cairo's printing presses to Beirut's schools, from Damascus's lecture halls to Baghdad's salons, the Arab world rediscovered its voice, confident that knowledge remained the truest form of power. The century of awakening had begun, a movement that would continue to shape the destiny of the Arabs as they entered the turbulent 20th century, bringing with them the lessons of faith, reform, and resilience that had sustained them through every age. The early decades of the 20th century witnessed the unravelling of an empire that had bound the Arab world to Istanbul for nearly 400 years. The Ottoman Empire, long a structure of extraordinary endurance, faced pressures from every direction: nationalist revolts, European imperial ambitions, and the internal strains of modernisation. For the Arabs, this period marked the beginning of a profound transformation. The old bonds of imperial authority weakened, and new ideas of identity, sovereignty, and unity began to emerge. The fall of the Ottoman order did not simply signify the end of Turkish rule. It marked the reawakening of the Arabs to their own political destiny, the search for self-determination after centuries of imperial administration. The birth of Arab nationalism was both a response to global forces and the culmination of the intellectual awakening that had been unfolding throughout the previous century. It arose from the conviction that the Arab world, with its shared language, culture, and faith, could and must determine its own future. The Ottoman Empire at the dawn of the 20th century was already a shadow of its former self. The Tanzimat reforms of the 19th century had introduced new legal codes, schools, and administrative systems intended to modernise the state and integrate its diverse peoples. But these reforms also produced tensions. Many Arabs welcomed modernisation but resented the growing centralisation of power in Istanbul. The Young Turk Revolution of 1908, which restored the Ottoman constitution and promised equality among all citizens, initially inspired optimism. Arab intellectuals, reformers, and officials hoped that the new constitutional regime would grant greater autonomy and representation to the Arab provinces. For a brief moment, it seemed possible that Ottomanism, a shared identity uniting Turks, Arabs, and other peoples under the banner of Islam and modern citizenship, could preserve the empire. Yet this vision soon faltered. The Committee of Union and Progress, CUP, which dominated the Young Turk movement, pursued an increasingly nationalist and Turkified agenda, promoting the Turkish language and culture at the expense of others. Arab leaders, who had initially supported the revolution, began to feel marginalised and mistrusted. The erosion of trust between Istanbul and the Arab provinces deepened in the years leading up to the First World War. In Syria, Lebanon, Iraq, and the Hijaz, Arab intellectuals formed cultural and political societies that sought to assert their distinct identity within the empire. The literary clubs of Beirut and Damascus, the reformist journals of Cairo, and the secret organisations such as Al-Fatat and Al-Ahad nurtured discussions on autonomy, representation, and language. The revival of Arabic as a vehicle for modern expression during the Nahda now acquired political significance. Newspapers and pamphlets argued that the Arabs were a people with a historic mission, whose civilization had once illuminated the world, and could do so again if freed from neglect and foreign domination. Yet these calls for reform were not initially separatist. Most Arab leaders still envisioned a reformed Ottoman state, in which Arabs would share power equally with Turks. They demanded decentralization, not secession. The Arab Congress held in Paris in 1913 exemplified this attitude, advocating administrative autonomy, local control of education, and respect for Arabic alongside Turkish as official languages. The Congress's resolutions reflected loyalty to the empire combined with a desire for equality. But the outbreak of global war soon rendered these aspirations obsolete. The First World War transformed the Arab lands into a theatre of conflict and redefined their relationship with the empire and the world beyond. The Ottoman entry into the war on the side of Germany in 1914 placed the empire in opposition to Britain and France, powers whose ambitions in the Middle East had long been growing. For the Arabs, the war presented both danger and opportunity. The British, seeking to undermine Ottoman control, looked to the Arab leaders for support. In the Hijaz, Sharif Hussein ibn Ali, the Hashemite ruler of Mecca and descendant of the Prophet, had grown wary of Ottoman centralisation and suspicious of the Cup's policies. When approached by British representatives, he was offered the prospect of Arab independence in exchange for leading a revolt against Ottoman rule. The correspondence between Hussein and Sir Henry McMahon, the British High Commissioner in Egypt during 1915 and 1916, laid the foundation for what became the Arab Revolt. In their letters, the British appeared to recognise the Arabs' right to independence over vast territories in the Middle East. Encouraged by these assurances and by his own vision of restoring Arab dignity, Sharif Hussein raised the banner of revolt in June 1916, proclaiming the liberation of the Arab lands from Ottoman control. The Arab Revolt, though modest in its military scale, carried immense symbolic weight. Led by Sharif Hussein's sons, Ali, Abdullah, and Faisal, and supported by British officers such as T. Lawrence, the movement combined tribal forces from the Arabian Peninsula with British logistical support. The capture of Aqaba in 1917 opened a route to the Levant, and the subsequent advance northward symbolised the reawakening of Arab agency after centuries of subordination. The Hashemites positioned their cause as a struggle for both national and religious renewal, invoking the heritage of the early Islamic Caliphate and the unity of the Arab peoples. As Faisal's forces entered Damascus in 1918, the collapse of Ottoman authority across the Arab world appeared complete. The Ottoman armies, exhausted by years of war and beset by internal dissent, withdrew. The empire itself, already strained by defeats on multiple fronts, disintegrated under the combined weight of military defeat and nationalist aspiration. In November 1918, the armistice ended the war, and with it the centuries-long Ottoman presence in the Arab lands. The triumph of the Arab Revolt, however, was soon overshadowed by betrayal. Unknown to Sharif Hussein and his allies, Britain and France had secretly concluded the Sykes-Picot Agreement in 1916, dividing the Arab provinces of the Ottoman Empire into zones of influence. Under its terms, the lands that had been promised independence were to be partitioned. France would control Syria and Lebanon, Britain would dominate Iraq and Palestine, and the Arabian Peninsula would remain under indirect influence. The Balfour Declaration of 1917, in which Britain expressed support for the establishment of a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine, further complicated the situation. the dreams of Arab unity and self-determination collided with the realities of European imperial ambition. When Faisal arrived at the Paris Peace Conference in 1919 to plead the Arab case, he found the New World Order already arranged without him. His eloquent appeals for recognition of Arab independence fell upon deaf ears. The subsequent imposition of the League of Nations mandates formalised the division. Syria and Lebanon under French control, Iraq, Palestine, and Transjordan under British administration. The promise of freedom had been replaced by a new form of tutelage. The sense of betrayal that followed the war became the crucible in which modern Arab nationalism was forged. The ideals of the Nahda, education, reform, and cultural renewal, merged with the experience of political disillusionment to produce a collective demand for sovereignty. Across the Arab world, intellectuals, students, and veterans of the Arab Revolt began to articulate a shared narrative of nationhood. Newspapers and associations promoted the idea of an Arab nation bound by language, history, and destiny. The concept of al-Qawmiyya al-Arabiyya, Arab nationalism, emerged as both a political ideology and a cultural movement. It called for unity among Arabs regardless of regional or sectarian differences, viewing their division as the result of foreign manipulation. The experience of European colonialism provided both the challenge and the catalyst for this ideology. In Syria, nationalist movements organised protests and uprisings against French rule. The Great Syrian Revolt of 1925-1927, led by Sultan al-Atrash and joined by diverse communities, demonstrated the depth of popular resistance. In Iraq, revolts erupted in 1920 against British authority, forcing concessions and the establishment of a nominally independent monarchy under Faisal. In Egypt, the 1919 revolution united Muslims and Christians in mass demonstrations against British control, giving birth to a modern nationalist movement under leaders like Saad Zaghloul. These uprisings, though often suppressed, marked the awakening of a new Arab political consciousness. At the intellectual level, Arab nationalism drew upon the language of modernity and the memory of the past. Writers and thinkers such as Sati al-Husri, Michel Aflaq, and Constantine Zuraik would later define its principles, but its early foundations were laid in the interwar period by educators and journalists who emphasized the unity of the Arab people through language and culture. Schools and universities became laboratories of identity, where students learned not only grammar and history, but pride in belonging to a civilization that had given the world its first alphabet, its sciences, and its faith. The Arabic language, once the vehicle of the Nahda's literary revival, now became the banner of political solidarity. Arab nationalism was inclusive in its early form, embracing Muslims and Christians alike, seeing religion as part of the broader cultural heritage rather than a source of division. It was a secular ideal rooted in shared history, born of the conviction that unity was the only path to independence and progress. The collapse of Ottoman authority and the subsequent establishment of European mandates also reshaped the map of the Arab world. New political entities emerged where once there had been provinces of a single empire. Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, Palestine, and Transjordan took form under foreign supervision, their boundaries drawn by diplomats rather than by geography or consent. The Arabian Peninsula, meanwhile, underwent its own transformation. The rise of Abdulaziz ibn Saud, who unified the central and eastern regions and captured Mecca and Medina in the 1920s, gave birth to the modern kingdom of Saudi Arabia. The Hashemite dynasty, displaced from the Hijaz, established new thrones in Iraq and Transjordan under British patronage. Thus, while the Ottoman Empire's collapse fragmented the Arab lands politically, it also laid the groundwork for the modern states that would define the region in the 20th century. Each new nation inherited the legacy of the Ottoman administrative structure and the aspirations of the Nahda, yet faced the challenge of reconciling local realities with the ideal of unity. The fall of the Ottoman Empire thus represented both an end and a beginning. It ended an era of imperial cohesion and began the search for Arab self-determination in a world dominated by European power. The birth of Arab nationalism was not merely a political reaction, but an intellectual evolution, a continuation of the long tradition of renewal that had characterized Arab history from the Abbasids to the Nahda. It sought to restore dignity to a people who had once led in science, culture, and governance, asserting that their decline was neither inevitable nor permanent. The idea of the Arab nation became a moral project as much as a political one, rooted in education, reform, and solidarity. Its early proponents understood that freedom required not only independence from foreign rule, but also revival of moral and intellectual strength. Though the new century brought fragmentation and struggle, it also rekindled a sense of purpose that would sustain the Arab world through the challenges to come. The transformation from Ottoman subjects to self-aware citizens marked a decisive turning point in Arab history. It redefined the meaning of belonging, authority, and identity. The Ottoman centuries had provided continuity and stability. Their fall exposed both vulnerability and potential. The Arabs, inheritors of a vast and varied civilization, now faced the task of shaping their own destiny amid the forces of imperialism, nationalism, and modernity. The age of empires had ended, but the age of nations had begun. The next chapters of Arab history would be written not in the palaces of caliphs or the chancelleries of sultans, but in the classrooms, printing presses, and streets where a new generation demanded its right to speak, to rule, and to define its place in the modern world. The years that followed the First World War reshaped the Arab world more profoundly than any period since the early Islamic conquests. The fall of the Ottoman Empire had left a vast vacuum, a world of provinces suddenly cut loose from imperial authority and subjected to the ambitions of European powers. The redrawing of boundaries, carried out in conference rooms far from the lands it would define, imposed a new political geography upon the Arabs, lines traced across deserts and mountains without regard for history, culture, or consent. What emerged was not the independent Arab unity envisioned by reformers and revolutionaries, but a patchwork of colonial mandates governed under the guise of international supervision. Britain and France, victorious in the war, divided the spoils of empire in accordance with their strategic and economic interests, clothed in the language of civilization and tutelage. The result was a world reordered by foreign powers, but inhabited by peoples who would not accept subjugation quietly. From the Atlantic to the Gulf, the Arabs entered a new era, one of colonial rule and resistance, of imposed boundaries and reawakened identity. The concept of the mandate, introduced by the League of Nations in the aftermath of the war, was framed as a moral obligation. The victors, claiming to act in the name of progress, were to guide the former Ottoman territories towards self-government and independence. In practice, the mandates became instruments of imperial control, extending European dominance under a new name. The Sykes-Picot Agreement of 1916 had already divided the Arab lands into zones of British and French influence. The mandate system merely formalised those arrangements. France received authority over Syria and Lebanon, while Britain gained Iraq, Palestine, and Transjordan. The Arabian Peninsula, outside the mandate framework, remained under local rulers whose fortunes would soon be shaped by both British diplomacy and the discovery of oil. The new borders carved from the old Ottoman provinces disregarded tribal networks, linguistic communities, and historical affinities, fragmenting what had once been a continuous cultural and geographic world. The artificiality of these divisions would haunt the region for generations, sowing tensions that no empire could fully contain. In Syria, the hopes for Arab independence were crushed almost immediately. After the Ottoman withdrawal in 1918, Prince Faisal, son of Sharif Hussein of Mecca, had established an Arab government in Damascus, proclaiming a constitutional monarchy that embodied the dream of unity. His administration, composed of Arab officers, intellectuals and notables, sought to build a modern state rooted in the principles of the Arab Revolt. It promoted education, civic reform, and the use of Arabic as the language of governance. But the victory was short-lived. The Allied powers refused to recognise his authority, and France, citing its mandate, demanded control. In 1920, when Syrian delegates at the General Congress in Damascus declared independence and crowned Faisal king, French forces advanced from Lebanon. The confrontation culminated at the Battle of Meisalan, where Syrian troops under Yusuf al-Azma, the Minister of Defence, faced a vastly superior French army. They were defeated and Damascus was occupied. Faisal was forced into exile, his brief reign remembered as both the first experiment in Arab sovereignty and the first of its betrayals. The French divided Syria into smaller administrative units: Damascus, Aleppo, the Alawite coast, and Jabal Druze, pursuing a policy of fragmentation designed to weaken unity. Lebanon separated from Syria and expanded to include Christian and Muslim regions, was declared a separate mandate. These divisions, justified as safeguards for minorities, reflected imperial logic rather than local will. Under French rule, Syria and Lebanon became laboratories of colonial administration. The French built roads, schools and public institutions, introducing elements of modern bureaucracy. They encouraged urban development and supported missionary education, particularly among the Christian communities of Lebanon. Yet their governance was marked by repression and inequality. Arabic was marginalised in favour of French and political dissent was suppressed. The promises of self-government made under the Mandate Charter were repeatedly deferred. Resistance soon took shape. Nationalist movements organised demonstrations and uprisings, demanding independence and the restoration of Arab unity. The Great Syrian Revolt of 1925 to 1927, one of the largest anti-colonial insurrections of the interwar period, united diverse regions and sects under the leadership of Sultan al-Atrash, a Druze chieftain. The rebellion spread from the mountains of Jabal Druze to Damascus and Homs, reflecting the depth of popular anger. French forces responded with overwhelming force, bombarding Damascus and other cities. Thousands were killed and villages destroyed, but the revolt became a symbol of national resilience. Its suppression did not end resistance. Rather, it transformed the idea of independence from aspiration into necessity. In Iraq, the establishment of the British Mandate followed a similar pattern of deception and revolt. The country's strategic importance, lying between the Persian Gulf and the oil fields of Mosul, made it central to British imperial interests. Promised independence as part of the Arab Revolt, Iraq found itself instead under British military occupation after the war. In 1920, widespread uprisings erupted among tribes and townspeople alike, uniting Shia and Sunni, Arab and Kurd, against foreign rule. The revolt, though ultimately crushed, forced the British to reconsider direct control. In 1921, they installed Faisal, the exiled former king of Syria, as monarch of a new Kingdom of Iraq under British supervision. The arrangement combined monarchy with dependency. Iraq had a parliament and a flag, but its military, finances and foreign policy remained under British oversight. The oil concessions granted to British companies symbolised the economic subordination that accompanied political tutelage. Over time, however, Iraq's nationalist movements grew more organised, drawing on educated elites and military officers who demanded genuine sovereignty. The balance between cooperation and resistance defined Iraq's political life for decades to come. Palestine occupied a special and tragic place within the Mandate system. For the Arabs of the region, it represented both the continuity of their land and the beginning of one of the most enduring conflicts in modern history. Under British rule, Palestine was governed according to the terms of the Balfour Declaration of 1917, which had promised support for a national home for the Jewish people. The policy was implemented without consultation with the Arab majority, who constituted roughly 90% of the population at the time. Jewish immigration, encouraged by Zionist organisations and protected by British administration, accelerated in the 1920s and 1930s. Land purchases and new settlements created growing tensions with the Arab population who saw their own national aspirations ignored. The British, balancing conflicting promises made during the war to the Arabs for independence and to the Zionists for a homeland, found themselves enmeshed in a conflict of their own making. The Arab response evolved from petitions and protests to organised resistance. The 1936-1939 Arab Revolt, marked by strikes, boycotts and armed rebellion, was met with harsh repression. The failure to achieve independence and the intensifying displacement of the Arab population would shape Palestinian identity and politics for the remainder of the century. In Transjordan, carved from the eastern half of the Palestine Mandate, British policy took a different form. The territory was placed under the rule of Emir Abdullah, another son of Sharif Hussein, as a semi-autonomous emirate. British officers oversaw its army and finances, but Abdullah's rule provided a measure of stability and continuity for the tribes and towns of the region. The creation of Transjordan reflected Britain's pragmatic approach to empire, governed through loyal allies rather than direct administration. In time, the emirate would evolve into the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan, maintaining its delicate balance between Arab nationalism and Western alliances. In the Arabian Peninsula, meanwhile, the consolidation of Ibn Saud's power created a new centre of authority. The founding of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in 1932 marked the unification of the central and western regions under a single rule for the first time in centuries. The kingdom's control over the holy cities and soon the discovery of oil would make it a pivotal force in the modern Arab world. Across the Arab lands, the Mandate period was characterised by contradiction. On the surface, it brought elements of modernisation, railways, schools, administrative reforms, but beneath it lay the reality of colonial exploitation and cultural disruption. European powers justified their presence through the rhetoric of progress and development, portraying themselves as tutors preparing backward peoples for self-rule. Yet their true motives were strategic and economic: control of trade routes, oil reserves, and geopolitical access to Asia and Africa. The mandates reoriented the economies of the Arab states toward the needs of their overseers. Cash crops replaced subsistence farming, foreign companies dominated infrastructure, and local industries stagnated. Education, though expanded, was often designed to produce a small class of intermediaries loyal to colonial authority. The cultural impact was equally profound. European languages entered administration and education, displacing Arabic in official contexts. Mission schools proliferated, spreading new ideas but also new dependencies. The sense of alienation between rulers and ruled deepened, reinforcing the conviction that liberation was not only political but also cultural and moral. Resistance to colonial rule took many forms. Armed uprisings erupted periodically, but equally important were the intellectual and political movements that articulated the vision of independence. Newspapers, associations, and political parties became platforms for nationalist discourse. The rhetoric of freedom and unity, first formulated during the Arab Revolt, now spread among the urban middle classes, students, and labourers. In Syria, the National Bloc emerged as the main vehicle for resistance, combining negotiation with popular mobilisation. In Lebanon, debates over identity, Arab, Lebanese or Mediterranean, reflected the tensions of a society divided by sectarian and colonial boundaries. In Iraq and Egypt, political life oscillated between cooperation with colonial authorities and demands for full independence. The press became the battleground of ideas, where poets, journalists and reformers invoked both the glory of the Arab past and the urgency of modern reform. The revival of memory served as both consolation and weapon. The Abbasids, Andalusians, and early Muslims were recalled as models of unity and progress, proof that the Arabs had once led the world and could do so again. The mandate system also had unintended consequences that would shape the Arab world's later development. By creating new borders and states, it introduced concepts of territorial nationalism alongside broader Arab identity. Syrians, Iraqis, Palestinians, and Lebanese developed distinct political institutions, schools and symbols, even as they remained bound by common language and culture. The contradiction between these local loyalties and the ideal of pan-Arab unity became a defining tension of the modern era. The mandates also fostered the growth of new political elites, educated administrators, military officers, and professionals who would later lead the independence movements. These elites, shaped by both colonial education and nationalist ideals, combined the tools of modern governance with the aspirations of self-rule. The seeds of future revolutions were planted in classrooms and courtrooms, where the language of rights and representation took root. By the late 1930s, the cracks in the mandate system had begun to widen. Economic crises, nationalist uprisings, and the growing threat of global war weakened European control. In Iraq, partial independence was granted in 1932, making it the first Arab mandate to enter the League of Nations as a sovereign state, though British influence persisted. In Egypt, formal independence had been proclaimed a decade earlier, yet British troops remained stationed along the Suez Canal. In Syria and Lebanon, French rule continued, but nationalist movements gained strength, awaiting the opportunity that global conflict would soon provide. The Second World War would transform the balance of power once again, weakening the European empires and opening the path toward the long-delayed realization of Arab independence. Yet the legacy of the mandates, the borders drawn in ignorance, the divisions fostered by colonial policy, and the economic dependencies they created, would endure, shaping the political and social landscape of the Arab world long after the flags of empire had been lowered. The redrawing of the Arab lands after the First World War was not merely a political event, but a psychological rupture. It fractured a world that had for centuries been connected by language, faith, and commerce, replacing organic unity with imposed structure. Yet amid the fragmentation, a new consciousness emerged. The Arabs, forced to confront the realities of foreign domination and modern power, rediscovered in their shared heritage the foundations of resistance. The Mandate period, for all its suffering and disappointment, became a crucible in which modern Arab identity was forged, an identity that combined the memory of past greatness with the determination to reclaim the future. The lines drawn by outsiders would remain on maps, but within them, the pulse of a civilization persisted, adapting, enduring, and preparing for the next stage in its long journey towards self-determination. The middle of the 20th century brought the Arab world into a new era, one defined by the twin forces of independence and oil. For centuries, the region's deserts, valleys, and coastlines had sustained civilizations built on trade, agriculture, and faith, but never before had its natural resources carried such global significance. The discovery and exploitation of petroleum transformed not only the economies of the Arab lands, but their societies, politics, and place in the world. At the same time, the collapse of European empires and the aftermath of the Second World War ushered in a wave of decolonization that finally fulfilled, at least in part, the aspirations kindled during the Arab awakening. Independence, however, came not as a single event but as a process, uneven, contested, and deeply shaped by international rivalries. The decades that followed witnessed the rise of new states, the redefinition of old ones, and the beginning of a struggle to reconcile tradition with the demands of modern nationhood in a rapidly changing world. The discovery of oil in the Arabian Peninsula and the Gulf began modestly, but would soon alter the course of history. The first significant finds occurred in Bahrain in 1932, followed by Saudi Arabia in 1938, Kuwait in 1938, and later in Qatar, Abu Dhabi, and Iraq. The timing was significant. The world was industrializing at unprecedented speed, and petroleum had become the essential fuel of modern life. Western companies, backed by their governments, secured concessions that gave them control over exploration and production in vast territories. In Saudi Arabia, the partnership between the American company Standard Oil of California and the Saudi state led to the creation of the Arabian American Oil Company, known as Aramco. In Iraq, the British-controlled Iraq Petroleum Company dominated production. For the Arabs, oil promised prosperity but also dependence, as control of the resource rested largely in foreign hands. The royalties paid to governments provided revenue, but the real profits flowed abroad. Yet even in these early years, oil began to reshape societies that had long been organised around pastoralism and trade, drawing labour, technology, and capital into regions that had once been considered peripheral. The economic transformation brought by oil was accompanied by profound social change. In the Arabian Peninsula, where tribal loyalties and subsistence economies had long prevailed, the sudden influx of wealth and infrastructure altered the foundations of daily life. Roads, ports, schools, and hospitals began to appear where only tents and caravans had stood. Urban centres such as Riyadh, Jeddah, Kuwait City, and Manama grew rapidly, attracting workers and merchants from across the Arab world and beyond. The oil fields created a cosmopolitan environment in which engineers from the West, labourers from South Asia, and administrators from the Levant worked side by side. The traditional hierarchies of tribe and lineage adapted to a new order defined by technical expertise and state authority. Monarchies such as those in Saudi Arabia and the Gulf combined modern bureaucracy with Islamic legitimacy, using oil revenue to consolidate power while maintaining the symbols of continuity. The social contract that emerged was unique: wealth in exchange for loyalty, modernity balanced by tradition. The wider Arab world, too, was undergoing transformation. The Second World War had exhausted the European empires, and nationalist movements across the Middle East had gained momentum. The war itself had brought the region into global focus once more. Arab ports, railways, and airfields became vital links in the Allied war effort, and the demands of wartime logistics accelerated modernization. Arab soldiers fought in campaigns from North Africa to the Levant, gaining military experience and exposure to the rhetoric of freedom and self-determination that filled the air in the war's final years. When the conflict ended in 1945, the international order was reshaped by new institutions: the United Nations, the Bretton Woods system, and the emergence of the United States and the Soviet Union as rival superpowers. The old colonial powers, weakened and indebted, could no longer maintain their empires. Across the Arab world, independence movements seized the moment. One by one, the mandates and protectorates gave way to sovereign states, though not without struggle and sacrifice. Syria and Lebanon were among the first to achieve independence. French control, already undermined by the German occupation of France during the war, collapsed under local pressure and international mediation. In 1946, French troops withdrew, leaving behind fragile but determined republics. Iraq had gained nominal independence in 1932, though British influence persisted until the revolution of 1958. Egypt, long a symbol of Arab modernity, regained full sovereignty in 1952 after a coup led by the Free Officers, who overthrew King Farouk and ended the British military presence. The revolution, spearheaded by Gamal Abdel Nasser, marked a new phase in Arab history: the rise of republican nationalism driven by ideals of social justice, anti-imperialism, and unity. Nasser's Egypt became the vanguard of a generation that sought not merely independence but transformation. Land reform, industrialization, and the assertion of Arab dignity on the world stage. His voice, carried by radio across the region, spoke to millions who saw in his defiance of colonialism and his call for unity the promise of renewal that the Arab world had long awaited. The year 1948, however, introduced a wound that would define Arab politics for decades: the establishment of the State of Israel in Palestine following the withdrawal of the British and the implementation of the United Nations partition plan triggered war and displacement on an unprecedented scale. For the Arabs, The loss of Palestine represented not only a territorial defeat, but a moral and psychological blow. Hundreds of thousands of Palestinians fled or were expelled from their homes, becoming refugees in neighbouring countries. The Arab armies, divided and poorly coordinated, failed to prevent the establishment of the new state. The sense of betrayal deepened as Western powers, particularly the United States, extended recognition and support to Israel. The Nakba, or catastrophe, as it came to be known, became the defining tragedy of modern Arab identity. It exposed the weaknesses of the new Arab states, the fragility of their unity, and the limits of their independence. Yet it also galvanized a new wave of solidarity, turning the Palestinian cause into a central element of Arab political consciousness. The 1950s and 1960s were decades of revolution, ambition, and upheaval. The newly independent Arab states embarked on ambitious projects of modernization, seeking to harness their resources and restore the pride lost under colonialism. Oil, once the preserve of foreign companies, became the focus of nationalist assertion. The Iranian nationalization of oil under Mohammad Mossadegh in 1951 inspired similar demands across the Arab world. In 1956, Nasser's decision to nationalize the Suez Canal, a waterway built under European control but crossing Egyptian territory, provoked military intervention by Britain, France, and Israel. The crisis that followed became a defining moment of Arab independence. Though Egypt suffered invasion, international pressure, particularly from the United States and the Soviet Union, forced the withdrawal of the attackers. Nasser emerged as a hero of the Arab masses, his defiance symbolizing the ability of an Arab state to stand against imperial powers. The Suez Crisis also marked the end of direct European dominance in the Middle East, signalling that the age of colonialism was truly over. The rise of Arab nationalism as a unifying ideology found its most powerful expression in Nasser's Egypt, but resonated throughout the region. The call for unity, justice, and social reform inspired movements in Syria, Iraq, Yemen, and beyond. The short-lived union between Egypt and Syria in 1958, known as the United Arab Republic, embodied the dream of Pan-Arabism, though it collapsed after only 3 years under the weight of political and economic differences. Nonetheless, the ideal persisted, a vision of the Arabs as one nation, bound by language and destiny, standing together against foreign domination and internal division. The emergence of the Ba'ath Party in Syria and Iraq reflected this same impulse, combining nationalism, socialism, and secularism into a modern ideology of Arab resurgence. Across the Arab world, military officers and intellectuals replaced kings and colonial administrators, promising reform and dignity. The rhetoric of revolution echoed in Cairo, Damascus, Baghdad, and Algiers, uniting millions in the belief that history could be reclaimed through will and unity. Oil, meanwhile, had begun to transform from a foreign-controlled resource into an instrument of sovereignty. In the 1960s and 1970s, Arab states gradually renegotiated their concessions and asserted control over production. The formation of the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, in 1960, led by Venezuela, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Iran, and Kuwait, institutionalized this new assertiveness. For the first time, oil-producing nations coordinated their policies to secure fairer prices and greater influence. The wealth that followed reshaped economies and societies. In the Gulf, small towns became modern cities, their skylines punctuated by towers and refineries. Education expanded rapidly, healthcare improved, and standards of living rose. Yet the rapid influx of wealth also created dependence, concentrating power in the hands of ruling elites and linking prosperity to the fluctuations of global markets. Oil brought progress, but it also bound the Arab world more tightly to the global system it sought to escape. The wars that followed the creation of Israel continued to define the political landscape. The 1967 Arab-Israeli War, known as the Six-Day War, ended in a crushing defeat for the Arab armies. Israel captured the Sinai Peninsula, the West Bank, Gaza, and the Golan Heights, transforming the map once again. The loss was devastating not only militarily, but psychologically, shattering the confidence of the Pan-Arab project. Nasser, whose charisma had embodied Arab hope, resigned in humiliation but was persuaded to remain by public demand. His death in 1970 marked the end of an era. His successor, Anwar Sadat, steered Egypt toward a different path, balancing nationalism with pragmatism. The October War of 1973, launched jointly by Egypt and Syria to regain lost territories, restored a measure of dignity even as it led to new realities. The use of oil as a political weapon during that conflict through the Arab oil embargo demonstrated the region's new leverage. The embargo caused global economic shockwaves, making the Arab world central to the international order in a way it had never been before. The oil boom that followed transformed the Arab economies beyond recognition. In the Gulf states, massive revenues funded infrastructure, education and modernization on an unprecedented scale. Cities such as Riyadh, Kuwait City and Dubai became symbols of rapid development. Labour migration from poorer Arab countries to the Gulf created new forms of interdependence as Egyptian teachers, Palestinian engineers, and Lebanese professionals helped build the new economies. Oil wealth also flowed into cultural and religious institutions, financing universities, charities, and media networks that extended the influence of the Gulf across the Arab and Islamic worlds. Yet the boom also deepened inequalities, both within and between states. The contrast between oil-rich monarchies and resource-poor republics widened, challenging the ideal of pan-Arab solidarity. Political stability, often maintained through patronage and control, masked social tensions that would later surface. In North Africa, the story of independence unfolded through different struggles but similar aspirations. Algeria's War of Liberation against France, beginning in 1954, became one of the most brutal conflicts of the decolonization era. After 8 years of guerrilla warfare and immense suffering, Algeria achieved independence in 1962, emerging as both a symbol of resilience and a nation scarred by violence. Its revolution inspired others, reinforcing the belief that freedom was worth any sacrifice. Morocco and Tunisia gained independence through negotiation, maintaining their monarchies but embracing modernization. Libya, under King Idris and later Muammar Gaddafi, harnessed its oil wealth to pursue its own version of Arab socialism. Across the region, the themes of renewal, justice, and dignity resonated in every speech, every classroom, and every household. Independence was not merely political. It was the reclaiming of narrative, the insistence that the Arabs were no longer subjects of empires, but authors of their own destiny. By the end of the 20th century's third quarter, the Arab world had changed beyond recognition. Oil wealth had turned deserts into metropolises, independence had given rise to new states, and the dream of unity had both inspired and eluded a generation. The contradictions of modernity, prosperity alongside inequality, sovereignty shadowed by dependency, defined the landscape. The struggle for Palestine continued to burn at the heart of Arab consciousness, shaping politics, literature, and identity. The legacy of colonial borders remained visible, yet so too did the enduring vitality of a civilization that had survived conquest, empire, and partition. The Arabs, once marginalized in the global order, had become central to its economy and politics, their resources and geography shaping the course of nations far beyond their own. Yet beneath the glitter of oil and the rhetoric of independence, the same questions that had haunted the Nada remained. How to reconcile tradition with progress, faith with reason, and unity with diversity. The story of oil and independence was not an ending but a new beginning. A continuation of the Arab world's long journey through the tides of history, adapting, enduring, and seeking always to define its own path amid the currents of a changing age. The closing decades of the 20th century and the beginning of the 21st brought the Arab world into an age defined by paradox. The legacies of empire and revolution, of oil and modernization, of unity and division, all converged to shape a civilization at once ancient and modern, deeply rooted yet in constant transformation. Across the vast expanse of the Arab lands, from the Atlantic coast to the Gulf, societies faced challenges that no single generation before them had encountered. Globalization, rapid urbanization, political upheaval, and cultural negotiation within a world increasingly interconnected and volatile. The Arabs entered this new era with memories of their grandeur and trials still vivid, carrying forward a history of resilience that continued to define their identity amid shifting global realities. The struggle now was not for liberation from empire, but for coherence, representation, and purpose within a global order that measured progress by speed, innovation, and alignment with powers beyond their borders. The transformation of the late 20th century unfolded unevenly across the Arab world. Oil wealth reshaped the Gulf monarchies into modern states with vast infrastructure, universities, and technological ambitions, while other regions contended with the burdens of debt, war, and political stagnation. Cities such as Riyadh, Abu Dhabi, Doha, and Dubai emerged as symbols of a new Arab modernity, blending tradition with cosmopolitan aspiration. Skyscrapers rose above the desert horizon, airports linked the Gulf to every continent, and universities invited students and scholars from across the globe. The accumulation of wealth translated into soft power, investments in global markets, cultural institutions, and international diplomacy. Yet prosperity came with dependence, as the economies of the Gulf remained tied to oil markets and global demand. Beneath the glass towers and wide boulevards, questions persisted about sustainability, identity, and the balance between modernization and heritage. Elsewhere, the Arab world experienced different trajectories. In the Levant and North Africa, the optimism that had accompanied independence gave way to cycles of political authoritarianism, social tension, and external interference. The Arab-Israeli conflict remained a central preoccupation, shaping domestic and regional policies alike. The wars of 1948, 1967, and 1973 had already left deep scars. The decades that followed saw shifting alliances, peace treaties, and continuing displacement. Egypt's peace with Israel in 1979, brokered under Anwar Sadat and the Camp David Accords, marked a historic turning point. It brought the first formal recognition between an Arab state and Israel, but fractured the unity of the Arab front. Some saw it as a pragmatic step towards stability, others regarded it as betrayal. The Palestinian struggle continued to define Arab identity, serving as both a unifying cause and a reminder of unfulfilled justice. The creation of the Palestine Liberation Organization in 1964 and the emergence of resistance movements gave voice to the dispossessed, while successive generations of Palestinians grew up in exile, their longing for return preserved through memory, art, and education. The issue of Palestine remained the moral centre of Arab politics, shaping cultural expression as much as diplomacy. The late 20th century also witnessed the entanglement of the Arab world in the broader Cold War rivalry between the United States and the Soviet Union. The superpowers sought influence through aid, alliances, and ideology, turning Arab lands into arenas of competition. Egypt under Nasser had aligned with the Soviet bloc, receiving military and economic support, while conservative monarchies in the Gulf and Jordan found backing from the United States. The balance of power shifted repeatedly, producing alliances that were pragmatic rather than ideological. The Arab League, established in 1945 as a forum for coordination and unity, struggled to reconcile the divergent interests of its members. The dream of pan-Arab unity, once so powerful, became diluted by national rivalries, external pressures, and internal contradictions. The Arab states, though bound by language and history, found themselves pursuing separate paths defined by geography, resources, and leadership. The very diversity that had enriched Arab civilization now complicated its political cohesion. The Iran-Iraq War of the 1980s exposed the fragility of this regional balance. The conflict, lasting 8 years and consuming hundreds of thousands of lives, pitted two major Muslim nations against each other in a war of attrition that devastated economies and societies. Iraq's use of modern weaponry and the sheer scale of destruction recalled the total wars of the early 20th century. For the Arab world, the war represented both a warning and a tragedy. It underscored the vulnerability of the region to internal conflict and foreign manipulation, yet it also revealed the endurance of state structures forged in the aftermath of colonialism, capable of mobilizing vast resources for survival. The end of the war left Iraq weakened but still ambitious, its leader, Saddam Hussein, seeking to reassert influence over the region. His invasion of Kuwait in 1990, motivated by debt and rivalry, triggered the Gulf War, drawing in a US-led international coalition. The swift defeat of Iraq and the subsequent sanctions regime marked the beginning of a new era of external intervention in Arab affairs, one that would grow increasingly intrusive in the decades that followed. The 1990s brought a mixture of hope and uncertainty. The Oslo Accords of 1993 between Israel and the Palestine Liberation Organization promised a path toward peace, raising expectations of a two-state solution. Yet the process faltered amid mistrust, violence, and political fragmentation. Economic liberalization spread across the region, driven by global trends and encouraged by international institutions. Privatization, foreign investment, and structural reforms sought to modernize economies but often widened inequality. Meanwhile, the rapid expansion of satellite television and the internet connected Arab societies as never before. Networks such as Al Jazeera, founded in 1996, transformed media across the region, offering unprecedented access to information and public debate. The new media landscape gave voice to diverse perspectives, eroding state monopolies on information and fostering a sense of shared Arab discourse that transcended borders. Intellectuals, artists and journalists found new platforms to address questions of identity, reform and freedom. The cultural revival that accompanied these technological changes reconnected the Arab world to its long tradition of eloquence and inquiry, adapting the classical language of poetry and prose to the modern idioms of television and digital communication. The early years of the 21st century, however, confronted the Arab world with profound challenges. The attacks of September 11, 2001, and the subsequent wars in Afghanistan and Iraq reshaped global perceptions of the region. The US-led invasion of Iraq in 2003 toppled Saddam Hussein's regime, but unleashed instability that reverberated across the Arab world. The dismantling of state institutions, the rise of sectarian violence, and the intervention of foreign powers created a vacuum that extremist movements exploited. The Arab world, already burdened by authoritarianism and inequality, now faced a new era of fragmentation and insecurity. The rhetoric of democracy and freedom, invoked by external actors, often clashed with the realities of occupation and power politics. The images of Baghdad under bombardment and the collapse of ancient cities echoed earlier moments of destruction in Arab history, yet they also rekindled memories of endurance. The Arabs once again found themselves at the centre of global upheaval, navigating between external pressure and internal aspiration. Amid the turbulence, the search for identity intensified. Arab societies connected by technology and migration began to experience a new kind of cultural exchange. Millions of Arabs lived and worked abroad, forming diasporas that spanned Europe, the Americas, and Asia. These communities maintained ties through language, family, and faith, becoming bridges between worlds. Within the Arab world itself, education and communication fostered new generations fluent in both tradition and modernity. Universities expanded, women entered the workforce and public life in increasing numbers, and artists explored themes of memory, belonging, and transformation. The resurgence of Arabic literature and cinema reflected a civilization in dialogue with itself. Writers such as Naguib Mahfouz, whose works captured the complexities of modern Egyptian life, and poets from Lebanon, Syria, and Palestine articulated the tensions between history and change. The Nobel Prize awarded to Mahfouz in 1988 symbolized the global recognition of Arab creativity, while film festivals, art biennales, and music movements throughout the region affirmed its continuing vitality. The Arab Spring, beginning in 2010, brought this undercurrent of change to the surface, sparked by protests in Tunisia and rapidly spreading to Egypt, Libya, Yemen, Syria, and beyond. It was driven by ordinary citizens demanding dignity, justice, and participation. For the first time in generations, entire societies rose against entrenched regimes, united by the language of freedom rather than ideology. The fall of presidents, the opening of public squares to debate, and the eruption of hope recalled earlier moments of awakening. Yet the outcomes were uneven. In Tunisia, democratic institutions took root despite challenges. In Egypt, the initial revolution gave way to new forms of authoritarian control. In Libya, Syria, and Yemen, civil wars devastated nations and displaced millions. The optimism of 2011 faded into disillusionment, but its significance endured. The Arab Spring had revealed the depth of social awareness and the enduring desire for self-determination. It reminded the world that beneath decades of repression lay societies capable of mobilization, courage, and vision. The uprisings became part of the long continuum of Arab history, a testament to the persistence of the human will to shape its destiny even in the face of immense adversity. Throughout these decades, the Arab world's global influence continued to expand beyond politics. Its economic weight, cultural exports, and strategic importance made it an indispensable part of the international system. The oil economies funded vast sovereign wealth funds that invested in industries, real estate, and technology around the world. Arab cities became hubs of global commerce and diplomacy, hosting summits and mediating conflicts. The revival of pilgrimage and religious tourism connected millions across continents. At the same time, Arab art, music, and literature found global audiences. The voices of Arab women, scholars, and activists gained prominence, redefining narratives that had long been confined to narrow representations. The Arabic language, once associated primarily with religion, reasserted itself as a medium of science, culture, and communication in the digital age. Online platforms fostered new forms of creativity and dialogue, linking young Arabs across borders and continents. In these exchanges, the Arab identity evolved, no longer defined solely by territory or politics, but by a shared sense of heritage and aspiration that transcended boundaries. The question of unity, however, remained elusive. The Arab League continued to serve as a forum for coordination, yet internal divisions and external pressures often rendered it symbolic rather than decisive. Regional rivalries, ideological conflicts, and differing political systems fragmented the collective voice. Yet even amid disunity, a deeper sense of connection persisted. The recitation of the Quran in mosques from Marrakesh to Muscat, the celebration of the same festivals, the shared melodies of language and history, all affirmed an underlying unity that politics could not erase. The Arab world's resilience lay in its capacity to endure diversity within shared identity, to absorb shocks and reinvent itself. The continuity of its cultural heritage, its literature, art, and moral philosophy, remained a thread linking the modern era to the ancient past. The Arabs, heirs to civilizations that had shaped world history, continued to contribute to the global conversation, reminding others and themselves that their story was not one of decline but of adaptation. The contemporary era has brought new challenges: climate change threatening water and agriculture, youth unemployment straining economies, and geopolitical rivalries testing alliances, yet it has also opened new possibilities. The diversification of economies beyond oil, the investment in education and technology, and the rise of regional diplomacy suggest a redefinition of Arab modernity for a new century. The partnerships forged with Asia, Africa, and Latin America reflect a shift toward multipolar engagement. In science, architecture, and cultural preservation, the Arab world continues to balance innovation with reverence for its heritage. Initiatives to document and restore ancient sites, to preserve manuscripts, and to promote Arabic in global education affirm the enduring pride in civilization's continuity. The call for reform, justice, and unity remains constant, echoing through every generation in new forms. The story of the Arabs in the contemporary era is one of persistence and reinvention. It is the story of peoples who have traversed conquest and empire, revolution and independence, and who continue to shape their destiny in a world that often misunderstands them. Their influence is felt in the energy that powers industries, in the culture that enriches humanity, and in the faith that sustains millions. The Arab identity today encompasses a mosaic of nations and experiences, yet it remains anchored in shared language, memory, and values. The pursuit of unity, though often frustrated, continues as an aspiration rather than an illusion, an acknowledgement that while political borders divide, culture and history bind. In the rhythm of the call to prayer echoing through modern cities, in the poetry that continues to speak of love, loss, and belonging, in the resilience of societies rebuilding from war, one can still trace the continuity of a people who have endured the turning of every age. The Arabs, in their contemporary world, remain not relics of the past, but participants in the shaping of the future. A civilization that remembers, adapts, and persists, carrying within it the echoes of every chapter of its long and unbroken story.